her, didn't we, into the fact that she's dominated, undefeated. Again, I've spoken to her this morning. She seems pretty confident. She's like, yeah, you can come and talk to me whenever you want. Like, she's so chilled at what's at stake here, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. But, like, of course, she can get a lot of focus and everything out of yesterday. She had a really, really good run. And you can tell, like, she's relaxed. She has a bit of the ice in her veins, like we've mentioned a few times through these days. And she's just talking to her coaches, I think, and getting ready to, to make fire in these games.
Yeah, exactly. And again, she's 3 times Portuguese champion. So, okay, maybe not had the experience at a lot of LAN events, but she's definitely got the FIFA experience. We've obviously just spoken a lot about Jenny. It's great to see. That's her sister, actually, just behind as well, Letitia. So she was a kind of a last-minute call-up, but it was great that both of them got to take part in this iconic event. I mean, it's pretty nerve-wracking, isn't it? Sitting here, we actually mentioned that to them yesterday. I went round after they'd all qualified and just said, yesterday was quite chilled. Wait till you get to today. You're going to have the lights on. You're going to have an audience watching you. You know, I really hope you're not nervous. If you were sitting there, Case, how would you be feeling? I know you're a big streamer, but if you're up here under the lights,
streaming is one thing, playing for a massive prize and for your country pretty much there's so much pressure behind it. So I'm glad I'm standing here and not in those seats right now, but they are so good and so skilled at the game. So I think they're more prepared than I would be, for sure.
I mean, you interview a lot of people, don't you? The Eredivisie.
Yeah.
What words of advice do you give them, if at all, when they're about to go into battle?
Well, yeah, it's really, really difficult, to be honest, because, they're a bit more experienced. Like, these are the first LANs that we're going to get for females, and I think it's a very, very good improvement. So, what I'd say in advice is, like, try focusing on your own game, because, like the lessons we got from Matt, for example, try to focus on how you're sitting, how you're positioning. Don't get this negative switch. Don't look down. Try keep looking up and getting these positive feelings. That's one thing we've learned, like, in this week. So I think it's going to be really helpful for them. I just want to say, you mentioned, like, Raquel being really, 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 like, loosened, and you can see a difference between Jenny and Raquel a bit. Like, Raquel's really, really relaxed, and Jenny is a bit more nervous. I see a bit of shaking here and there, so I want to see how that's going to commence in the games.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to be reading body language. That's what Matt Young, the psychologist, taught us. I'm going to be looking at the girls throughout the tournament. Okay, well, let's have a look at our second quarterfinal as well then. It's Cecilia taking on Yusra. Brazil taking on Morocco. This is, am I allowed to say, it's a tough ask for Yusra?
It is. I mean, we are looking at a previous international champion here with Cecilia from Brazil. But I mean, I've seen Yusa play, and she's done really, really well in the group stage.
Okay, so you're commentating these first sets of quarterfinals. So I'm going to let you run away under this lovely graphic to get over to the commentary box. Inter, you're staying with me, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yusra, though, she had to wait, didn't she, as well, till the 5th and final fixture to book her space. You know, did that feel like she had a lot more work to do than possibly Cecilia, who made it look a little bit easier?
Well, I think you could take it like both ways. Of course, if you had a really tough time to get through, but still got through, of course it was a little bit more hard work. But if it's so easy for Cecilia, like, I don't really think she's going to be like, okay, I'm going to go through this easily. But it could be, like, difficult if you had a bit more easier opponents.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going to go and try and speak to some of these women who are about to go into battle. And actually going to quickly go to Miss Lola here, because she actually played Yusra in the last game. How was Yusra to play against yesterday? What kind of player was she?
She was very good, very experienced, and, overall a very good EA player.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you for chatting to us there. We're going to go up here and talk to Raquel. Let's go talk to Raquel. Follow me. Follow me. Hi.
Hello.
How are you feeling? You're obviously 3-time Portuguese champion.
Yes.
You've got a lot of experience. You've played the LAN a couple of weeks ago. You've played in some of my matches before. You seem really chilled. Underneath it all, how are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm calm, but when the game starts, I'll probably be a little bit more shaky, but it's 2 legs. It's important to start well, but mostly just trying to keep calm.
Have you played Jenny recently?
No, I haven't played with her. I haven't practiced with her. Watched a little bit of the practice that she had with the other players. But, I don't know her gameplay, but she's a player. I'm going to go against her. It's the way she plays. I'm going to do my best and try to win it.
We've had to find out exactly how she plays because you're going to face her in a short while. Good luck, Raquel. Good luck to Jenny over there as well. Oh, gosh, get down these steps. Let's go over here. I'm going to have a quick word with Yusra as well. Why not? I just spoke to J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, actually, not Jenny from the block, but, you know, our kind of Jenny from the block. Yusra, obviously it was touch and go yesterday. You had to wait until your 5th match to face this lady next to you. She's a tough opponent. Obviously, she's been a recent champion. How are you going to approach this match against her?
So, most likely I'm gonna just go with my guts, go with my instincts, and just play my game and my play style, and just be the best, I guess.
And I asked Simo Sadatri as well to watch, so maybe he's watching our stream as well. Big Moroccan YouTube content creator. She knows who he is. He was at the World Cup, so that's pretty exciting. Inter, final thoughts for you. We can see the casters over there. I'm going to move this side so we can see the players behind us as well. They're all watching. These obviously are the players who got knocked out yesterday, but they're here. They're supporting everybody, see how they're getting on. Final thoughts. I'm going to put you under pressure. Who's winning out of Cecilia and Yusra and Jenny and Raquel?
Well, they're both looking at me like, okay, what is she going to say? Like,
Cecilia's going me. She's pointing
exactly.
at her.
She's pointing. I'm a major fan of Yusra, definitely. But I think because Cecilia's won the last ECL, I think she might tightly go through.
Well, we'll have to find out. Obviously, quarterfinals 1 and 2 are getting underway now. We know Casey's up there. I'm going to introduce to you, though, another member of our excellent team. Alia Harvey is up there with Casey. Alia, how are you doing?
Hi, Rachel. I'm doing very, very well, thank you. I'm really excited for today's event, you know. This is Casey and I's first time casting together. We've worked so many different events together. I mean, Casey, how are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I mean, I am so excited to be here. I mean, we watched the group stage, right? So many amazing games that we watch, and this is the best of this competition, and so I think we're going to see so many goals today. It's going to be fun.
Definitely, you know, and I think what we're going to see in the main game as well that we will be watching is over Raquel and Jenny. Jenny's only 16 years old, so young, having to perform in this arena. I mean, how would it feel?
I mean, being in this stage at such a young age, there's a lot of pressure to it, right? But she's signed to an esports org, and I think she's ready for it. I mean, there's one thing being young, but the skills that she has give her the confidence to compete at this stage. But we also look at Raquel, who has been playing FIFA for a very long time. Could give her the edge.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and I think Raquel as well, you know, Daniel was telling us that about Jenny, that she went 20-0 4 times in a row. She's so young, actually beat Fabian and won the German qualifier to get to this very event. So despite being really young, I mean, I think she is one to watch. And Raquel as well, very experienced. Her coach is Diego, an ex-pro player who coaches the top players in the Premier League, the Champions League. So there's a lot of experience from both sides here, isn't there?
Absolutely. I mean, they have full teams behind them for both the Portuguese side and the German side. There's a lot of talent supporting them on the back end, and I think this is going to be a very close matchup, and I'm excited to see it start.
Definitely, you know, we are just waiting for the players to enter the game, but Raquel did say that her favorite formation is 5-4-1, whereas Jenny is 4-2-2. So it'll be interesting to see if they do start in these formations as we kick off the game already. Germany with a quick attack, but blocked very well by Raquel. I mean, very quick start to the game, really. I mean, is it a little bit of a glitch, wasn't that, Casey, that we see frequently?
Yes, a little bit of a glitch, which does happen in the game. And I think that at this point, players are expecting that, and they're able to adapt mid-game. But we do have Jenny in the black kits here, and we have Raquel in the white.
And we just see Raquel here attacking, getting close to the byline, crossing it in, very well defended, saved. I mean, it's only been 5 minutes, and we've already seen 2 very strong attacks. I think this is going to be a very end-to-end game here. But back to Raquel as she builds up the attack. I mean, we've just seen a lot of action already, 7 minutes in.
Absolutely. I mean, and that is what is expected at this point in the game. They are the best of the best in this knockout stage quarterfinal game. And looking back at the group stage, we did have Jenny scoring 17 goals and Raquel with 22. And so I expect there to be a goal, and there was a chance there, but unfortunately it did not go in the back of the net for Jenny.
I I mean, just seeing Raquel build up here into the box. Mbappe potentially, but saved by the lid. I mean, I'm literally on the edge of our seat. I'm not even sat on my chair anymore, just trying to watch this game. Bellingham into Mbappe. We can see Raquel is with the 5 back here, so she has stuck with her favorite 5-4-1 formation again. Just building up on the wing, Hakimi into Mbappe, twisting and turning. Hullet, potential with a go around by Ronaldinho, but blocked successfully again by Jenny. I mean, we can just quickly see Jenny's face here as well. She looks really, really calm. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, 5-4-1, but I think Jenny's playing a 5-4-1 as well, so she hasn't stuck to her typical 4-2-2 formation.
She might have learned a few things from the coaching session that we had the other day. We had great coaching sessions, both from Renzo from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas and Daniel from RB Leipzig, and so maybe she is learning a few new formations and adding that into her game, which is why this bootcamp is so important.
Definitely, you know, I think a lot of the girls here as well have learned so much, and we were speaking to some of the girls, and they're saying even though they got knocked out yesterday, they're really happy that they got to take part in this event, because it's really, you don't really get many opportunities for women, and it's happening more and more are coming through. But for a lot of these girls, a lot of them haven't traveled out of their countries before.
Yes, I mean, there's a few players that have never been on an airplane, and so being able to fly to Zurich and then compete at this type of stage, I mean, even playing in just group stage games is a massive, massive accomplishment for them.
Definitely, you know, we just see Raquel here building up again at the edge of the box, twisting and turning, but passing it back to the midfield. I think the one thing that's really important for the girls here is to remain calm, because this is over 2-leg aggregate, but every goal counts. And they are actually playing 9-minute halves as well, so this is much longer than your average FIFA game.
That's interesting. I do feel like fatigue might come into play. It's a bit longer than what they normally play. And I'm actually kind of surprised how hot they're coming out in this first leg, because sometimes when you have 2 legs, aggregate scoring, you come out a little bit slower, try to, you know, decide what your opponent is about to come out doing, come out swinging, and they're both coming out just absolutely hot and constant attacking, and I think we're going to see a goal here shortly.
Definitely,
Feels like
and I think part of it as well is you want that first goal, because then you can relax a little bit, feel more confident. Just a quick pass into the box, but saved by Van der Sar. We do see Raquel here with a corner. Go away, plays it long into the box, but successfully blocked back into Germany with Jenny, Roberto Carlos. I mean, I feel like a goal is coming, like you said, but I genuinely can't say which side it's going to come from first.
Yeah, I think that both competitors are very evenly matched up to this point. I think that in terms of possession, we're probably 50-50, but it could definitely swing either way. But like you said, I do think that first goal is really going to set the pace for the rest of the match. It is 2 legs, though, so they have plenty of time to come back, even if they go down by 1 early on. But I'm excited to hopefully see a goal here, too.
Definitely, you know, we just see it passing back to Roberto Carlos. She's doing a lot of step overs, and Raquel did say this is her favorite skill move to do, so it's a little bit unsurprising, I suppose, that she's just doing it every single time. But back into Hakimi, as we see her soul build up, crossed into Hullet at the edge of the box. She's managed to keep it back into Hullet, keeps the possession really, really well, twisting and turning, but unfortunately it does go back to Ronaldinho. I mean, I think we can see both girls are being very cautious. They've got to the edge of the box multiple times, but they're passing it back towards the midfield. I mean, Casey, why do you think they're doing that?
I mean, I think this is the first game, right? They've probably had a few practice games in warm-up, but they're just feeling each other out at this point, and eventually, you know, they will get the confidence. I think that first goal will really set the pace, and maybe they'll continue to push forward once that first goal hits. But, you know, it takes a lot of confidence to be creative and have those skills in the box, but it will come, I believe.
Definitely. We just see Mbappe here at the edge of the byline, passing it in, saved again. I mean, we have seen, you know, Raquel do that quite a few times. She's driving it to the byline and trying to pass it in. And I mean, both of us, we do play FIFA. We know that that is a little bit broken in the game, where the byline, you pass it in, it tends to go in. But halftime 0-0. as we go across to the other game between Cecilia and Yusra. Half-time soon coming close, but 2-0 to Brazil. I mean, you watched Cecilia play just a couple weeks ago. She won the ECL Global LAN event, but we can't write Yusra off. You know, she's pretty unknown, but on the ground, everyone's saying she is one to watch.
Absolutely. Yes, so first time I've seen Cecilia compete was at that ECL Global LAN event, and she absolutely rocked the competition for the first time, us seeing her. And I mean, I'm not surprised to see the first 2 goals
Potentially
here.
another goal. Sorry to interrupt you, Casey. Just, we nearly got it, but yeah, go on.
But yeah, she's been such a pleasure to watch. She's so confident in the box, and she's only 18 years old as well, so she's somewhat new to the FIFA scene. But Brazil definitely knows her name now. But yeah, as you mentioned, Yusa is from Morocco, and I was on social media, and if you see all the posts about this event, there are so many Moroccan flags in the comments, so she does have a lot of support from her home country of Morocco.
Definitely, and you know, let us know in the chat, you guys, if you are from Morocco or wherever country you're from, put the emoji in the chat and let us know which country you are supporting. But 2-0 to Brazil at halftime for that game, and 0-0 in the game versus Portugal and Germany. I mean, Casey, 2 goals across 2 quarterfinals, 0-0 in the main one, but still, I mean, how are you feeling so far?
I think it shifts up for the first game that we were watching, Jenny versus Raquel. I think the second half here, we will see more goals, and especially in the second leg as well. I think they take a bit more risk, but here shortly, we should see the game maybe take a turn in one direction. But like you said, I genuinely don't have an idea of who has the advantage here, because they're both very equally set in this match.
Definitely, and you know, you really have to praise Jenny here, being so young, and in a sense, compared to Raquel, not as experienced, she's holding up really, really, really well. And I think that's, you know, credit to Jenny, and her team. She's surrounded by her sister Letitia. She's got Daniel next to her. Just crossing into the box, potentially a goal, but blocked again. Potentially penalty. Yellow card for Vieira. We could potentially see Raquel here take the lead. We do see R9 stepping up for the penalty. Top left, and she scores. Goal for Raquel. She takes the lead in this quarterfinal, 1-0 at 51st minute.
I mean, that's just unfortunate, right? It's always, it's uncomfortable to get a penalty in this very, very important part of the game, and I think that I hope it doesn't fluster Jenny, because that could set the tone for the rest of the match. But I know Raquel is definitely thanking the game right now for that penalty. And I don't know, I think this is the point where they are going to finally shift up their play style, and it could take a turn more to Raquel, or Jenny could really switch into gear here and hopefully equalize.
That's where that mentality sort of come in, and you know, they've had coaching on that whilst they've been here this week. Jenny really needs to just stay calm here and not let that penalty get to her, because there are 2 legs, so they could potentially still come back from this. You know, it's not game over. 9-minute halves as well. It's unfortunate to get a penalty so early on, but I mean, she looks calm. I think she's fine.
She does. I mean, if you look behind her, on the left you have Letitia, her sister, who did compete in Group A. And on the right we have Stylo. And if you guys have not heard of Stylo, he did coach Moalba to a world championship. So she has a very, very good team behind her. So I'm not surprised why she looks so calm and collected over there.
Definitely, and I think it helps her as well, having her older sister with her, you know, because these events can be very nerve-wracking, and she does have Stylo, but I think sometimes having your sibling there, and especially, you know, being as close as they are, it just helps knowing you've got family behind you as well. But they have just paused here to make some tactical changes. We're not going to show that, just so there's a little bit of secrecy and the opponent doesn't find out what they're doing. But we are going to go back into the game now. Portugal are leading 1-0. I mean, I think we can safe to say the game has slowed down just a little bit after that. But potentially, nearly saw it 2-0. I mean, Casey, what do you think so far? If you were in this position, Jenny's position, what would you do?
I mean, at this point, you definitely need to stay calm, and she has plenty of time to come back in the game. We have a whole another leg to go, and so I think she's just thinking about how she needs to integrate into the box, because she is having a difficult time integrating into there, and I think that once she does, she will finish. She is very, very skilled at finishing, and it will come. I truly believe that the goal will come, and this second leg is about to be very, very excited. And I will mention, we did have the camera back on Raquel there. She has Mekaletti behind her from Spain as well, who competed yesterday too. So she has a great support system as well.
Definitely, and we just see it here. Hakimi doing lots of step overs. I mean, Raquel, I've lost count of how many step overs you've done here, honestly. But the ball does fall back to Jenny. Hulet in the midfield tries to through ball it into R9, but successfully blocked by Raquel. She has the attack again, crosses it into the box, straight back to Hulet. We do see Hulet running up the line. Is she going to pass it onto the wings? No, R9 twisting and turning in the box. Back to Maldini into Hulet. I mean, I think, you know, Jenny's just trying to be a little bit cautious here, trying not to lose possession because every single attack counts. She is trying to get to that byline, back into Hulet, to Hakimi. I mean, she's just being very careful. Ronaldinho, step overs, twisting and turning into R9. She's gonna shoot, successfully saved by Van der Sar. Another corner for Jenny. She plays it short into Hulet, passes it far out to Davis. Little step overs, twisting and turning into Hulet, passes it back to Davis. Vieira, Hulet, I mean, she's just playing very, very possession-based. Ronaldinho with the step overs as well, but keeps it in, nearly went out there. Davis, I mean, she's just twisting and turning. She's just really trying not to lose possession into Ronaldinho. Is she going to try and go for the byline? Yes, she does, but successfully blocked by Hakimi. And back to Raquel again. I mean, I've just lost my breath there a little bit, but I believe there has been a third goal in the Brazil-Morocco game as well. So Cecilia, the current ECL global champion, makes it 3-0 in the first leg. But back to this game, Mbappe twisting and turning, little roulette, but it does fall back to Ronaldinho. I mean, Casey, I feel like a goal's coming for Jenny there.
I definitely do. I was looking back at my notes from yesterday, and for Jenny, I wrote down groovy in the box because yesterday she was actually so impressive, and I think that we're not seeing it as much today, and maybe the nerves are coming into play. Raquel, again, very, very defensive player as well, but yesterday she was so skilled in the box, very, very confident, very, very tactical, and so she needs to trigger whatever she had yesterday because I don't write groovy in the box very often, but it was very, very impressive to watch during the group stage.
I think we are seeing it slowly start to come out more. You know, she is holding that possession more than what she was in the first half or before that first goal. But we do see it back with Raquel, who is playing possession-based. Little step overs from Ronaldinho, passes it into the box, still manages to somehow keep possession into Mbappe, potentially another goal, but just goes over the bar for a corner. Ronaldinho is at the corner. I feel like she's going to play it long. Yes, she does, but Van der Sar comes out and successfully catches it. I mean, Casey, I don't know about you, but I'm sweating a little bit.
Same, definitely sweating, but I'm actually very, very impressed with how patient Raquel is playing right now. She is very patient in terms of where she passes the ball and when. Sometimes she holds it that extra second to maybe trigger that center back to go in the opposite direction. I've been very impressed.
Ronaldinho just with the roulette, twisting and turning, somehow loses the ball though. I thought she managed to keep it there, but no, like you said, Raquel is playing very, very patient, and that can get quite frustrating for Jenny because sometimes, you know, I've played FIFA, I've played against Lisa before, and she's quite possession-based as well, and it frustrated me when she was being so possession-based, but you just see it, she's just so calm, isn't she, Casey?
Absolutely, and I think that sometimes when you play against such a possession-based player, sometimes you want to move forward, hit that second-man press, and sometimes that actually puts you at a disadvantage. And so I'm actually impressed with Jenny because she's not pushing forward too much and getting frustrated, but I do think it does give a little bit of the advantage to Raquel.
And potentially we saw a last attack there from Jenny, but that is full time for that quarterfinal match. Raquel from Portugal won, Jenny with Germany 0. I mean, I think that was a tighter game than what we were expecting. I think we expected more goals from that game.
I definitely expected more goals, and I think that might change a bit in the second leg. But we are going over to the other game here. We have Yusa versus Cecilia, and the scoreline is the same. It is 3-0 for Cecilia here. But we have a whole another leg, so we should not doubt the fact that Yusa can potentially get some more goals in the second leg.
Definitely, and it's important to remember, both of these girls are about 18 years old. They're very, very young players. This is Yusra's first LAN event, first ever competition, so I don't think she's actually doing bad. I think she's doing really, really well, and she should be very proud of herself. And Cecilia, very, very calm player as well, very similar to Raquel, I think. Potentially, we are going to see a goal here from Yusra, but successfully blocked by Kobel. I mean, are you surprised she's using Kobel? Because normally we see Van der Sar in these tournaments with unlocked accounts.
Absolutely, but you know what? I'm under the impression that every goalkeeper plays differently for every competitor. I prefer Van der Sar, and they do get a choice of any goalkeeper in the game. So if it works for her, I trust her. She is the pro in this situation, but I mean, she has 3 goals against her, so maybe he wasn't the right choice.
I mean, potentially, but we do see that game wrap up 3-0 to Brazil. Do remember, guys, this is over 2 legs, so it's not game over for either of the competitors at the minute. Anything can happen. This is FIFA, Casey. I mean, we've played together before, and I remember I was 3-0 up, and you pulled it back to 3-3 in the second leg, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean, that's the thing, right? A little bit of constant press, and you can be back in the game within minutes, and so I think that this second leg is going to be so important. And here are the goals here. Alia, you just want to walk us through them?
Definitely, we are going to walk over the Brazil goals because we want watching them. But Mbappe twisting and turning into the box. Van der Sar low driven, which is really broken. All you gotta do is press that circle button. Hulit through balls it to R9 for the second goal. Before that, ball rolling twice, tricking the keeper, and that's where that experience comes in. And here we have the final goal. Mbappe running to that byline and just passing it in to Neymar to score 3-0 in that first leg, and the first game that we were watching as well. 1-0, 4 goals over 2 games. I think that's pretty good.
It is good, but I mean, if we compare it to yesterday in the group stage, we had so many more goals. But that just goes to show the level of competition in this knockout stage here. And I think that even in the later stages of these quarterfinal games, our next games, we have some good matchup as well, and we'll see even more goals there. But I'm actually so excited to see this next leg for Jenny versus Raquel, because one penalty, that's like nothing. That's absolutely nothing, and I think that both players will step it up. What do you think Raquel changes? Anything going into this after having going 1 goal up?
I don't think she does. I think she's playing so well. The formation's working for her. I do want to see Jenny go back to her favorite formation. I feel like sometimes you can get caught up in the moment a little bit and you think, ooh, 5-4-1 is the meta in a sense, so let me use that. But I feel like Jenny should switch back to 4-2-2. I don't think Raquel's going to change anything. Potentially, she might, because she only won because of that penalty. But it's very hard to say sometimes, I think, because you just don't know what players are thinking, and we would probably do different things than what they were doing.
Absolutely. I mean, some things work for some players, and obviously some work for others. I've actually still, even though Jenny doesn't have a goal yet, I've been very, very impressed on how she's able to work the ball of the pitch, even moving it around the box as well. She does seem confident. One of those will go in, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. And it's always that first game. It's normal to have nerves. Raquel's played in so many tournaments before that this is sort of not easier, but she's just dealt with the situation better. Jenny is less experienced, the nerves can get to you, but I think now going into the second leg that she's played the first one, I think she's going to be a lot calmer, and I think we are going to see that groovy side, like you said, come out for her.
Absolutely, and it is interesting because in Game 5 of the group stage for Jenny, she went against Claudia from Poland. She needed to win because Claudia would have gone through with a draw. She ended up winning 3-1, so in must-win situations, she does somehow pull it together. So can we see that that ambition like she had in that final stage of Group 5 or of Game 5? We might.
We might, and you do see that with some players. Sometimes you play better once you've gone down a goal. I personally do. I don't know about you, Casey, if it's the same for you, but sometimes it helps. One of the other competitors, Lisa Manley, she's known as the comeback queen because every time she goes 1-2-0 down, she just somehow comes back. And it's the same for Fabian as well. She's pretty much like that, isn't she?
Yeah, I think that they did go through that psychology session 2 days ago, and Matt taught them that when you do go down, it's all about your body language and how you interpret that. If you think that you get down on yourself, oh, that's one goal, now I'm not going to win, you're likely not going to come back. But if you treat it like, that's one goal, I have plenty of time, there's a whole nother leg, you're more likely to come back and have the confidence to, play your own game.
Yeah, I think mentality is a much bigger factor than people think, because every time I've played in tournaments, I'll go a goal down and I'm like, oh, that's it, I'm done, I'm out. But it's really your mentality, and I think it's the same we saw with Leah yesterday. She was saying, I'm not going to win a game, blah, 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 and she just locked in, and once she believes in herself, she's a really good player, and she won 2 games after not playing FIFA for a month because she's traveling so much.
Yeah, I do think it's very important. But it is interesting because Raquel didn't lose yesterday. So we haven't seen Raquel go down yet. Obviously, she's winning here, but you never know in the stages of the game. These are the best players. And so I think that once we see maybe her go down at some point, I'm interested to see how that goes. Obviously, we do need Jenny to equalize here, but I think it might happen. I don't know. It's my prediction, but I do think we still have a massive, massive game in our hand. 1 goal, it's only 1 penalty, a lot of more FIFA to play.
Yeah, and Jenny's biggest scoreline in the group stage was a 7-0 win versus France. So we know she can score goals. It's just whether she can do it right now and whether the pressure gets to her. But we are kicking off this game, Portugal versus Germany. Portugal are 1-0 up with Raquel. I just really hope we see a very end-to-end game here. I kind of want to see it go to extra time and potentially penalties,
Penalties are always fun. Not fun for them. It's fun for the viewer. It's fun for everyone in the chat right now, but it is a very stressful situation, so I know they're not looking for pens right now.
Probably not, no, but we do see Ronaldinho with the ball for Portugal with Davis. I think we are seeing Raquel pretty much playing very similarly with that possession-based game style, just trying to frustrate Jenny. She's being very, very calm. Crosses it over and switches sides of play into Hakimi, doing lots of twisting and turning, lots of roulette, step overs into the byline. Is she going to pass it in? Yes, she does. Go for Raquel. She makes it 2-0 on aggregate. Look at her face. You have those players that just sometimes they score and they're like, yeah, I scored.
Yeah, sometimes that is unavoidable there. But credit to Raquel. I think that, scoring a penalty, it's nice. It puts you up 1. But scoring an actual goal, and a skillful goal at that, is very, very important to her confidence.
Definitely, and you did see Jenny feel a bit disheartened there because it's so early on in the game, only 7 minutes in, and you've gone 2-0 down. But, you guys, pretty much she's got about 17 minutes left to make it 2-2, which is not impossible. But there has also been an early goal in the Brazil game, 1-0 to Brazil, 4-0 on aggregate. We are seeing the goal here, Neymar into that byline, very, very similar to Raquel. They are really using that mechanic of into the byline, cross it in, or low drift, pass it in. And, I think that seems to be what's working here. Similar goals, similar times on both sides. But, just look at Cecilia. She's very similar to Raquel, I think. Very calm and doesn't really show much emotion.
Yes, and she does have that gamer behind her, also from Brazil, and they're actually part of the same esports organization, Hummer Esports, both traveling from Brazil, and I know that they've enjoyed every single part of this trip. They've been able to experience parts of the world that without this FIFA competition, they never would have been able to see, which is amazing.
Yeah, and I think as well, Tata sort of has taken on that big sister role for Cecilia. She's always with Cecilia, making sure she's okay, and I think that's very comforting for Cecilia to have that behind her. But we might potentially see another goal here from Brazil. We do see, Yusra has got a little bit more defensive. Her team seems to be sitting back a lot more.
Yeah, we do see that, which is interesting because she does need goals at this point. And so I do think she also is maybe struggling a bit defensively, and so maybe that's why she shifted to a more defensive formation. But I don't know. We do have a lot of time left. We're in the 17th minute, and being down 4-0 can be very, very disheartening. But crazier things have happened, Alia. A little bit of constant press, and Yusuf can equally be back in the competition because she did have to win for her country. She did have a qualification tournament for Morocco. She won it, so she is the champion before. And I don't know, she could come back for this.
Definitely, but we are going to switch back to the Portugal and Germany game to see the action on that side. It is still 2-0. They did fully use their 60-second break. They get 3 60-second breaks to make whatever tactical changes that they want. But You know, we see again Raquel here with the possession. Hulit tries to pass it into R9 with that through ball, but straight to Van der Sar, unfortunately.
I mean, that type of thing is incredibly frustrating because you have an intent there to pass it to your striker, and it completely misses him. And so I know she's probably kicking herself, kicking the game a bit there for not being able to follow her plan. But it's one possession, and I think that, you know, Raquel is still feeling very, very confident here in this second leg.
Definitely, you know, I think we are seeing Jenny be still quite cautious. I think she is quite scared to lose that possession, but she wins it back really, really quickly. Hakimi sprinting down that line. Is she going to pass it back? Yes, she does. Into Bellingham. Borrows, twisting and turning back into Vieira to Hulit. Passes it straight in, tries to break through that defense, but Casey, that 5 back, it's just... It's very, very hard to break through.
It's almost impossible to penetrate, and that's why the majority of pro FIFA players are using it to this day. I mean, it's been pretty much overpowered for about 6 months here, and it's been consistent with every single FGS event, every single qualifier, and it's not a surprise that we're seeing it here in this competition as well, because a lot of these women are learning from other pros competing in events all over the world, whether it's ECL players, their own teammates at their esports organization. And so everyone's heard the word, 5 back is the way. Whether or not it is seen as the quote-unquote ratty formation, it does the job.
It does, you know, and I think that's why we saw Jenny start off with it, because she wanted to try that formation. But we do potentially see Jenny here with the goal, but no saved. I mean, I feel like it's coming. I feel like it's really, really going to come for Jenny.
I believe so too. And looking back at the other game, we do have another goal for Cecilia here. It is 5-0 aggregate, and here is the goal here. I mean, easy through ball. An extra pass there, and it is through on goal there for Cecilia. She almost makes it look easy, Alia.
I mean, I don't even know what to say when I watch Cecilia play. She's so good, but she did borrow the keeper again in that goal, and we saw it happen 2 times in the first leg. So it seems to be doing the trick for her, but we are going to switch back to the Portugal and Germany game. The possession is back with Jenny just at the end there with Hakimi. I think she's still playing very, very cautiously with the ball. Is with Vieira. Back to Hakimi. Passes it straight through to the edge of the box. Do we see an equalizer? No. I mean, she's nearly made it 1-1 in this second leg, but straight through to R9 again, just at the edge of the box into Hulit. Back to Roberto Carlos, passes it in. Is she free? R9 with the skills, nearly. Again, makes it 1-1 in this second leg. I mean, I think Jenny's fired up. I think she's going to come back from this, you know.
I think so as well. I mean, she's had a few unlucky circumstances here, a few unlucky saves, and I think that Raquel is, you know, wiping the sweat off her forehead because her keeper is doing the job today. And but I do see a little bit of momentum shifting in Jenny's way, and she's looking a bit more confident than we saw in the first leg.
Definitely, you know, I agree. I think she sort of thought, I've really got nothing to lose here. I need to just go for it. And we are seeing that. So I'm going to keep saying groovy now because you wrote it down. But we're going to see that groovy side come up from Jenny. And she's nearly equalized 3 times in a span of about a minute, really. I mean, I think it's coming.
I do too. I mean, at this point in the game, right, she has nothing to lose. She's looking at that trip to Australia for the Women's World Cup. If she doesn't win this game, she doesn't win it. She doesn't have a chance. Her trip here in the boot camp is over in terms of competition. And I mean, at this point, you risk it all.
Definitely. You know, if I was in Jenny's position, I'd just go for it because I'm already 2-0 down. I might as well just, I potentially would constant press and just be like, let me just go for it. But we do see Raquel here with that possession-based play. But Jenny is winning the ball back more frequently, I think. I think Raquel's struggling a little bit with the possession play. Bellingham just passes it back, and unfortunately it is halftime, 1-0 in this second leg. Very similar position that we were in the first leg as well, weren't we, Casey?
Yes, and we are back here over to the Brazil versus Morocco game. Again, the score is still 5-0 aggregate in favor of Cecilia from Brazil. But I mean, Alia, looking at this, we kind of did expect it. But I mean, I think that Cecilia is one of the most impressive players in this entire competition. We've chatted about it before. We do see her going a long way today. But again, we are about one more half of the game left to go. Do you think there's still a chance here for Yusa?
I think all Yusa needs is that one goal. You know, she did try to Trivela green time it just couple minutes ago, and I think she needs one goal, because it can get very disheartening when you go 1 goal, 2 goals, 3 goals down, and you just need one to really sort of fire you back up. And we are seeing her control this game so far. Ronaldinho just trying to get it into the box, but Cecilia is playing really, really defensively, and you know, sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. It's more of a ratty formation, as we'd say, but it's working here. As we see Mbappe through, potentially, is she going to make it 6? Yes, she does. 6-0 to Cecilia on aggregate. I mean, we knew she was one of the favorites going into this. She hasn't let that pressure get to her, has she?
Absolutely not. I mean, she doesn't even celebrate her own goals at this point. And I think that just shows how composed she is. Even at 18 years old, the fact that she can, you know, keep her calm, stay composed after scoring a goal. Because a lot of people, they celebrate. They maybe lose a bit of their focus. And she does not do that. She is always on top of it, even when she's up 5-0. Because some people could lose a bit of focus being up. You know, maybe they underestimate their opponent being up by so many goals. But no, she is still in the game for sure.
Definitely, and you know, being 18, it can be nerve-wracking, but nearly seeing a goal back from Yusra there. But, you know, I remember when I was 18, I wasn't that calm. I was a nervous wreck, and 18 was a long time ago for us. But, you know, it's very impressive when you think about how young they are and you remember how young you were at that stage. They're so composed.
I mean, absolutely. I was not competing in FIFA at that point, nor was I even at the level to do that. And so credits to them, because they're traveling across the world in a place that is unfamiliar to them and absolutely rocking it in this tournament right now.
Yeah, and you know, I think we are seeing it from Yusra. She's so young. This is her very first tournament ever, and she's performing so well. But we are going to switch back to the Portugal and Germany game. It is still 2-0 on aggregate. And again, we are seeing Raquel here with that possession. But Jenny, she's winning it back so much that I think she's getting more comfortable. The nerves aren't affecting her as much as they were in that first leg.
Absolutely. And I do think, though, we do need to see a goal here from Jenny. We are 56 minutes into this second leg. If we don't see one, Alia, within the next 10 minutes, do you think there's still a chance for Jenny, or do you think anything can happen?
You know, I think anything can happen, because I've watched games where it's 3-0 down at the 80th minute and they still equalize to make it 3-3. I think all Jenny needs is that one goal, because she's come so close so many times. We just hear the celebration behind us. Brazil have made it 7-0 with a Brazilian legend, safe to say, with Neymar. 7-0, the new team of the season card. You know, Neymar's always broken with the team of the season, so it's unsurprising. But we do see Raquel here crossing the ball all the way to Ronaldinho. He gets close to the line, but Jenny pushes it out, and I think she did trigger that pause. I think Jenny needs to make some big changes here. We are potentially seeing another goal by Brazil here as they tried to cross it into the far post, but successfully blocked by Yusra. I mean, Casey, if you were in Yusra's possession or if you were in Jenny's position, what would you be doing? I
mean, it's a little bit of a different situation here for Yusa than it is Jenny. If I'm in Jenny's position, she has about 40 minutes to come back for 2 goals. That is very, very doable. I think she needs to go all-out attack. She needs to put on the press, and it's either going to go her way and she'll get the ball back very, very quickly, or it'll pull her players out of position. Hopefully that is not the case, but at this point, you kind of got to do the Hail Mary situation and go all in. If you're Yusa, you're taking the most risk possible. Being down 7-0 is almost an impossible feat, but I just hope she maybe will be able to put a couple goals back, because that might spark her inspiration and creativity to hopefully get some more goals after that.
Definitely, you know, and I think just looking at the formation that she's playing now, I think she has switched to a constant press, because Cecilia is breaking through her defense much easier, and there's really no one there. But we are now back with the Portugal and Germany game. I mean, Jenny's winning possession back so much better than she was. I really hope she gets 1 goal here, because I think she deserves a goal at least.
She's definitely put in the work, and I think that if this were a 3-leg situation, it would be a much different, you know, opportunity here for Jenny, because I think that she just got a little more confident too late in the game, and I hope it's not too late. But again, we're only 65 minutes in. She's got plenty of time here. She's still working the ball up the pitch around the box very, very well. And so if she puts one back here, we got a game in our hands.
Definitely, you know, I think she is being very, very careful there. Rashford nearly breaking it through to the center of the box, but it is back with Hakimi. She tries to cross it in, but blocked. However, she manages to keep that possession. Bellingham into Rashford, just at the edge of the box there, tries to scoop turn it, but unfortunately for her, Raquel successfully blocks it, and the possession is back with her again.
It was also a very impressive defensive situation there for Raquel, and I do think we need to give credit where it is due. Raquel is defending her very, very well. Again, we have a very groovy player here, and we don't see that in this game as much, and that is credit to Raquel's defensive skills there.
Definitely, you know, but we are just going to see out the end of the Brazil and Morocco game. Brazil are still winning 7-0 on aggregate, and, you know, I think we have to give so much credit as well to Yusra. You know, we've mentioned a few times now, this is her very first tournament, but I mean, I think Cecilia was just trying that to see if it works for her semi-final game. But, you know, as we were saying, Yusra's first ever tournament, a LAN event as well. She's so young. She made it to the top 8. Out of 24 players, it's safe to say we could probably say she's top 8 female in the world for FIFA, and I think that's something to be very, very proud of.
Absolutely, and I think that she performed really, really well in the group stage. It's just unfortunate that she went against Cecilia in the first round here because it's a hard battle to fight.
It is, you know, but 7-0 to Cecilia. She makes it through to the semi-finals, but we can just see them here. Lots of sportsmanship. I think, you know, the Moroccan coach just gave her a little kiss on the cheek. Brazil make it through to the semi-final. And we are just going to see Portugal and Germany to see who Cecilia will face in that first semi-final. And Raquel makes it 2-0 in the second leg. I think it's safe to say at this current stage, we are going to see Cecilia and Raquel match up in that first semi-final, which is going to be a very, very intense game.
Oh my goodness, I am so excited for that game. Again, we still have a few minutes left here. Here is the goal that we did have for Raquel. She pretty much just runs it straight into the box. Easy pass to the left side of the goalkeeper. I mean, that's an easy goal to make.
Yeah, you know, two of her goals, she's got 3, 1 a pen. Her last 2 goals have been the exact same goals. Go to the byline, low drive, pass it in, and just score. And I think that's working for her, but I do think Raquel will have to be careful when she faces Cecilia, because Cecilia is such a good defender that might not work for her. And, you know, whenever these players are practicing, they do practice against pros and tell the pros, can you do this against me so I can learn how to defend this? So it's going to be a very, very tight game. But we do see here Raquel again trying to go to that byline, but successfully intercepted by Jenny as she tries to make another attack here at the 85th minute. Mbappe passes it through to Davis as he tries to run to the byline, but successfully blocked again by Raquel. You know, Raquel, like you were saying, Casey, just such a good defender. Tries to go for that long ball, successfully gets it to Neymar, but blocked by Virgil van Dijk. I mean, 3 minutes left in the game. Casey, I think at this point, she's not really going to come back anymore, is she?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very, very shocked if she did come back. But I've been so impressed with Raquel. And again, she's signed to Rio Ave FC, the esports team and football team as well. And so, but she's been in the Portuguese FIFA scene for so long. And so it's no shock. She's a veteran in this scene. It's definitely not the first time she's been sitting in a chair like this and had the lights on her. She's a 3-time national champion, and this is what she does. Definitely.
And, you know, she actually came second in the ECL Portuguese qualifier. So she's up there as one of the best players in the world. But 3-0 to Raquel. She makes it to that first semi-final. Raquel versus Cecilia. Let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to win that one. But, I mean, Casey, we've seen 2 very, very good games with 4 incredible players.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. But we are going to throw it over to Inter, who is going to host some interviews for you guys.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few hugs around here. It's been amazing. We're going to our first semi-finalist, Raquel, and I'm going to. Sorry, yeah, I'll just go down. I'll go down. It's fine. I'm very tall. This is the thing. All right. What is your first view on being the first semi-finalist in this big of a LAN tournament?
Honestly, I feel happy being on this big tournament that is this Bootcamp, the FameHerGame Bootcamp, the first organized by Fifae. It's very important for us to be here, and especially for me to be here. I've been playing since FIFA 20. I've won nationally a couple of titles, and just going out to the semi-final, I feel very accomplished. And I just want to congratulate Jenny. First of all, 16 years old, a great talent, the future of FIFA.
That's great words for Jenny. Just want to go back to your game, because we've played each other actually a lot quite as well. Yeah, but you won against me a couple of times too. I remember your Crespo, like, yeah, it was a nightmare for me. I wake up in a nightmare sometimes. The thing is, the second game, what would you like to say to your Edwin van der Sar? Because he has been an angel on you.
Thank you so much.
Will you ever? I think you can't take him out of your team anymore, can you?
No, actually, my coach Diego, he wanted me to go with Ellison, and I said van der Sar because van der Sar.
I think you proved your coach wrong, definitely. Final question to you. You've got like this trademark. I don't know. You probably know yourself. Like going down the goal line. It's very, very difficult to defend. Do you practice this a lot?
Yes, I do practice. I think it's a move that in this FIFA especially it works very well, and it can be very well defended. So I think I scored 2 goals that way. Jenny couldn't defend, so it's practically undefendable. And yeah, I practice, of course, that move and the other moves, but it's a mechanic that the pro players use. And I think I'm a pro player, so I have to use it.
You're a semi-finalist. You're definitely a pro player. Good luck to the semi-finals. We'll get back to you. Get back to Rachel, I'd say.
Yeah, thanks so much, Inter, and brilliant words there from Raquel as well. Obviously one of our more mature women in the game, and really bigging up one of the younger competitors in the form of Jenny. I'm sure we'll see a bright future from the German athlete. Well, this is the bracket then, what we have just seen. Cecilia making it through, that was the script. It hasn't changed much from what we predicted. And then Raquel, of course, as well. We just got the interview from her. She also makes her way safely, still undefeated, the pair of them into those semi-finals. They'll come a little bit later. Of course, we have 2 more quarterfinals to bring you as well. They're getting ready behind us. We'll bring you those in a short while. But let's come back onto the set here. It's getting super busy in this studio as well, which I love to see. So many people coming out to support these women. And you'll notice a competitor from yesterday. She's a big face in the FIFA name, Leah Ravel from Canada. She's the busiest woman I know as well. She's been traveling the world just to get here. She came here via Vancouver, I believe, as well. Leah, you played yesterday. You were in Group D. You didn't make it today, but you played so well. I'm very impressed. I said that earlier on camera. I said, my good friend Leah, she got 2 wins. How did you find it?
Listen, I expected 0 wins, so I'm okay with 2. I haven't played FIFA in over a month, so that's lovely. Not bad.
But because you've been traveling, I'm just going to add that she does grind out the game.
I do. For sure. No, but I think I was proud of my performance. Like I said, I didn't anticipate playing as well as I did, and I think some nerves, maybe some composure, some words of wisdom from some of the better FIFA players in the room, but 2 wins, we take that. Not bad for a menu streamer, right?
You had Jenny in your group as well, and Leah was just telling me off camera, she was so tough, and obviously, Inter, you just chatted to Raquel, who defeated Jenny there. Why was she so difficult out there? Because Raquel didn't have an easy ride either.
Yeah, I think that I had a higher scoreline, but my game against Jenny, she was just very possession-based. She was very, very hard to break down, and I think that builds frustration in an opponent as well. So naturally, I don't have the pro player experience on the big stage, so I was getting frustrated because I wasn't able to create chances or find space, and every pass, every through ball, every attack that I had, she just intercepted and scored a couple on me. But she's a fabulous player, and I learned a lot from all of them.
Yeah, I think all the women have learnt so much, haven't they, over the course of the couple of games. And we were watching Jenny play as well, and we were looking at what Raquel did at halftime. We were like, she's gone really narrow. Is Jenny going to go wide? She didn't quite do that and get a couple of goals. But this is also kind of the start of a long journey for all these women, and they'll just kind of grow into these competitions. What do you think Jenny will take away from that experience, not only here, but on the big stage in front of all of us talking about her?
Yeah, well, first of all, Raquel gave her the compliments, and she's so young. It's unbelievable. It's the first like really big event, by FIFA, obviously, and she'll definitely take this experience with her. She's a very good player. I think like these switches we were talking about, like Raquel like cemented the middle of her game, like her goal area and stuff like that. If she like could come across via the wings and stuff like that. These things are very hard to switch to, especially if you're not used to it. So she'll definitely take a lot of experience, and I think a very fun time back to where she's from.
Raquel is now acting as translator, I believe. She's obviously multilingual. She's helping Cecilia there with her interviews in Portuguese with That a Gamer. She's now changed. We actually taught them all about creating content. She is now the camera woman. I love that she's using some of the skills that we taught her in the workshops a little bit earlier on in the week. Leah, Inter and I were chatting about the experience from our side of the fence as kind of like the hosts here this week. Obviously, you've been a part of it from a gaming perspective and from a woman. How has it been to meet all these women that you chat to online, but you never really get to see? Obviously, we work a lot together, casting and commentating FIFA. It's usually with the men. How inspiring has this been to come and be a part of this?
It's almost, I guess the word I would use is revolutionary. Wow, not bad, eh? Like I'm a thesaurus. No, but it's amazing because obviously, even 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when I started, there were just a few, and it's only been a couple years, and already there are 25 competitors and lots of other support here with friends and family and whatever. So I think it's really amazing to see an event that's put on just for women and being able to meet everyone and kind of build those relationships. Girls got to stick together, you know?
I want some gossip as well from in the camp. Who believes they've got what it takes to win today?
It's hard to say. Diana is very confident. I played her in Group D yesterday, and I think that she could go all the way. Raquel's also very confident. Fabian also I'm naming all the semifinalists.
I asked for one, classic, just goes away with it.
It's a very political answer. No, I think anyone on this stage, Cecilia as well, obviously just coming off of a win, has that confidence going into this one. I think anyone that's still left in the competition has what it takes to be the winner, so.
Yeah, exactly. I know one woman behind me, you can see her just over my shoulder. She's representing England. She definitely believes she can win, and that's Lisa Manley.
She hears you, huh?
She's an Elon-esque. Of course she can hear me.
Very seriously as well.
She's just...
Yeah, there we go. That's a smile. Yeah, there we go.
We know you hear us, Lisa.
She's obviously up against a strong opponent in Fabian, who is on your screen now as well. She was undefeated in her group. Lisa was as well, but actually had to settle for a draw against Cecilia, who we just saw go through. Not that that's going to dent her confidence. She did manage, Lisa I'm talking about, to score quite a lot of goals. These guys have played each other before. Lisa kind of likes to forget about those, I believe. But what do you expect we're going to see from this matchup? Both of these women really want this. I'm not saying the others don't, but they kind of talk up their chances as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think Lisa has really something she wants to prove. Like, she's very proud to wear the badge and, like, be here. And she's very fanatic. We talked to her yesterday night, actually. She really thinks she can go through. And that's really good. That's the spirit we need. Same goes for Fabian, of course. But Fabian's a bit more calm. She doesn't really express the emotions during the game and maybe even after. I think we're going to see a lot of emotions from Lisa. And, ice in the veins by Fabian. We're going to keep saying these ice in the veins. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
Well, we can't take Nicholas 99FC. He's obviously one of our male players. That's his nickname. We have to come up with a new one. Let's get our thinking caps on, guys. This is the other side then of the quarterfinals. We have Diana. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. She's had a bit of a sickness bug this morning. She's back though. She's in her seat. I've just spoken to her. She said she feels okay. She's taking on Miss Vanessa. And then we just mentioned it. We've got Fabian taking on Lisa Manley. I really can't call it between any of these 4 players. And I was just having a little look behind Diana as well. She's got a quite notable guy behind her, Francisco Cruz. Obviously, he was the winner at the FIWC many years ago, back in 2011. He now kind of really helps out the Portuguese FIFA scene. He actually, at the moment, represents FPF eFootball. So if anyone's got a little bit of an ace card up their sleeves, I'm going to say it's Diana. Raquel obviously speaks to him a lot as well. But Francisco's decided to sit behind Diana there, who's had a bug. You know, I'm sure he's given her a bit of a team talk. But how inspired would you be if you had a world champion on your shoulder guiding you through this event?
I think Diana is already very confident. I think she hears us. She's already very confident. She already has that passion for the game. She knows what she's capable of. And I think having someone like Francisco behind her will just elevate her confidence and get her all the way. I only have played her once, obviously. I'm not 100% familiar with her playstyle. I would assume she's very composed. That kind of goes hand in hand with confidence. But having a coach behind you just allows you that little extra, room for error, because you have them to talk you off of ledges. You have them to tell you when to switch formations. You have them to tell you when to take a breath.
Again, Diana topped her group yesterday. She was undefeated, but she did get a draw against our Polish player. Again, how much do you read into yesterday's results, Inter?
Well, especially the game you just mentioned, the one against Claudia, it was insane. Like, I think, Claudia was leading 2-0, and Diana came back to 3-2, and it ended in a 3-3. It was a very, very tough game. It was really, really nice to look at. Actually, I just remembered that I've actually played Diana before, and she beat me 5-2. Yeah, it's again, the night bears keep coming up, but no, I think she's a really, really good player, and it's going to be tight games, all these 4.
Yeah, well, you can just see over Diana's shoulder, that is Vanessa from Belgium. She's her opponent this time out. And there was 2 Belgian players, of course, represented. Melanie as well. I think she's in the camp as well, as is Michael, her coach, just behind her here. Again, it's really important to have this support network around you. This, again, is Vanessa's first time on a big LAN event. She's a little bit nervous, apprehensive.
It was her first flight, actually.
Coming into, exactly, bit nervous, apprehensive coming into this. Again, was feeling a little bit unwell on Wednesday, has overcome that, is here, and you really saw her come out of her shell yesterday when she just started playing the game she loves, of course, FIFA. She just grew into herself and, then felt much more comfortable being on this big stage into.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the nerves are really getting to all the players here, and that's, logical. It's such a big event. It's a very big podium. I think everything's really impressive. Like, from my perspective, I've played a lot of tournaments, but I've never played like this big of a tournament with LAN and all these lights. I think they could be overwhelmed by that, but they should keep their focus. And like you said, if they're feeling well, they're going to smash it.
Yeah, well, we'll be getting going in a short while. I'm going to see if I can go and sneak behind me and go and chat to somebody, because that's what I do here. Let's go up here and see if Lisa will talk to us. Yeah, of course she will. Hi, Lisa. You could hear us giving you some fabulous words there. You're now an E-Lioness player. You don't have a coach behind you. Have you got a coach in your ears?
I have, yeah.
And what advice has he been giving you, or she been giving you, over the last couple of days?
Just to be confident with how I play, don't be nervous, and just go for it. Whatever happens, happens.
And how are you feeling? I think since I met you, you've evolved as a player. You used to get a little bit nervous. Now you seem like a completely different player, much more composed. Is that something you've been working on?
I think it's just all the tournaments I've done recently. I think, it's given me confidence, and now I'm not nervous, so hopefully I can bring it into the game.
Got a tough opponent in Fabian. What do you make of her?
She's the best female in the world, so in my opinion. So obviously it's going to be a tough game, but you've got to beat the best to be the best. So whatever happens, happens.
Well, good luck representing the 3 Lions, of course, on your shirt. We'll go down. Let's see if we can jump over the other side. A lot of activity over there. Let's just come up here. Let's go to Sweets Fabs. Let's see if she'll talk to us. Hi, Fabian. Quick note on what Lisa just said to you. In her opinion, you are the best player in the world right now. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I don't think I'm the best. I don't like to say that, because I think here are a lot of great players, and we are all here because of a reason. And it will be a tough game, but the better one wins.
I felt like you kind of went under the radar yesterday. You just quietly go about your business without making a massive hoo-ha about it. How are you going to approach this game today? You can explode onto the scene here on the finals day.
Yeah, I don't like to have that much attention because I'm a shy person and I'm just doing my thing and I just do what I can best. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've heard from Fabian there. Best player in the world, according to Lisa Manley. Let's go over here. It's getting pretty busy in here. Diana's smiling at me, which obviously means she wants to chat to me. I'm going to come in here. Sorry. You know, this is what I do before we go into battle. You've been ill. I've been telling everyone on broadcast. I've got to ask how you're feeling at the moment.
I'm actually feeling better than I was yesterday, so I think that's a good sign. It was a little bit of a step back, of course, but it's not going to mean anything right now because I'm fine, I'm ready, and I just want to roll.
Keeping her at arm's length, I'm not going to get in there. She might pass on her sickness bug to me. Francisco, just a quick word as well. How much do you know about Diana's game, and is she ready?
I think she's ready. As she said, she speaks English way better than me. So if she says she's ready, she's ready.
Have you had to help her much? Have you given her much advice, or does she know exactly what she's doing? She seems like a quite self-assured person.
She knows better than me, actually, but I'm here to help her feel more comfortable and confident. So I'm here to help her.
Great. And obviously Vanessa is next door. Vanessa, I'll ask you one quick question. Obviously you've had a couple of moments as well this week. You said you didn't feel that great on Wednesday. You absolutely came out of your shell yesterday and looked like you were having the time of your life, were you?
Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It has been an amazing occasion. I just felt way better yesterday. I was on a roll, really. Yeah.
And what were your thoughts when we heard that Diana was a little bit unwell? Because surely you want to get as much experience as possible and play as many games of FIFA. Did you think you might get someone else to play and it was kind of, making you feel a little bit uncomfortable, or were you just kind of focusing on your game?
I don't know. I just focus on my game. I know how good she is. She's a very good player. So I'm just going to here to try my best, really.
Yeah, well, that's what you can do. Try your best, of course. Good luck, Vanessa, Diana as well. Obviously representing Belgium. Portugal, let's go back over here. Almost time to get started. Quarterfinal 3 and 4. Well, you heard from Francisco there. Diana knows more than a world champion. I mean, what did you make of that?
It's not surprising. It's not surprising at all. She was my first matchup yesterday, and so obviously going into the competition with the nerves that I had, I was very stressed, and I knew that genuinely, I thought it would be 10-0 plus. But I had a really good game, and maybe that was some focus, some nerves, but she's a great player. Maybe she went easy on me a little bit. But I will expect big things from her.
We hear a lot of people talk like Fabian did there as well, the fact that they don't really like to big up their chances. Is that just something as a pro player you don't want to give too much away, especially in the early stages of a competition?
I think so. I think a little bit of both. I think there's maybe some humility in there too. Girls being girls, we don't want to put anyone down. We don't want to, make anyone feel stressed. But I think if we see either, whether it's Lisa or Fabian, whether it's Vanessa or Diana, once one of them comes out on top, I think maybe it shifts a little bit.
And what did you make of what Lisa said as well? The fact that she's sitting there in her pod getting ready to play against Fabian and then calls Fabian, in her opinion, one of the best women in the game right now.
I think I would agree. I've played all fours.
I mean in terms of like her saying that to her opponent when they're about to play. Does that put her on the back foot?
I don't know. I think for Lisa, it's maybe mind games.
Ooh.
She knows. Lisa also knows what she's capable of. She knows what kind of player Fabian is. Lisa and Fabian have also played several times, so I think it could be just, don't want to say too much, want to say the right thing, and just focus on the game.
Yeah, and I guess in terms of Fabian, her opponent as well, while we're just keeping the pictures on Lisa, when you're a German player, you have a lot to live up to as well. The fact that, Mo Auer from Focus won the World Cup a couple of years back. You want to kind of continue in that form of competition and winning. Does that kind of go into things as well?
I think so. Obviously, Fabian being signed to Focus, she has Mo Auer, she has a team behind her, Dylan, Mike, Musty. She was the first woman to qualify for FGS, so yeah, a lot on the line for her as well.
Right, the games have started. Quarterfinals 3 and 4. You know, Inter Jansen's up there, but Samantha Miller is joining our casting setup as well. She was a former pro player for both West Ham and Tottenham Hotspur. We are delighted to have her with us this weekend. Sam, over to you.
Great to be here, Rachel. Thank you for the intro. This game has kicked off. As you alluded to, it is Lisa Manley versus Fabian, two players that myself and Inter know fairly well, and I'm very intrigued to see how these two set up against each other. Lisa actually said to Fabian yesterday she doesn't remember if they've played each other, and Fabian's response was, "We did and I beat you." So Fabian clearly remembers, and for me it's going to be a tight affair, and I'm looking forward to this one. And so far the game has kicked off and it's already a corner for Lisa.
I think it looked like a corner, but it is actually a throw-in. I thought it was really close. The flag, I think, decided. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this, Sam. I hope you are as well. It's going to be a very, very tight game, I think. I hope the nerves are not going to get them too much. If they both play their own game, should be really fine, and it's going to be really entertaining. That's one thing for sure.
Well, Fabian is with the ball now for Germany. She's trying to play it into the box, twisting and turning. She's laid off for a shot. Brilliant save, and Fabian with a really quick start there for Germany. And Lisa is going for the quick counter-attack. Fabian's forced her backward. She's having to start again with her back line. And Lisa was telling me yesterday that Musiala is a player she likes to play with who scored a lot of goals for her yesterday in the group stages. And I have a feeling this game is going to be really end-to-end. It's Lisa with possession now for England. She qualified as an E-Lioness. And right now Fabian's intercepted. And it looks like there's potentially been a goal in the other game. We will get back to that. But for now, it's Fabian in the box with Germany. She's squared it back. Is she going to score?
Surely! Van der Sar. We've seen that before. Sorry for interrupting.
Well, let's take a look at the goal from the other game, where it is Portugal versus Belgium. And a brilliant finish there from Portugal. Loving the celebration. Inter, just talk us through that goal.
Yeah, it's Vanessa taking the lead there. And I think we're going back to the game. It's Lisa in attack, and it's the first goal! It's Lisa who gets the first one in this game, in this first leg of the two quarter-finals.
Brilliant finish there. Mbappe is absolutely fired it home into the roof of the net, and that will give Lisa a lot of confidence. And knowing Lisa and her style as a FIFA player, and it looks like Fabian could get one back, but just going back to my earlier point, Lisa said that sometimes when she scores a goal early, she actually sits back a lot. So I'm intrigued to see if she will do that, or if she just will go out all-out attack and try and cushion that lead with a second goal. But we know that with Fabian as a player, she's so calm and relaxed that it doesn't faze her at all when she does go 1-0 down. She's always got a solution. She's a very creative player, we know that. But it is Lisa driving into the box now, might go for the crossing option. She's gone backwards. Let's see if she can get the ball into the box. She has. She's finding space. Some quick passing there, intercepted by Fabian, but great play there by Lisa.
Yeah, definitely. And like Lisa mentioned before, actually, she says, I'm having a lot of trouble with defending. I hear there's another goal in the other game. We're going to switch back to that real quick. There we go. And I think it's Portugal. Diana is coming for the 1-1. There we go. What a goal. Great play in the box. A lot of space there, actually.
Brilliant game over there, very tight. The same as this one we've got in front of us, and Lisa, I can just imagine she'll be absolutely ecstatic to take that early lead in this first half, and she'll want to maintain that. At the moment she's keeping possession really well, but we know that Fabian can pounce on her at any moment. But you can see that 1-0 lead has given Lisa a lot of confidence, and here she goes again. She's looking to get the ball in the box as quickly as possible on multiple occasions now. Will she find the cross here? She's playing the ball out wide, and she keeps opting to find the player just at the edge of the box.
Musiala! Oh my God, her favorite player. It was insane. She just flicked up the ball there, and we know there's something special with Lisa when Musiala has that ball. So Fabian should keep this in mind. I think okay, Musiala is the one player Lisa really, really can't get in the ball around the edge of the box. It would be really, really, dangerous in this case, I'd say. And it's Lisa again attacking. She is very, very pacey with the passing, and that's very difficult to defend. The cross, and it's on the bar. It's on the bar. Look at the reaction by Lisa. She didn't know how it went on the bar. It was like 6 meters between the player and the goal. It should have really gone in there. Maybe a bit of luck by Fabian. Let's see what she can respond to that.
Well, Fabian's in possession now. She does keep looking to get the ball into Mbappe on the right, but right now she's got it on the left. She's gone central with Ronaldo. And Lisa once again intercepting, and Lisa seems to be reading Fabian's movement extremely well. I feel like she's really studied Fabian's play, and actually Lisa did say that her coach has looked into exactly how Fabian plays, and they're looking to counter that and defend against it, and so far it seems to be working.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Lisa, she acts really calm, but we know her from the past year. She's been really nervous before these games, before these big games especially, and of course the quarterfinal is one of the big games. And she is facing the number 735 of the world according to FIFA GG. Fabian is up there. She's a very big player who has actually played on international tournaments as well, at least qualified, and it's insane to see these two players who have been around for so long competing against each other. And Lisa is like, I think she's in a very good position right now.
Well, we are going to go to the other game. Now it's half time, and Lisa with the 1-0 lead. But here back in the other game, Portugal against Belgium, Diana against Vanessa, 1-0. Very close game so far. Are we about to see another goal? Who do you think could edge this one?
Oh, it's really difficult. Like I said, I've played Diana once, and she is really hard to defend. Like she's really unpredictable, so to say, with her attacking. But I think Vanessa's doing really well. This is a trademark for Vanessa. I was going to say what she does really often is the R1 square button together. Like you get this lofted pass, but it usually comes to the player you want, and it's very effective, especially at these positions. And it is it's a bicycle kick, but it hasn't gone in. That's, I think, very lucky for Diana. And she's going to try and respond there. But Vanessa's got a lot of players back in position. That's really interesting to see. And it's half-time in this game as well.
Well, I think at half-time, Vanessa will be pleased with her performance. And we will shortly go back to the other game because the second half has kicked off between Lisa and Fabian, and it's a very close affair. Like I said earlier, I thought it might be. These two really have figured out each other's game plans, and I know that there was a lot of talk of Fabian actually trying to change her style, change her formation. She likes the 4-3-2-1, but also she's trying to learn to play with 5 at the back, because when you play with 5 at the back, you keep a bit more possession and you try not to concede early, but she did concede early. So how do you think Fabian will be feeling right now?
Well, to be honest, we've mentioned it way too many times now, but she is really calm, and I think she's one of the players. She could come down like 2-0 and still feel very confident in this game. She knows her qualities, she knows what she's doing, and but it's Lisa being very offensive and very attacking, and I think it's very good to see that she's really confident in this important of a match.
Well, Fabian's with Ronaldinho. We know he's got some skills in his locker, and she's just passed it into Bellingham and Musiala.
What a goal!
Brilliant finish once again. Mbappe, Fabian finding that all-important equaliser. Absolutely outstanding from Fabian. A lovely little turn and a finesse. She'll be extremely pleased with that.
She'll definitely be really extremely pleased, I was going to say. Like, put it up there. Mbappe, 97, a red card. It looks wonderful, this card. And a very important goal for Fabian. I think, Lisa should just keep doing what she's doing. Like, she's keeping possession, but there was a mistake in the defense there. She selected her defender, stepped forward, which caused enough room for Fabian to make the skill and put it in the net.
Mbappe's found Ronaldo. You can see Fabian's finding her flow now, switching between Bellingham and Musiala. She loves using Bellingham, we know that. She's trying to play the ball into Bellingham as much as possible, and it's Ronaldinho!
Oh, there we go!
Ronaldo nearly with Fabian's second. Fabian has found some confidence. We mentioned earlier that Fabian can create things out of nothing. She's really creative, so if things aren't going her way, she's able to turn things around, as we have just seen. But right now it is Mbappe for Lisa with England, and we heard a cheer going on in the background.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out what's happened soon. But right now it's Bellingham for Fabian.
Audience is starting to mingle in as well. People are getting more emotional at the time is running up. And we see a lot of more space for Fabian compared to the first half. It's interesting to see. But before we talk about that, we're going to go back to the goal from Belgium against Portugal. Vanessa against Diana. And I believe it's going to be Diana with the goal. Yes, green time. This is, execution perfectly. It's great how she scored that. And I think she deserved it overall.
Well, we know that Diana is really good at coming back. We know we called Lisa the comeback queen, but maybe we've got to give that crown to Diana. And we're back with England, Germany, Fabian against Lisa. And right now, it is Fabian on the counter-attack. She's played the ball out wide. She's got it with Ronaldinho. She's waiting for the space to open up, some quick passing. Lisa's read it so well to intercept. And that's what Lisa's done well all game, actually, intercepting Fabian's movement. And Lisa, every time she does intercept, she's trying to break forward as quickly as possible, but also going back to her defense in those right moments as well.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see Lisa's having a lot of trouble defensively when Fabian is using the width of the pitch, because then she passes it back to the middle. Before I continue, there's Gullit around the box. Still there? Is it going to be? Surely not. Okay, great defense by Fabian, and we've got another goal, and I think it's going to be Vanessa who's going to draw. Yes, it is 2-2. What a match we're looking at! It's insane. Like, we should keep switching, because it's honestly so many goals we're looking at.
We don't know which game to keep an eye on. There's so much going on, a lot happening in both. So make sure you stay tuned. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss the action. And right now, it's with Fabian. Ronaldo, and a great save from Van der Sar. We know he's so iconic in the game. He's made some outstanding saves.
Wow, they're listening to us. We're actually watching both teams at the same time. Yeah, of course, you don't know where to look. You genuinely don't know. And it is... Oh, it was almost Diana to take the lead there, and I'm looking at two screens at the same time. It's just so much thing are going on. It's insane, but I love this about FIFA. I love this about the community as well. And definitely stay tuned, because this is going nuts.
Well, we have 2 draws at the moment. We don't see this very often, actually, in FIFA. Usually someone's winning, someone's got that edge, but to see 2 draws shows how tight this competition is and how competitive it is. And I remember Lisa saying to me, she feels like if she can beat Fabian in the... wow! That was utterly amazing. I have to say that nearly took us off the edge of our seats.
Honestly, I almost fell off. I'm not even kidding. No, look, we talked about this with Lisa yesterday.
Yeah, we
did. She said, okay, I talked to my coach, and Fabian really knows that I use these trivellas a lot, so I'm not going to use them against Fabian. And then we saw one here, and it just hit the bar. So I think... she had a lot of space there, and it's very difficult as a defender, in this case Fabian, to switch from attacking the ball or laying back a bit. You can't do both, and if the opponent is laying back, the trivela is very effective, and we just saw that.
Well, I actually heard that Lisa has mastered the Burro Trivela. After qualifying for this, she's been practicing with #Stokes, who's a professional player, and he's been teaching her, because he was doing it against her, and then she went, hang on a minute, I'm getting beaten by the Burro Trivela. Let me catch up and start doing that myself, and now it's really paying off for her, actually. But she did say that Fabian's likely to know that she does it, which makes it a bit predictable. So I think Lisa will vary her movements, vary her skills in this game, and we'll see a bit of a mix from Lisa. And here it is, a ball over the top.
I think it's offside, unfortunately. It was R9 going through, but it was slightly offside, so we're still looking at a draw. The end of this game is coming, but there's been a goal in the other game between Belgium and Portugal, and I think we're going to switch to that at the moment. So let's head to there. Yeah, there we go. Great. It is Vanessa actually taking the lead. I was going to say what a pass to R9, but she didn't. She passed it back to Ronaldinho, which was very unpredictable. And 3-2 lead in the 80th minute. for Vanessa, for Belgium, and wow.
Nice celebration
that
there.
celebration. I love Dino, and I love the celebration.
Would you pick it when you play FIFA? Do you start with Ronaldinho?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have like the luxury to be able to use these players. So if I could, I definitely would, because he's one of my favorite players of all time. But yeah, he's just so usable in the game as well. He's so flexible, so dynamic, and that's really important in this game.
Okay, wow, what a game we have on our hands. Belgium, Portugal, Vanessa leading 3-2. But we know that Diana can come back. Do you have belief?
Yeah, no, definitely. You called her like the comeback queen. We might change it to the comeback queen. So yeah, she's gonna have to prove that in order to get that title, definitely. But in this case, it is yeah, it's really tight. It's Belgium actually who is attacking again. Vanessa, she's doing really well so far, and I think she's really impressing me. Like I didn't know her really well as a player, but she is definitely putting her name up there.
Well, what I do know about Vanessa is she plays football as a goalkeeper.
Wow.
She does darts, and she was a semi-pro volleyball player.
Wow.
So a bit of variety there. She knows sport, she knows how to be competitive, and that could give her a bit of an edge, as we're seeing now. But you cannot write Diana off, because Diana is so competitive. She's got that mentality, and it wouldn't surprise me if she does manage to get an equaliser again, as we've already seen her do today. But it's great to see such a competitive matchup between these two players right now, and there's a lovely ball over the top.
Wow, great defending there by Diana. And I think she's gonna have to go forward in order to get one more attack before the game ends, the first leg. And there we go. It is Ronaldo. Is she gonna cross it into the box? She's not. She's trying to keep possession. I think Diana made the wrong choices there. But in the end, 3-2 Vanessa against Diana. It's the first leg over, and we're really looking forward to going to that second leg. And yeah, it's incredible. I'm seeing two well entertaining matches. What do you think?
I am very hyped for the second leg, because I feel like Diana's going to be on a mission now. And I think it will be very interesting to see if Diana can pull one back in the second leg. And we saw yesterday, actually, in the group stages, that Vanessa had that calmness about her, and even if she did go down, she was able to pull one back. So who's your money on?
Oh, this is a really difficult. It depends how much. If it's all my money, I'm not going to. Like, honestly, I have no clue who to put it on. I slightly gave the edge to Diana, but now I'm really not sure, obviously, because of the score. But also, I think Diana seems a bit nervous. Like, the choices she's making, especially in the last part. Let's go to the scores of the knockout. So yeah, it's really entertaining. The first draw against Fabian against Lisa, and Vanessa with a 3-2 here. You can see again. But Diana, like I was saying, she seems a bit more nervous than Vanessa. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I think Diana will find her rhythm soon, because I think she's that type of player where she's got such a driven personality, and also she's a very emotional player. She shows her emotions, she says how she feels, and if she can maintain that and utilise it in a positive way, I think she's got every chance of coming back. We've already seen how tight it is between the two. They're quite similar. They're obviously on a similar level in terms of the scoreline, so we'll have to see if Diana is able to turn it around in the second half. But I mean, we actually also have to mention the match we've just seen between Fabian and Lisa. Again, very close. Did you expect it to be that close? I know I said that I did.
Yeah, well, I think you're right on that one. I did expect it to be really close, and I think we still got a show put on there. I'm really curious on what the tactical change is going to be, both for Fabian and for Lisa in this case, because I think, yeah, I don't know. Would you change your tactics? Like, for me personally, I would stick to my own game, but maybe it's for you, it's different.
I think you could go potentially high pressure, and especially if you're Diana and really wanting to get a goal now, just really put on the pressure. But then I guess you could leave yourself a bit exposed at the back. You don't want to concede another goal. So having been a FIFA player yourself, what would you do? You would stick to it?
Yeah, well, to be honest, talking Diana to Vanessa, it's a really tough call. But talking Fabian and Lisa, I don't know. I think Lisa would have a bit more dominance as a personality to like say, okay, I'm going to attack a bit more now. I'm not going to constant pressure because then you take a lot of risks defensively. But we'll see. I think I haven't seen any tactical changes yet so far. So we'll have to wait for that, definitely.
Well, we have kicked things off between Fabian and Lisa. It's Fabian out wide here with Frimpong. She's eager to get an early goal in this second leg. We'll have to see what happens, but having conceded early in the first leg, I think she'll want to do the same this time round.
But yeah, the thing is, you can like compare it a bit to chess, like who's going to make the first moves and who's going to try tactically to get through the defense, because obviously it's very difficult to like put yourself out there and like full out attack because the risks are really high at this stage. So I'd say it's going to be like a game of chess, actually.
Do you play chess yourself?
I do
Oh,
actually.
you do?
I'm not as good, but I literally do, yeah. Have you seen Queen's Gambit?
Well, I've never played it, but Mbappe with the shot from distance just outside the box.
There it was, Queen's Gambit, first attack right there from Lisa. She's with the corner right now. I think she's going to I don't know. It's really hard to see from this side. She is changing the taker of the corner. There we go. Are we going to see tactics, or are we just going to throw it into the box? I think it's the latter, and it's a Gullit. Great defense by Fabian right there to keep Gullit off the ball, because if Gullit gets the ball with his head, it's done for. It's very difficult in this case to defend, but Fabian did very, very well. And it's the same Fabian who is attacking. Great defending by Fabian. And Davies will continue possession for Lisa there. And it's a tight game. I really I'm just trying to emotionally like undergo what's going on right here, because we've got two amazing games, and in this case I really want to know who's going to throw the first punch in these games.
Well, again, we've got Fabian on this right wing. Frimpong into Musiala. Mbappe into Ronaldinho, who gets the shot off, but blocked by Lisa Manley. And again, Ronaldo back with the ball. Mbappe!
Oh, there we
lovely
go!
finish into the corner. Mbappe, who else? 1-0 Fabian, a lovely celebration.
Yeah, right in the defensive.
Yeah, you can see Lisa talking to her coach right now. Like, what? You can't really defend that. Like, maybe she could have done some keeper movement, but in this case, it's really difficult. She has the ball in the box, and Fabian is deadly. You don't want her there with the ball, obviously. But trying to tactically make that happen, to not get her in the box, is something very difficult to do.
Well, Lisa's gone from the shot from distance to try and get a quick equaliser. Hasn't managed it, but I actually just want to mention a shout out to Fabian's dad, who is here at the event watching. He's here at FameHerGame. It's his first event that he's been to live to see Fabian play. Usually Fabian's in her bedroom playing. He is downstairs watching. He's giving her a bit of emotional support. And it's Ronaldinho.
Wow. Sorry, I really don't want to interrupt you in this case, but the roulette is just execution perfectly. She did it really well there.
I can tell you really loved watching that one. Nice bit of skill, and here's a ball over the top into Lisa.
Oh,
okay. Good idea. These through balls are going to be your best round as well.
On the wrong side of the post in this case.
Make sure you get this right.
Well, Lisa does now have a corner from it.
Right.
Okay, well, it is Hakimi into Gullit with Lisa. And Lisa's just playing the ball around, trying to wait for the space to open up. Her favourite player to use on FIFA.
Good patience. It's going to be there every time. Just be more patient around the box since there, okay? Kick-off glitch.
And there it was, the equaliser for Lisa Manley. Musiala, she said that he scored the majority of her goals in this competition so far. She absolutely adores playing with Musiala on the pitch. And now it's Bellingham into Musiala, but for Fabian, back to Bellingham, Gullit getting involved. Mbappe looking for a teammate, can't quite find it. Virgil van Dijk intercepts for Lisa Manley. And right now, Lisa Manley just playing the ball at the back with England. She's looking for the forward pass, finds it, and it's intercepted by Bellingham for Fabian. Hullet with a lovely step over there. Over the top, wonderful bit of play there from Fabian. You can see how creative she can get in play. It's now Lisa. Lisa can't quite keep hold of the ball at the moment. Probably some nerves kicking in there. She needs to be able to maintain that focus. Hakimi with England. Hakimi again on this right-hand side. Oh, what a through ball.
Lovely.
She's going forward with some pace. Can she execute it?
Musiala again, and what a goal again!
Let's go, Lise.
Wow.
Now we're starting to get that rhythm going forward. She has no answer to it because she's overcommitted.
Right, I think
this
we're
is where
going
you
to-
can
I think
beat
we're
her
gonna
every
listen.
time. Well done.
And that was
Right.
Lisa and her coach just chatting to each other. We know that Lisa's coach is very passionate. He's been giving her so many tips on how to play against Fabian. They're talking over social media at the moment because her coach can't quite be here in person, but he's still back at home giving her as many tips as possible. He's quite a hands-on coach, likes to get very involved. He analyses and studies her opponents to give her that edge when playing against them. It's been working
Wow,
so
what an
far, but
attack!
right now it is Ronaldo with Lisa. Maybe it's paying off, those tips from her coach. Currently leading against Fabian. And Lisa did say to us last night, she feels like if she can beat Fabian in the first game, then she feels like she can go on to win the whole thing. She thinks that she could face Cecilia, and she's actually played Cecilia before where they've drawn in the ECL tournament. And Lisa actually came up to me when I came in, she said, "Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I've been practicing before you turned up and I've been winning my games, which has given me a lot of confidence going into the actual match, which is here against Fabian." Right now, Lisa, possession with England, and it's Mbappe going down the wing, twisting and turning. Mbappe now on the byline. Mbappe couldn't quite keep it in. It was a lovely ball across, but it won't count because
Really
it
good
wasn't
half.
kept in play. And we're just seeing
You've got pulled it out
visuals
the fire a
here.
little bit. All right. You five back. Yep. Yep. Just check her passing, mate. Just check her passing. I just want to see her lines.
She's gone to the
Go on.
4-3-2-1 against me, so
Have a look. Just have a look. Go across to your passing. See those little triangles, look, from the right back to the number 5 to the number 9. That's her pattern, bro. You're seeing her pattern straight on your screen in front of you. You stop that pattern, and you have a look now. We can stay. We can stay. We can stay. We can stay. Run it. We can stay as we are for 5. Let's see how this plays out. I don't want to make a decision just yet.
Well, that was Lisa talking to her coach once again. You can see that they've got a brilliant partnership where her coach tells her exactly what she's doing wrong, sometimes what she's doing right, and how she can adapt and evolve her game. So they really work well together, and I think Lisa's really pleased with her coach and the tactics he's been implementing since he's joined her. So that's great stuff there, and we are back in play, and Lisa will be ecstatic right now that she's beating Fabian, because if you did hear earlier, she said that Fabian in her eyes was the best women's player at the moment. But will we see a comeback from Fabian? Right now she's with Ronaldo and Lisa defending for her life, trying to hold on to the lead. If you're Lisa now, what type of play would you go defensive and try and hold on now?
Well, the thing is, this game especially, if you start playing defensively, the game will just overthrow you with attack by Fabian. Like, it really rewards attacking play, and it's very important for Lisa to try and extend her lead in this case, because if she's going to step back, Fabian will get a lot of space from the game to be able to attack. So definitely in this case, Lisa will keep attacking. I think that's what her coach will tell her as well. And she might go for a Trivela with Musiala right there. No, she didn't. she is trying to be like a bit less, how do you call it?
Predictable?
Predictable, that's the word. That's the word. So in this case, it's good that she didn't do the trivela. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep the ball there. That is Fabian with Ronaldinho and R9 with the shot, but what a save by Edwin van der Sar, my fellow Dutchie, obviously. So yeah, Ronaldinho actually is an explanation for Fabian, her game attack. But before we get back to that, we'll just have a look at this attack. Okay. It's a bit more quiet now. Right, we've got time to talk. We've got time to gasp. In this case, Ronaldinho. Have you been told the meaning of her game attack?
I have, but let's let everyone know, the viewers.
Right. Okay. In this case, Nala is her cat, isn't it?
It is.
And Ronaldinho is her favorite player. So she combined these two to make her game attack, and I think that's really really funny.
It's really nice, and apparently her cat sits on her lap while she plays. So maybe that's the trick we're missing here. Maybe her cat should have come with her to sit on her lap. Who knows? I'm not too sure. But right now, what I am sure of is that Lisa is currently winning against Fabian, and she's looking to even score a second. And something that's interesting to mention about Fabian's gameplay.
What a pass! Sorry to, oh my God, great defending there. Sorry to interrupt again. Like this pass is a really really early cross what she does there, and it actually is called the German cross. So it's quite typical. There has been another goal in the other game, so let's have a look at that. And I believe it is Diana to have scored the first one in the second game. Oh, what a ball roll there. A great goal with Bellingham, I believe. Yes, there he is. And we're going back to the other game. Nice little replay here by the goal by Bellingham. There is an attack right there. Hang on, no, we're in the.
I have to say, just going back to that, I really loved that goal by Diana. It had a lot of flair to it, a lot of confidence. And like I said earlier, she's so composed and can make a comeback. That was a really important goal for her. But looking at this game between Lisa Manley and Fabian, I think Lisa, this would be such a big moment for her because she's constantly talked about how great Fabian is.
Yeah.
So to actually be winning against her, I just think will give Lisa a huge amount of confidence. And we already said earlier that she's growing in confidence as a player each tournament she participates in. And Fabian's actually been a bit of an underdog in this competition with Cecilia playing, which takes off a bit of pressure from Fabian. I know she's really pleased to have her dad here, as I already mentioned. But will Fabian find a goal right now? She's going to take a shot with that Fifae.
And it's a goal! It's a goal, it's the equalizer. That's exactly what we were talking about. If Lisa is going to defend a bit more and more, Fabian will be able to press, and Fabian has a lot of time to now try and take the lead. And I'm really, really curious what these tactic changes are going to be. So let's definitely have a look. I believe we're seeing defensive tactics by Lisa and attacking tactics by Fabian. That's exactly what we're talking about.
I was just about to say that the interesting fact about Fabian is even if Fabian was losing 6-0, not that she would because she's so great, but if she was, she would still go all-out attack and not play defensive because that's Fabian's style. She is extremely creative, extremely attacking, and she won't change that regardless. So she will keep attacking and creating against Lisa, and I'm intrigued to see how Lisa will combat that. And I think Lisa will be so disappointed to concede there.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like we've been talking up Lisa, and of course, in this case, it was totally right. But there is so much time for Lisa to still come up, but for Fabian as well to come back. And in this case, she did with an amazing attack, a lot of passes, and that's really good by Fabian. Like trying to find the final pass in the box, and it seems very effective. And every defender's nightmare.
Well, all Lisa's gone on about is that Musiala is her favourite, and Fabian has just scored with him. So I don't think Lisa will like that one. Playing her own game there, scoring with Musiala, but both these players actually really like playing with Bellingham as well. So they really do like to play through the midfield, get up to the attackers as quickly as possible. But right now, it is Lisa. She's just playing the ball about nicely. She's trying to maintain that composure, play with a bit of calmness and wait for that gap to open up. Potentially play for the lost attack, maybe, would you?
Yeah, well, thing is, it's the 76th minute, so if she loses the ball at like the 85th minute, I was waiting for a trivela there, but she didn't do it. In this case, it will be like deadly. If she lost the ball at 88 minute and Fabian could like do the counter attack, it would be horrific for her. So we see a goal on the other field. Diana has scored and made it 4-3 in overall, and the emotions that we know from Diana finally got out there.
It did, and I loved the vamos celebration. I'm not going to do it properly myself, not going to embarrass myself here, but Diana executed it perfectly. Vamos!
Yeah, so I was just showing Sam, I wrote this down, like the first thing I wrote down about Diana was the vamos, and we finally got it, so that's great.
I was waiting for it. I've been waiting for it. I have to say, we've not seen too many people celebrate. We've not seen that emotion. I think everyone's maintained that. If I was playing and I was a FIFA player, you would definitely see that emotion and celebrations come out. But 100%. I think where the games are so tight, they almost don't want to bring it out until they're certain that it could be a crucial goal or could secure them the win. But right now, we are back with Lisa Manley and Fabian. And it's such a tight game right now.
Yeah, so it's the 86th minute, so now will be a good time to like find for the final attack. In this case, Lisa is just going to keep possession, and she's passing around the back, which is a good thing to do, but she will have to find a pass to the midfield. There it is, Hullet in the midfield there. Trying to find these gaps. Fabian's really close to the edge of the box. And this is going to be crucial. This through ball. There we go. 89th minute. And it is Mbappe with a ball or scoop turn. Great defending by Lisa was crucial there. And she might get the through ball. There she goes. She has to pass this ball in order to keep the game. And it is a draw. And we're going to extra time.
Wow, we are going to extra time. We're just listening to team radio.
They're having to switch everything up right now. They're having to switch everything up right now. Just check her. Check. Yeah, she's gone back into the 5-back. The 5-back's gonna work for them with the overload. So you need to counter. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when they start overloading, you get the one ball, trigger your runner, and fire it down the wing, straight
Fabian's
through to
tactics.
Mbappe.
He's
going to be an outlet, and there's going to be goals here.
I had a quick view, so I don't know for sure. But right, so we're going back to the game. And what is your expectation? I really don't know what to say anymore. I hear a lot of shouts in the background.
I heard another vamos.
Did you?
We'll have to wait and find out exactly what has happened in the other game. But I have to say, this is the ultimate game I have seen so far in this competition. I'm not just saying that because we're casting it, but it's been very close. It's kept us on the edge of our seats. And Fabian, she's still going all-out attack. She's got the ball, the edge of the box.
Oh, there we go, the space! Oh, and I think there was goalkeeper movement, and then she dragged the keeper back, which was crucial for that save. And in this case, I saw a cheeky Kvaratskhelia there, 5-star on the wing for Fabian. And yeah, she's done it through subs, and I think subbing these kind of players in would make it more dynamic. With the roulette, I think she didn't want to do the roulette there. I think she wanted to do sorry, what's it called in English? The elastico, there we go. The elastico to the right side. I think that was her plan, and then shoot. But unfortunately, the game decided to do a roulette, or either Fabian didn't execute it properly. I'll definitely try and ask her soon. In this case, it's Lisa in the attack. Was that offside? It was offside by R9, and it's Fabian who will continue to attack and find the goal to put her in front in this amazing game.
Well, Fabian's favourite skill in the game is stepovers. It's something she's very confident with, and we're going to see it often. I think I might have just seen a bit of a step over there. And Fabian just looking for the gap to open up. It's Ronaldo intercepted by Lisa Manley. Musiala playing it back to Hakimi. You can see that Lisa is growing in patience, growing in confidence, and just growing as an all-round FIFA player. Right now she's got the ball with Mbappe. Mbappe looking for a teammate. He's got one in the middle.
Oh,
Ronaldo.
There we go. Mbappe! Oh my God, this is so entertaining. I love it. I was waiting for a Trivela there. If she actually did that, the Trivela, I think she would have scored. I think she would have. It's the mechanics in the game. I'm not sure. But I think that would be a very good choice to put her up front. But she's got the corner kick, so she might get the goal, especially before we have half-time of the extra time. So I believe she's trying to find someone. There we go, edge of the box, Musiala, then it's De Ligt. It's Hakimi who is in the ball. Gullit, that's the one you want in play. Musiala with the, oh my God, with the Elastico again. I think it's very entertaining. We're in the break of the extra time of the second leg. I have to drink something.
Well, I actually feel like both players now, when they're in a goal-scoring position, they're almost playing the extra pass and they're overplaying it. That's just in my opinion. I'll be intrigued to hear yours after. But it's almost like they're nervous because they don't want to give the ball away. And by playing that extra pass, they are giving the ball away and giving the other opponent a chance to counter-attack. So do they just need to shoot quicker at goal, or would you just want to be very careful with it?
Well, in this case, with the attack, what she did with Mbappe, the baller was good, but she should have shot a bit earlier. But of course, it could be the nerves as well. It could be other external factors that made her not shoot right there. But yeah, very good play again by Fabian by saving that. Of course, Edwin van der Sar is doing a very, very great job. But it's these 15 minutes who will decide. Otherwise, I think we're going on pens.
Well, that would be quite a challenge, a penalty shootout. First, we might see a goal before that, but we have to be aware that it could go to penalties. I wonder which one would be the more confident on a penalty shootout.
Yeah, penalties will be nerve-wracking, but first, oh, it's a save, but it's gone in! Mbappe! Lisa took the lead again. The crowd is clapping, and they should, because it's an entertaining match. And Fabian should have answer ready, because she doesn't have a lot of time. She's got 10 minutes left to get to penalties.
Wow, Lisa Manley, so calm and collected. I think we've not seen that from her too often in her FIFA career so far, to be this composed. And she said earlier that she's not been nervous, and I think we're seeing that within her gameplay. And she's looking to get another now. She's got that bit of confidence. She's taken the lead. I wonder if her coach's instructions really gave her that benefit. And right now, it is Fabian down the left-hand side. Will she be able to get a quick equaliser?
It's going. Oh, what a great defending play right there by Lisa. She's still in the ball, and how did this not go on goal at least?
Wow, we're seeing a pause in play for some tactics there. You'd really expect a player of Fabian's caliber to actually finish that, because that was the opportunity.
By the way, do you see the screen? Like, Lisa is on ultra defensive and Fabian is on ultra attacking. Of course, it's logical because Lisa is leading, but this case, like I said, the game rewards the attacking play. So she really, really has to consistently defend for 5 more minutes. She has to keep this concentration, this focus, in order to not concede the draw and go to penalties. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Is she going to keep possession, or is she going to find the goal? I think if she goes on for goal, that would be a very, very risky decision, but she might pass it to R9. She does. There is, oh, he's offside. That is very important for Fabian. This offside means that she gets a free kick, and in this case, she can have the final attack. 119th minute. It's Musiala on the edge of the box. Great defending by Lisa. She has to keep possession in order to go through to the semi-finals. Will Lisa Manley make it to the semi-finals? Oh, this is a mistake. This is an attacking mistake. There we go, Leao. Oh, no. It is a draw. It's a great play from Fabian, I must say. Very, very crucial in this case. Lisa has made a grave mistake here, and it is on to penalties. And this could be a mental disaster for Lisa Manley, giving it away in the last seconds of the game.
Well, the audience absolutely erupted. We really heard them. The audience got off their feet. They absolutely loved it. Lisa Manley looks a bit distraught there. And here it is, the first penalty. Fabian, she's stepping up with Ronaldo. Will she score down the middle?
Wow.
Cheeky one that was.
That's really, really cool play by Fabian. I think Fabian's got a lot of confidence because of that goal. But Lisa managed to score the first one. So the mental part is back. Lisa is back mentally, and that's really, really crucial. So it's going to be so tight. And that's Fabian again with, yeah, a ball so well kicked in.
What a finish. Lisa steps up now, and again, we're seeing some top corner clinical finishes here. It's Fabian's turn. Will she keep this good run going? We're about to find out.
Scalia, and again through the middle. That takes some nerve, but it's really difficult to defend because Lisa's trying to choose a side, and she is here with the reaction. She does it as well. This is a mental game. We were talking about chess, but this is the ultimate part of chess right now.
Oh, a bit of movement by Van der Sar. And it did put Fabian off. Van der Sar with the save for Lisa there. Now Lisa steps up and buries it into the top corner. This is massive.
This is the final, the crucial penalty. If Fabian misses this, Lisa is through and she scores, which means Lisa has to score this one. We can see Edwin van der Sar being very, very nervous there. The penalty taker as well. If Lisa scores this, it's going to be incredible. Right.
Well, this is Lisa's big moment to win it. Will she do it?
Oh, she missed it!
Save! Van der Sar.
Fabian is back.
Fabian's back in it now. Let's see what she can do with this penalty. Very important. Brilliant finish.
Yeah, Lisa was expecting a ball through the middle right there. So she told her Edwin van der Sar to stay in the middle. Oh, it's safe!
And there it is!
Fabian is
with
through.
the penalty shootout. She's beaten Lisa. Unbelievable. Fabian kept her head so well. It looked like at one moment Lisa was going to go on and win it, and then Fabian managed to turn things around. What a game.
What a game.
A penalty shootout. Did you expect that? And it looked like Lisa was just about to clinch it, and then Fabian, comeback queen now.
Well, the thing is, like, the comeback queen twice in penalties, as well as this mistake that Lisa made in the clinical seconds, the final seconds of extra time, which they will haunt her. Like, this is really, really, really painful for her. It is an experience that she will take to the next tournament, so we'll definitely see Lisa Manley back because she's played very, very great FIFA. And again, Fabian right on the screen. She took it. She had the nerve to come back twice against Lisa Manley. And it's, yeah, you can see the reaction. She's like, what just happened here? And yeah, you can see Lisa's reaction here. I think it's gonna haunt her, but I think Rachel should do the interview. So Rachel, back to you.
I just checked my heart rate. It's up to 100 beats per minute. It's usually about 58, FYI. I was stressed out watching that game. I have no idea how Fabian feels playing that game. I was stressed. How stressed were you?
I'm very stressed. I'm shaking. I don't know what to say. It was a 50-50 game, and both of us could win it. So yeah, luckily it was me. But Lisa played really well. She was amazing, and I had my problems in the offensive and defense. So yeah, both of us could win. Penalties is always lucky. Yeah.
I mean, I took from that as well when it was the dying moments of extra time. You just held your nerve. How important is it to never give up during a match of FIFA?
Yeah, as you saw, everything can happen. I was leading, and I don't know, 10 in-game minutes later, Lisa leads. So yeah, just never give up. In FIFA, everything can happen. Even if you're 3-0 down in the 80th minute, you can still make it.
Through to the semi-finals, you're taking on Diana in a short while. Match of the tournament so far, that was. Congrats to Fabian, of course. Unfortunately, there's always a loser as well. I'm going to go and chat to Lisa. I'm sure she won't mind. We're friends outside of FIFA, so... Lisa, tough. Really, really tough there. Obviously, you're leading in penalties. Was it the moment, the stress of the situation? What do you think got to you in the end there?
To be honest with you, it was just a mistake. I tried to go back to my centre-back to then obviously boot it out to obviously see the game out, but she obviously intercepted it, and then penalty shootouts is always just a flip of a coin for me.
And when it comes to penalties there, I know you had your coach in your ear. Does he give you any words of advice at that point?
Well, obviously he doesn't want to, because obviously if he says to go right and then I go right and I missed, then he might blame himself. So I went left twice. So for the last penalty, I thought she's going to know that I'm going to go left. So I tried to switch it up. But it's a mental game at the end of the day. And, you know, congratulations to her. And I told her to go on to win it.
Oh, lovely words there as well. She went over there and said to Fabs, go and win it. Congrats, Lisa, for getting this far as well. Always awesome to see Lisa in these competitions. We'll see much more of her as well, I'm sure. Racing over, because Diana waited as well. She got through a little while ago, 4-3 over Vanessa. She's still smiling, and you probably heard her as well when she got through. She was screaming, she was shouting. That emotion probably just summed up that match for you.
Yeah, I think by now I'm really known for the celebrations. But it's not. I don't want anyone to take it in a bad way, because it's just me feeling and being so passionate about this game. I really want to win. Like every time I play, it's like I'm playing a final, and this was just like that. That's why I celebrate so hard. But it was a really tough match. I was losing for most of it, so I guess comebacks are just my thing.
I was going to ask you about that. Vanessa took the lead quite a few times over you. Is that down to your mental ability? I know you were listening a lot as well when we had our psychology boot camp. You were asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, definitely for me, the mind plays such a big part of this game. And also, if you don't believe, like we were talking in that session, if you don't believe, you don't act, and if you don't act, you don't see results. So believe for me is like the main part of the game, and it can all come to the mind of the players, and it can decide games.
Diana said it in that session as well. She's the kind of player, even if she's down, she goes, I'm going to come back and I'm going to win. She did just that. Don't stop celebrating. The audience love it. I love it. So keep doing that. Right, let's go over. So Diana is one of our semi-finalists as well. Of course, they're coming your way in a short while, but we have some guests to chat through exactly what we just saw. Absolute drama. Renzo here from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas called the penalties. I'm not happy with him because I thought it wasn't going to go to pens. And Boosie, she's obviously been joining us for the whole week. She's from South Africa, so really love that you're here and about to chat to us. I'm going to actually just get into what we saw there before I go into your story, Boosie, which is great. Absolute scenes. How much did you enjoy that, though?
That was one of the most entertaining games I have seen in a while. Congratulations to both opponents. They really came out and they gave us a show of note.
Yeah, Renzo, obviously I'm going to talk to you about your expertise in the game as well. Obviously you gave them a couple of coaching sessions earlier in the week. Lisa just said it. She made that mistake at the end, which obviously took them to penalties, took them to see Fabian going through. What do you think that was down to? Just kind of nerves getting to her?
Yeah, because you can't train on these moments. You can obviously train on just trying to hold the ball, and she knows that she shouldn't have done that pass, but that just comes down to the environment. You know, the commentators are saying, oh, it must be done now, and then you make that pass and you know, oh, I messed up. But she had the chance in the end with the penalties, and yeah, it wasn't meant to be for Lisa, unfortunately.
And we all hate seeing it go down to penalties. As a coach, do you get your players to practice penalties a lot? How much time do they spend doing that?
Okay, so this one is a bit difficult because we do practice, but it will definitely end up happening. For example, Levi would sometimes just ask, where? And then he looks at me and I'm like, okay, middle, left, right, and whatever. Because if they get nervous, I hop in, but if they're confident, they're just doing it on their own. I mean, penalty is just confidence, and you need a bit of luck.
Yeah, well, we've spoken obviously about the main match. I went and spoke to Diana. What a character we have in her. Her celebrations, we love them, don't we?
Yes.
And who else, Boosie, have you played during the boot camp that you think has really shown some excellent skills?
I love the way Vanessa plays. Very simple. She did beat me 5-0. So congratulations to her. I'm used to seeing players when they play, it's usually skills and tricks, and she was just moving the ball around so effortlessly, and she wasn't doing all those tricks and flicks, so kudos to her for her game.
Yeah, absolutely. Boosie, I want obviously a lot of the audience to get to know some of the women that we have here as well. I was doing a little bit of research on you. I know you kind of came through Sam Wright's Academy in South Africa as well.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So last year, Sam Wright actually had a little boot camp called Play FIFA Like a Girl in South Africa. Basically, it's an initiative to try and get more females in South Africa to play FIFA. I was part of the first edition of that. We had a little tournament, and I came out first in that tournament. And a couple of months later, Goliath Gaming in South Africa actually approached me and said, hey, we're really impressed with what we're seeing, and we want you to be the first female to sign for a gaming institution in Southern Africa. So that was very huge for me. And yeah, it's been an insane journey so far. Being here a year after I've signed for Goliath Gaming as well, it actually just shows that there are so many possibilities for us as women if we just also open the door for each other and if you are willing to learn as well.
Absolute trailblazer in the scene in South Africa. But Renzo, she is a Liverpool fan. What do you make of that?
We might have a trouble here, but I hope the people at home, especially the females at home, did pay attention to what she said, because I think that is amazing for an experience, and credits to Goliath Gaming on being upfront with that. Obviously, with myself being a representative of Team Khalid, we're obviously in the lookout right now. For the Dutch nationality, I mean, our possible participant is at the desk right now, so yeah, it's a bit difficult for now, but we're obviously having our eyes open, and it's good to see all these developments in terms of FIFA just having a separate league right now. But obviously, let's work our way into just getting a league altogether, because in the end, males and females doesn't matter. We can just compete against each other. So, but Liverpool, nah, we're not taking that. Nah, I'm an Arsenal fan, but like, just people make fun of me, I will make fun of you this time for Liverpool, okay?
Fair enough.
For this season.
I was actually telling Boosie about former world champion Mo Alba when he went to the Best Awards and Jurgen Klopp knew who he was. He was like, oh yeah, my kids play FIFA, I know who you were. And I said, then Van Dijk came over and took a picture with him. So actually, a lot of Liverpool players love the beautiful game, Renzo. So I'm not putting it on Boosie there.
But Arsenal played a beautiful game.
We all do. Anyway, I'm a Forest fan, so let's not get into it. Boosie, I also wanted to talk to you about something that you shared with us during the psychology workshop.
Yeah.
Renzo, I don't know if you know this, but we were talking a little bit about what you say to yourself to try and encourage yourself if you are losing in a game. Boosie, you said you do a Zulu chant. Can you tell everyone about that?
So it's a little Zulu warrior chant from South Africa. I just recited in my mind, and if you guys were watching yesterday when we were streaming, I was actually dancing a bit because I was trying to get into rhythm. Even though I did lose, it did help me calm me down.
Are you going to learn us or teach us?
That was my next question. Is she going to give us a little bit of what this Zulu chant is?
So basically, it's Ebe Usutu, and then you just repeat it until you go faster and faster and faster until you get into a rhythm.
And what does that translate to?
It's just a Zulu chant to say that we are warriors and we are fighters.
I love that.
Yeah.
See, you need to instill some of this mentality.
Okay, so
not that you need it that much
I mean,
at your
we
camp.
have a boot camp coming up for Team Khalid. I will be chanting this with them all and be like, yeah, before the game, we're just going to have a little chant, guys.
Renzo, I want to speak a little bit about what you taught some of the women as well. So Renzo came on board as one of the top coaches, obviously, in the FIFA esports scene yesterday and gave you guys a little bit of a coaching session. Yeah. What were the main points that you were trying to teach the women heading into this that didn't need that much explanation that really could give them the edge?
So I had my lovely colleague and rival Daniel here as well.
RB Leipzig, of course.
Yeah, from RB Leipzig. And so we talked it through a bit up front and just tried to give a bit of the basics, but also the essentials, because there is always a most effective way of playing FIFA. So I tried to just help them out with a 5-4-1 formation, which in my opinion is the toughest formation to play against.
Raquel went 5 at the back, didn't she?
I think I've saw it like 4 or 5 times already today, like people also switching, because Daniel was covering the 4-3-2-1. Yeah. And it's good to see because they're all using those formations. So at least our point came across, and obviously we tried to show some of the crucial ways of just building up an attack, and especially for the ones that didn't play too much in a competitive environment yet. It was almost an eye-opener, like, okay, if I play this way, then... Because actually the girl from Belgium, after the first game, she won the first game, she didn't have much expectations. I was just walking by and she said, your tactic worked. And I was like, yeah, but this is not just my tactic, but thank you. You know?
Was there anything in particular, Boosie, that you took from Renzo or Daniel's session that we saw you using a lot yesterday?
He actually came to me during the game while I was playing, and he said, I'm playing pretty well. It's just on the defensive that I need to work on. So I had a tendency of bringing out my defenders too early.
Okay.
And he said, try and utilize your midfield to track back instead of pulling your defenders out of position too early, which will leave you vulnerable. So thank you so much.
She explained it even better than I would. I mean,
the coaching setup next year.
Definitely.
I know. I love that actually a lot of the women were taking on board what you said. That's exactly why we had Daniel and Renzo here, of course. Well, let's just confirm then, shall we, our semi-finals coming next. We can see one behind us. That is Cecilia taking on Raquel. Both still undefeated in this tournament. And then a little bit later on, we'll see Fabian taking on Diana. So two massive semi-finals there, and we told you a little bit earlier on, if you are just joining the stream, what's at stake? Well, two of these women, so whoever wins both of these are going to have the trip of a lifetime. They will be invited to the Women's World Cup final later on this summer in Australia and New Zealand. Well, Cecilia there, actually repping the Brazil shirt. That's a gamer. She was here yesterday. She's obviously helping her.
Yes.
And then I believe it's her brother, her coach, behind her as well. So massive moment for these three.
Though? I saw the sunglasses come out. I mean, that's becoming a Brazilian trend because.
And we know what the Brazilian boys did at Copenhagen last time out. They loved the dancing. They had the sunglasses out. It was awesome. Then we're going over to her opponent, Raquel. She obviously just won hers. She's got McCulty behind her as well, one of the other Portuguese players. Boosie, you said you played Raquel yesterday.
Yes, I did.
How did it go?
Ooh, I lost 8-0. She really gave me a good footballing lesson. Very good on the defensive. It's very hard to break her down. She utilizes her midfield very well. And going forward, she was lethal. She finished most of the opportunities that she got. So hopefully she'll be able to utilize that as well coming into this game. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
Obviously, Raquel just beat Jenny there 3-0 in her quarterfinal. She's going up against Cecilia, who everyone is touting as the best woman in the game at the moment. She just won a recent LAN event in London. If you're Raquel, she's got experience. She's one of our older women in the game. She's three-time Portuguese champion. How do you approach, though, going up against that woman?
I mean, I was very impressed with the level that Cecilia displayed the entire tournament. And Raquel actually is being coached by a Brazilian coach, Diego. So he should know a lot about Cecilia's game because he's just so super dedicated that I bet he will have found a game plan for Raquel to come up with. And yeah, I mean, Raquel has just been very disciplined as well. And I can see this just turning out to be a great match, strategic affair. Hard to tell who's going to win, but you'd have to back the favors of Cecilia just coming off a recent tournament win.
Yeah, and what can having that a gamer behind her and having McCulty back behind, can they help, or do they just try and calm you down a bit?
Most definitely it can calm you down, it can motivate you. It depends on the situation as well. How the game goes in general, and if she needs support or a little talking down to, or just to calm her down, then most definitely. It always helps helping people around.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's go and see if we can chat to them. We need a translator for Cecilia, so I'm not sure if there's one over there. If there is, I can go and have a word. Thank you, guys. I'm going to come back in a short while. Let me go and see. I'm going to go and ask. Cecilia, I know you don't speak much English. Here we go. Cecilia, you are on fire at the moment. Obviously won in London, and I saw the brilliant pictures of you outside Big Ben with your trophy. You're the person to beat. How much pressure is she feeling right now?
Você acabou de ganhar em Londres, então você está mais ou menos em fogo, está em ascensão. Como é que é essa pressão sobre você?
Bom, eu tô sem pressão porque nesse evento e no outro também o importante é se divertir. Eu só posso pensar na minha alegria de ter tantas meninas aqui hoje. Então eu tô feliz. Vamos pro jogo e seja o que Deus quiser.
Now I'm very happy to see another girls here, and I'm glad to be here today competing. And I'm gonna play with no pressure. For me, the essential is the fun and to be here.
We're glad you're here as well. No pressure. Ooh, love that. She's confident. Vamos, she says. Okay, she's not playing with any pressure. Let's see if Raquel is playing under pressure over here. Raquel, awesome first round result, of course, against Jenny. Cecilia is confident. Of course she is. She says she's not feeling any pressure. Are you right now?
Honestly, I'm not feeling a lot of pressure. I'm just happy to be here, to be in the semi-final. I never thought I would be here, so I'm just happy to be here. I'm going to just do my match. Cecilia is going to do hers. We have practiced before, so I know how she plays. She knows how I play, and I think it's going to be a great match between Portugal and Brazil. Some rivalry over there, but we are friends, and even if she wins and I lose, I will be happy for her.
Has Diogo given you a lot of tips on Cecilia?
Yes, a little bit.
Oh, I love that. And Immaculada, can she help you much behind me here? Can she be a help with you in this game?
Yeah, she's a colleague of mine in Portugal, so she brings me a lot of support. It's important to... It's not my family here, but she's my friend, so it's kind of the same thing.
Vamos. Good luck to both of you. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Obviously, pressure situation. So for them to let me grab a couple of words is pretty nice. Can you read into much about body language between those two, Renzo, as the expert coach you are?
I mean, let's be honest, it's a semi-final, so you could tell some nerves, but to be fair, they're speaking out as if they're doing this every week or so. So I might have missed something, but I think this is one of the few early tournaments, and these are acting like, well, it's just another semi-final. So it will be very exciting to see. And yeah, like I said, Diego had a master plan ready, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited to see how this one goes down. Thank you, Boosie, Renzo, for chatting with me there. Well, we've spoken to the players, we've spoken about the players, and we are ready to go with our first semi-final. Over to Casey and Alia.
Yeah, vamos indeed, Rachel. I don't think I've ever heard you say that so much in such a short period of time. But welcome back to the commentator's desk. We are here for the first semi-final of the day, and it's a big one, isn't it, Casey? Raquel and Cecilia.
Absolutely. I mean, these two have never played each other in a competition before, but they do practice a lot with each other, so they're definitely familiar with their play style. And I am just excited because I'm anticipating a lot of goals. We had 7 for Cecilia. Raquel had 2. I mean, it's just going to be an amazing game, I think.
I think so as well, and I think it's going to be very end-to-end, but very tight. I'd be surprised if we see a lot of goals just because of how possession-based both players are. But we have now kicked off the first leg of the semi-final, Portugal versus Brazil. I mean, these goals have been incredible so far today. Both still haven't lost a game at all in this tournament.
I mean, yeah, they're both undefeated in the competition, and one of them will be going home after this point. So I'm honestly not sure whose road will end today because both players have been so amazing here. And that was almost an opportunity here for Cecilia. She's starting off strong, isn't she?
She is indeed. I mean, I think this is very similar to the way we saw her play earlier. But Portugal just here with the chance. Raquel starting off a very, very strong passes it in to Ronaldo, back to Hulet as he drives towards the byline. But Cecilia, very well defended, gives away another corner. Hakimi steps up. Is she going to play it short? Yes, she does. Back into Hulet, who passes it back to the middle of the pitch into R9. Back into Mbappe, switches play to the other side of the pitch. Davis driving it back down the line, holding it really, really well, as we expect from Raquel as a very possession-based player. Just taking her time, drives into the byline, back to Mbappe. Doing all the step-overs, ball rolls. Davis back into the midfield again. I mean, I think this is very similar to what we saw from Raquel earlier, where she won't really cross it into the box or play it in unless she knows for certain that it's going to give her a very good chance at the goal.
Absolutely. I think that patience is one of her strong suits, and she's always very, very tactical. And if she doesn't see that the opportunity is 100% going to be there, she literally will just stay outside of the box. And honestly, that's very, very frustrating for an opponent. And eventually, if she does see that shot, she does shoot in. She is very, very creative in the box when she does see the opportunity. But props to her for that, because having patience in this game is very difficult.
Definitely, and I think it could get quite frustrating for both players because they're both so patient and calm that it's going to be very, very possession-based, but we do see it back now with Cecilia from Hulet. Tries to over the top ball into the box, but unfortunately for her, defended well by Raquel. I do believe Raquel is still in the 4-5-1. Cecilia does seem to be in a potential, it looks like a 4-4-2, I think? Or 5. No, I think she's playing 5-4-1 as well. So it's 5-4-1 against each other.
And it is interesting here because Raquel, who is on the ball right now, she actually has her PhD in biomedical science. So she is a pro FIFA player and she has a PhD. She's a professor in college. She literally is doing it all. And the fact that she has the mental capacity to prioritize everything going on and compete at this high level, I mean, it's just amazing to see and kind of unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, you know, I was wrong. Cecilia is in the 4-4-2, but you know, as you were saying, she's a professor in school. I reckon some of her students might actually be watching her compete because, you know, in school, these students are relatively young. They all probably still play FIFA. It must be quite cool to watch a professor play on such a big stage.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that she's also at the point where she's debating, do I continue with the biomedical degree? Do I continue with the being a professor? Because at this point, she is competing at the top stage of FIFA for women. And so, I mean, she could go full-time FIFA player. And she has what it takes to do that. And so one of these days, I think that she will be making that decision. But either way, she's so talented in both fields.
Definitely. And we do see Raquel doing what she does, driving it into the byline. Sorry, Cecilia, not Raquel. I mean, I think this is where we're going to see that byline low-driven passing not really work as well as the first two games because both players tend to do it, which means both of them know how to defend it. But Cecilia here with the chance into Neymar, but saved by Van der Sar. I mean, 30 minutes in, it's been pretty end-to-end.
It has. I mean, I would say that we're equal across the board here. Both have had a couple attacking chances, but both also defending really, really well. And so something's going to have to shift here on either side in order to maybe shift that momentum for the game either way.
Potentially coming here for Raquel, but very quickly blocked again by Cecilia as she is on the attack again with Jude Bellingham. Capdevila, again, intercepted by Hakimi. I think we're going to see a very intense battle in midfield across both of the legs.
Absolutely. And I mean, both players are so skilled at moving the ball up the pitch. And it's really going to come down to what happens in the box because both players can defend so well. So they're really going to have to maybe go outside of their comfort zone. And we see a power shot there. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen that today.
I think so. For the games we've casted, at least, because, I mean, the other two quarterfinals, they were doing it non-stop, and the Trivelas. But, I mean, it's sort of at that stage of the game where they're both trying to play into the box. It's not working. You've got to switch up to try and score that first goal because, you know, as we know, and we've said so many times today, that first goal makes such a difference, especially for their mentality. Davis there just trying to get into the box, but again, very, very quickly saved by Cecilia as she tries to drive it forward into the box with Mbappe with a Borrow scoop. Borrow again into Hullet. Back to Mbappe, Cecilia, Neymar, R9! Goal for Brazil. Cecilia leads 1-0 in the semi-final. I mean, wow.
I mean, I think that's one of the first time we're seeing a bit of a reaction out of Cecilia. I think she's finally feeling herself in this game here. And I mean, that was just perfectly executed. So technical and patient as well. She waited for that perfect opportunity to put that in the back of the net, added that extra pass into the situation, and there it is.
Yeah, I mean, I remember from FIFA 22 especially, that extra pass was so broken. You don't see it as much in FIFA 23, but, you know, Cecilia's just proven at the right moments, it still works. But now Raquel's going to try and have to get one back. 1-0 at halftime. I think it's safe to say we sort of expected it to be either 0-0 or 1-0 to either of these goals.
Sure, I mean, it could have gone either way. Right now it is going in Cecilia's way, but do not count Raquel out because she's come back from situations like this before, and I think that they really are an even matchup in this situation. It is also interesting because Cecilia I just found this out. She's the first woman to qualify for the Elite Division in Latin America, and she also qualified for 2 FGS qualifiers in South America as well. So she's literally leading the scene in Brazil, and it's really, really awesome to see, and she's currently leading in the match.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's so inspiring when you see women just dominating it, especially when it's such a male-dominated sport, really. You don't really see many women coming through, but then you've got people like Cecilia, you've got Raquel, Lisa, you've got so much talent coming through that it's just girl power, isn't it, really?
You love to see it. And then obviously she's representing Brazil as well, so I know she has a lot of people back home rooting for her too. She has her family here. Her mom is in the crowd. I'm sure she's probably very, very nervous, as we are, but she's been doing very, very well so far. But looking into this second half, do you think that Raquel potentially brings it back and equalizes?
I mean, I think so. I think this is the first time today that Raquel's actually gone behind, so she's in a slightly different position, and I think, you know, we were saying in that first quarterfinal, she's not really going to make much changes. Now, I think she really has to, because Cecilia got that first goal. She has the upper hand. She's going to be a little bit more relaxed. Like you said, it's the first time she's actually really shown emotion these last 2 days, so I wouldn't count Raquel out of actually coming back, and there's still 3 halves to play, really.
Absolutely. And then Raquel has also only conceded 3 goals in the group stage too. So this is the 4th. So she's not used to it, but we will see how she comes back after being down.
Definitely. We do see Cecilia here kicking off this second half. I mean, I don't know what to really expect from this game because they're so equally matched. And I remember when we were doing the quarterfinals and we were watching the second 2 quarterfinals, we were just sat there like, this game is going to be very, very intense and very close. Like, neither of us could really say who's going to take that final spot. And there's a lot on the line here. Whoever wins this gets those tickets to the World Cup in Australia and New Zealand.
Exactly. So one will be a winner, and then one will go home with nothing, besides all the knowledge that she obviously learned here in Switzerland. But yeah, they're keeping the eye on that prize, all-inclusive paid trip to Australia for the Women's World Cup. And if they win this, they are through to that prize.
Cecilia! Into the far post to Mbappe. Wow. I mean, that is probably one of the very, very few times we've seen a play like that happen. Neymar running down that left wing and just kicking it into Mbappe. I mean, probably one of the best goals we've had today.
I mean, I would put it towards the top of one of the best goals, absolutely. I mean, it was a beautiful cross, beautiful finish, well executed. I mean, she had complete confidence in every part of that entire sequence there, and you could just show that she's been to the drawing board and practiced that before.
And you have to be so impressed. She's so young, you know, as we've mentioned, 18 years old, so composed. But I think it helps as well that she's got her brother behind her, she's got her good friend Tata behind her, she's got her mum in the crowd. It makes all the difference here. Raquel has cued a pause, however, but she is going to try and get one goal back before then. Tries to Travella, but blocked very well by Neymar. Cecilia's back on the attack here, over, balls it through to R9. Potentially will we see number 3, Boros van der Sar, blocked successfully by the lid. I mean, I think Cecilia's really come out of her shell now.
Absolutely. I mean, she looks so confident. She's so clinical in every single decision that she makes, every pass that she makes. And she has the edge here. She has the momentum in this game, and something's going to need to shift here for Raquel in order to come back. Obviously, we're only 2-0 down for her, but we have a whole other leg. Don't forget, we have 2 legs in this competition here. But yeah, Cecilia is coming out very, very strong.
She is indeed, and you know, Raquel has paused that probably to make tactical changes, but also to sort of take a step back and just breathe, because 2-0 down and conceding that second goal so quick after the half started, I mean, you've got to give it to Raquel. It's not an easy opponent, like she said, but neither of them went into this saying they had pressure. They're both very calm, and that's the best place you can be in, and I hope that she's still in that same mindset.
For sure, and it's kind of crazy that they say that there's no pressure in this situation, because this quite possibly is the most high-pressure game that they have ever played in. So props to them for not feeling the pressure in this situation. But I've been very, very impressed with everything that Cecilia has done to date. But I am not ruling out Raquel at this point. I think that she's making some strategical changes there. She's on comms with Diego in Portugal. And so she does have a coach in her ear, even though he may not be behind her. And so hopefully they're making some changes to bring her back into this game.
Definitely, and it does look like Cecilia actually has someone in her ear. I know her brother's helping her, but I think she probably has a coach back home in Brazil helping as well. And, you know, her brother's a pro player, so I wonder, does she think maybe the coach would be better in this situation? Because I have a brother, I know you have a brother as well. Sometimes you don't really want your brother telling you what to do.
Oh yeah, I don't think I could handle if my brother was by me. I'd be shoving him out of the way. But obviously they work well together and everything that they've done to date. It got her to a national championship. He was behind her when she did win that. So, I mean, it works for them, so they should stick to it.
Definitely. We are kicking off now again, continuing with the second half. Cecilia is leading 2-0 in this first leg. If you are just joining, Raquel tries to get it back with Neymar, but saved very, very well by Cecilia. Again, on the attack, I think we are noticing this with Cecilia. She is countering very well. And Mbappe just running down that wing. Is she going to cross it in? No, saved by Hullet, and back to Raquel with the possession. And Nkunku just building up here for Raquel. Passes it to Ronaldo. Back on the wing to Nkunku again. She crosses it in, but unfortunately it does not get to her striker. And it's back with Cecilia again.
I feel like she maybe was trying to mimic exactly what Cecilia was doing there, but unfortunately it didn't quite go to plan as it did for Cecilia.
Vinicius just through balling it into Hakimi. Tries to go for the byline. Twisting and turning back into Vinicius. She still manages to hold possession despite Raquel's hard press. Passes it back out to Hullet. Back into Hakimi. Is she going to drive it to the byline? Yes, she does. Twisting and turning. Hullet into Vinicius Jr. Is she going to score? Blocked by Van der Sar. I mean, this is where you see their experience come in, because there were multiple times there where I would have just shot. I wouldn't have held the ball.
Yeah, that's why we're sitting in this chair, and they're sitting in those chairs, absolutely. But she's so confident in all of her skill moves. There was a really, really nice roulette in that sequence there, and I honestly thought that possibly could have gone to the back of the net. Unlucky for her, lucky for Raquel. But if we see more of that, we will see even more goals from Cecilia.
Potentially. Raquel just building up really well. I thought she was going to have a chance, but it's again back to Cecilia. She whacks it all the way through to Vinicius Jr. on that right wing into the byline. Boro, is she going to shoot? Yes, she does, but saved again by Van der Sar. She plays the corner shot. Vinicius whacks it for a potential third goal. Green timed, hits the crossbar. Oh my gosh, she volleyed that as well.
I mean, power to her for even taking that shot. That was very, very close. If that would have gone in, that would have been our goal of the night.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think either of us thought that was going to happen. Oh my, Cecilia is on fire right now. I think she's got to the semi-final. She knows she just needs to win to get on that plane to Australia and New Zealand for the World Cup. And as well, she gets to watch Brazil play. That's her country. We know she's, tapped her badge multiple times. It's a massive thing. You get to represent your country and then watch them play in the World Cup.
Absolutely, yeah. Both Portugal and Brazil are qualified for the World Cup. Portugal, actually, one of the first times they've qualified in a while, so they have a strong squad as well. So I know Raquel in the back of her mind is saying, I really want to watch my national team. So she needs to get those 2 goals back in order to do that.
Definitely. There's only about 7 minutes left in this first leg. Cecilia is still leading 2-0. Vinicius just on that right wing, drives it into the byline. Is she going to cross it in? No, she does not. Into Hullet. Blocked by Hullet. And it's back into Raquel again. I mean, they are both playing the 5-back. I think Cecilia did make that swap into the second half when she was 1-0 up to go into a 5-4-1 instead. But just about 3 minutes left. I mean, I think the best things Raquel can do is to get at least 1 back in this first leg.
Absolutely. I think she needs 1 to, boost her confidence going into that second leg. If she doesn't get it, obviously she has a whole 90 minutes to try to get 2 back. But it would put her in a better position if she at least gets 1 in these last couple of minutes here.
Definitely, and to help her confidence as well. She nearly gets it there, but again, back to Cecilia for the last attack of the game. Raquel manages to get it back. It's currently with Bellingham, passes it into Van Dijk, but unfortunately for Raquel, it is 2-0 to Cecilia in this first leg.
I mean, looking at this first leg, I've been so impressed with Cecilia's gameplay. She's taken risks, and it's worked out in her favor as well. I mean, the skill moves, everything that she's putting together, moving the ball up the pitch, moving the ball around the box as well. I mean, she just looks calm, cool, collected. And to be 18 in that state of mind, it's everything.
Yeah, she is actually smiling more now. We haven't seen her smile that much, you know, the last few days, really. But I think Cecilia's just sort of come off her shell a little bit more. She's more confident now. It can be very nerve-wracking to play at LAN events. She's making faces at the camera now, which is actually quite surprising considering she is normally quite, not stern-faced, but she just doesn't show much emotion to any of us, really, because she's just so focused.
Yeah, it's good to see it. I mean, and the more that we have events like this, these LAN events, these women will be more and more confident as they play. We're literally seeing it live, her coming out of her shell and being more confident because she's playing amazing. She should be smiling because she should be proud of everything that she's doing here.
Definitely, and that's why these events are just so important to give women opportunities and also just help boost their confidence. Because I remember, you know, when I played for England and it was my first ever LAN event, it's very, very terrifying. It's nerve-wracking, and you know, these girls are representing their country, essentially. You want to do well for your country. So the way that Cecilia and Raquel is handling this is just incredible.
Yeah, and then as we see Raquel here, she actually does look pretty calm for being down 2-0, but that's not a surprise because she does normally seem very cool and collected as well. But we might see a bit of frustration come out. She's probably thinking about what she needs to do in this second leg to at least get back one goal. And she obviously has Diego on her comms as well. They're probably having a conversation to figure out exactly what she needs to do.
It's hard as well, you know. I think she knew that Cecilia is a very good player, but 2-0 down and knowing you have to go into the second leg to score at least 2, hoping that Cecilia doesn't score more before then, it's a lot of pressure. But as you guys can see on the screen, Cecilia is currently winning the first semi-final. And on the other side, we've got Fabi and Diana, which is going to be a very, very interesting game as well. So you guys are in and have been in for a real treat today. The games have just been amazing, haven't they?
Yes, and then obviously only 2 women will be going on the trip to Australia and New Zealand for the Women's World Cup. So will it be Cecilia, who's obviously up right now? Will it be Raquel? And then we have the other 2. We have Fabi and Diana, who need to lock in their spot as well. And that final is about to be intense. But we still have the second leg here of this semi-final game. And they're loading up into the game here shortly. What would you do going into this second leg if you were Raquel?
I mean, if it was me, based off my plentiful experience that I have, I would probably change tactics. I think maybe it's not really working. I think one thing that I think we struggle with as creators and not pro players is we don't really know what to do. Should we change tactics? It's harder for us, I think, to observe and notice what our opponent's doing. So I think Raquel has the skill to do that, and she will make those changes. She's got Diego in her ear, who's coached, you know, lots of very, very top-tier talents as well. So I think Raquel still can get this back. She's very experienced. She's won multiple titles. And I think it's just one of those games where she has to keep her head, and Cecilia has to as well. But Cecilia's more relaxed, and I think the more relaxed you are, the better FIFA you play.
Absolutely. I mean, keeping your head is everything. I know that they went through a lot of psychology sessions here and learned a lot of tips and tricks to keep your head and stay calm in the game. And it does seem like she's learning from all of the sessions that we had here in Zurich.
Definitely, and we do see Cecilia try and get a very quick attack. We've seen her do that multiple times today, and it has worked for her a couple of times. But if you are just joining us, we are currently watching the first semi-final of the Fifae FameHerGame Bootcamp. Raquel for Portugal, Cecilia for Brazil, who is currently leading 2-0 as we get into the second leg. Cecilia tries to get into Neymar. Yes, she does. Is he going to go into byline? Yes. Borrows into R9, but blocked again by Van der Sar. I mean, I've lost count of how many times I've said blocked again by Van der Sar.
I mean, she just creates so many chances, so many different opportunities here, and she's creative with it as well. It's never the same thing, and I don't know, I've just been very, very impressed with her attacking style. And I mean, we should credit Raquel. I know she's down 2-0, but she is, to date, very, very defensive player, and she's done really well. But when you go against a player like Cecilia, who's so creative on the attack, it's difficult.
It is, you know, Raquel's an incredible defender, like you said, and it's in those moments where someone like Cecilia, when you come up against her, she knows how to break that defense, that no matter how good you are, Cecilia is finding a way. And I think that is hard for Raquel to take because she's doing really well. I mean, I think if it was either of us against Raquel, we wouldn't be winning.
Let's not chat about that.
No, just don't think about it. It's too painful. But Hulit tries to get into Bellingham here, potentially for a third goal for Cecilia, but it is back again with Raquel. I think we are seeing Raquel's being a little bit more risky, which I think she needs to do because she is 2-0 down and it's worked for Cecilia. And I think with FIFA esports, you either make that choice of, do I be safe or do I just risk it?
I mean, like we've said multiple times, it's all or nothing. And so she must take any possible chance that she has. And it's either going to work in her favor and Cecilia could come back on the counter. But hopefully it does let her get back into the game here because one goal will make a massive difference here in the second leg.
Definitely. You know, it's only 2-0 and there's still, what, 80 odd minutes left? 70, probably my math was wrong there. But 70 minutes is more than enough time to score 2 goals. You know, we saw it in that quarterfinal between Lisa and Fabi. Every time, we thought it was going to go to extra time. It did. We didn't think it was going to go to pens. It did. So that just goes to show anything can really happen in these games. Raquel just being very possession-based again, just trying to be so careful not to give the ball back to Cecilia, but unfortunately she does. Cecilia again with another overhead through ball, tries to get it to the byline, but unfortunately blocked again by Raquel. I think, have you noticed that Cecilia's doing more of those overhead balls, way more than she did in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously works, and I think that she's done her homework. She hasn't played her in competition before. She hasn't played Raquel, but they do practice against each other. So, I mean, she's probably thought about the different ways to integrate into her defense because, as we've said, Raquel is so strong of a defender. And so, I mean, it's very, very smart of her to shift up what she's been doing just because this is the best player that she's played so far.
Definitely, you know, I think, again, Cecilia, it's just, you have to be risky, and I think if something's not working, you need to switch up what you're doing, and Cecilia's done that so well against Raquel, potentially going for that third goal, but unfortunately Van der Sar does get that cross. It is back to Raquel with Mbappe on the wing, back into Bellingham, who does what Cecilia was doing, back onto the wing for Hakimi. Is she going to go to the byline? She doesn't. Mbappe into the middle for Hulit. Passes it out to Davis. Borrows, twisting and turning back to Hulit. Through balls it in. Ronaldinho manages to keep possession, but unfortunately blocked by that centre-back. I mean, this seems to be the story for Raquel. She manages to get it in. She manages to keep possession, but at that very last moment, Cecilia just tackles and wins the ball back.
Absolutely. And the thing with Cecilia, we've talked so much about how great she is at attacking, but she's very strong of a defender as well.
Potentially, oh my goodness, I lost my words there because I don't think we saw that coming, but Raquel nearly pulled one back, but unfortunately, she did not. But she is being more risky. I think Raquel knows that she just has to go for it. She can't be as possession-based because she's 2-0 down and it's almost half-time and she still hasn't managed to pull one back.
Yeah, I mean, that one completely going wide is a bit heart-wrenching there for Raquel. I know she's probably a bit frustrated by that, but if she continues with that type of pressure, I do think that one of those will go in the back of the net eventually.
Definitely. I think we've seen that a lot today. It's especially with Jenny. She unfortunately didn't score, but the pressure, that non-stop, all you need is one chance to pull one back, and that changes things for Raquel. But Cecilia is just, she's on it today. I mean, that quarterfinal, she was a little bit more reserved, but now it's like we're seeing more of Cecilia and what she really has.
Absolutely. And we do have another 45 minutes to go, and there's only been 2 goals, which you were completely right by calling that it wouldn't be that high scoring of a game. But, I mean, I'm still very, very impressed with both players, as Raquel hasn't scored a goal yet. But I've been impressed because this easily could be a 6-0 game if Raquel wasn't as good at defending.
Oh, if it was either one of us, I think it would have been a 6-0 game. We might be double digits, but we don't want to think about that. But Raquel tried to Travella that in to try and get it to 2-1 before halftime. Still 2-0 to Cecilia from Brazil at halftime. Raquel only has 45 minutes to pull this back, and, you know, the pressure's on, and she does look like she is stressing a little bit.
The pressure is on, but 45 minutes, anything can happen. A little bit of constant press. I mean, if she just goes all out, gets one goal back, anything could possibly happen. So she should definitely keep her head in the game, try to get that confidence back, because once momentum shifts, FIFA is a game all about momentum, and it can flip the game on its head, and she could actually be back in the game. But I've been very, very impressed with everything that Cecilia has done in this game. Again, I mean, she's just sipping water, taking deep breaths, and keeping her head as we're here in halftime. She's also making a few changes here on the pitch. We can see it on our end, but we don't want to leak any of her tactics to everyone. Keep it a secret. But I will say, we've seen a lot of pro gameplay here on the Fifae channel and other channels as well. We can learn so much from these players, in addition to every other competition that we've watched, but especially these women, because they're playing at the top of their class.
Definitely. You know, I think we both casted games, we've hosted games, and I feel like my FIFA game has just gotten so much better, and it's crazy how much you can actually learn just watching them, because now I'm going to go home, I'm going to play FIFA, and I'm going to try and do what Cecilia's doing with all those overhead through balls. I'm going to try and defend like how Raquel's doing. It's genuinely crazy how much you actually learn.
I mean, I might add a couple of the players that they're using on their teams into my own ultimate team.
If we can buy them, because they're very expensive
right,
players.
Of course, of course. But no, you really can learn so much from these amazing women, because they are some of the best FIFA players in the world. So if you guys are in the chat, take notes, because, I mean, if you play them in Weekend League, I would be scared. I would be absolutely terrified.
I'm genuinely glad that I'm not competing. I mean, this is great. I love this event, but I'd rather be commentating than playing, because it'd be bad, very bad. We are kicking off now this second half. Raquel does take that first kick. If you are just joining us, it is currently the first semi-final of the Fifae FameHerGame Bootcamp, Brazil versus Portugal, with Cecilia from Brazil currently leading 2-0 on aggregate with 45 minutes left. Cecilia manages again to win back that possession, but we can see from the setup, Raquel has changed her tactics. You know, she's not playing a 5-back anymore. On the screen, we did see she is playing a 3-back. She is going more attacking and sort of just being a little bit more risky, whereas Cecilia just said, I'm going to stick with my 5-back. It's working for me. I need to defend and not bottle, as we say.
Absolutely, and she has the pressure on a bit more. She needs to get the ball back as soon as possible, because as the clock is winding down, she's losing those chances to potentially get back into the game here. And it's here. If Cecilia is doing what she needs to do, she's just going to pass it around in the middle of the pitch. She doesn't need to move it forward. She's up by 2 goals. And so I think that Cecilia is going to start to sit back and really play a bit calm, because she needs to hold on to this 2-goal lead.
Definitely, you know, you don't want to lose possession when there's so much on the line. And she's showing that she's holding the ball. There's been multiple times where she could have put it in the box. She didn't. Chose to pass it back. But Bellingham currently with the ball. She tries to shoot from out the box, and she does! 3-0 to Cecilia. I mean, wow.
I mean, the fact that she saw that chance and took it, and then obviously she was accurate as well. Amazing finishing, and she knows exactly what she's doing. I mean, she's practiced that before, and she's looking so clinical in this second leg.
She is, and you know, it's like you say, if you don't risk it, you're not going to get rewarded. And she wasn't really playing like this in the quarterfinal. She was being so safe, getting it into the box and scoring that way. Now, she's just trying to shoot from outside the box and take her chances. And, you know, you said she was going to try and sit back. She got an extra goal just in case, but I think now she really is just going to sit back and take that step back, because she's got a 3-goal lead. It's a decent cushion. Raquel could score 3, but she's in a very, very safe position.
It's almost as if she heard me say that she was sitting back. She's like, no, I can score more goals. Here we go. Here's another one.
I'll prove you wrong, Casey.
Exactly.
I mean, Raquel, you have to feel for Raquel. She's such an incredible player, and that's the thing with FIFA. You can have 2 amazing players come up against each other, and then it's just down to the day. Raquel looks defeated a little bit, and I think she's normally really calm, but I think this is really getting to her.
Yes, and they are friends as well. And so they've been friendly throughout this entire competition. They hang out outside of the sessions as well. Obviously, both of them speak Portuguese, and so they've developed a good friendship over this entire experience here in Zurich. And so I can understand how it is a bit difficult to play against your friend. You feel bad. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's a massive prize. Being a champion of this tournament means everything. You'll become a world champion, and I mean, you have to play your best ability, even against your friend.
You do, and you know, I think that's where you just have to separate personal and your professional career pretty much, because it is hard, you know. I think Cecilia, even though she's going to be happy she's won, but I think part of her is going to feel a little bad that she, you know, take this game, because that's her friend. And we nearly saw Raquel here potentially pulling one back, but unfortunately for her, Cecilia, again, just being so clinical with her defending.
Absolutely. I mean, both have defended well, but I've just been so impressed with Cecilia's all-around game. She's able to shoot from far out, she's able to dribble in the box, skill, but also defend against Raquel, who's been very clinical.
Through ball potentially. Sorry, Casey. I think it's one of them where we keep like we're having conversations and Cecilia's like, "Hello, I'm back again. Gonna potentially score another goal." But yeah, I think that's the thing with FIFA. Like you were saying, it's when you're an all-rounder with anything really, you're just in a much better position. But Raquel potentially getting on the attack there, but it's just offside. But you know, just on your point, Casey, it's like I don't know for you, but for me, I feel like I'm better with attacking and I'm terrible with defending, because some of the goals I can see the bad goals.
Yes, I mean, defending's hard in FIFA, especially in FIFA 23. I've heard a lot of comments that it's more difficult this year. And so, I mean, just like that, Raquel is very skilled at defending. And so, I mean, I've been very, very impressed from either side, but they have to be a well-rounded player in order to play at this level. They're working on everything with their coaches, from offense to defense to skilling to, I mean, staying calm, cool, composed, tactics, but they're ready to be there, and they've learned so much in this competition and from everyone back home.
Definitely, you know, R9 just here with the ball. I think we were both wrong. I don't think Cecilia's going to sit back. I think she's just going to keep going through it and just try and score as many goals as possible, because she knows, even though there's 18 minutes left, it doesn't mean Raquel can't come back and score 3.
I probably shouldn't have said it, because looking back at the group stage, she scored 47 goals in the group stage. Absolutely insane. And so I take it back. She's going to continue to push on, and we might see a couple more here.
Potentially Hullet just there with the overhead through ball, but it lands in the hands of Van der Sar. Well, that rhymed a little bit. Lands in the hands. I might say that more rather than Van der Sar again. But just 14 minutes left in this second leg of the first semi-final. Cecilia is so close to booking not only that final spot, but booking those tickets to the World Cup, which is a massive, massive prize.
I mean, it's a chance of a lifetime, right? That if you are not here, they might not get that opportunity ever. And so to compete for that and have that much on the line, there's a lot of pressure to it, but it's obviously not getting to her. She sees herself on that plane to Australia and New Zealand supporting Brazil in the World Cup, and it's great to see.
It is, and Mbappe here just on the attack. Cecilia's, I think, is going to go for a force. Lands back into her lip. R9, the goal is open. Goal for Cecilia by Cristiano Ronaldo. She makes it 4-0 on aggregate in this semi-final. I mean, mistake from Raquel there, but that's Cecilia managing to trick Raquel into what she was actually going to do.
Right. I mean, she had the extra pass. She had 2 extra passes, and she had a wide open goal because Raquel did unfortunately bring her goalkeeper pretty much almost outside of the box. And I mean, it is Cecilia's patience, because I would have probably just shot that the first time I got it. She was able to wait, stay calm, and obviously put it back. Easy goal.
Raquel just here at the byline, but unfortunately waits just a second too long, because Cecilia manages to intercept it again. The ball is back with Cecilia. Doesn't look like she's even going to try and hold possession. She is appearing to be on the attack again. Yes, she is. Mbappe through balls it into Bellingham. He's running into the box. Is she going to shoot? No, she doesn't. Player locks it, but blocked and saved by Van der Sar. I mean, I think Cecilia is just trying to build her confidence before that final, because either, you know, Nala or Diana is watching in the crowd thinking, oh, this is who I'm going to play in the final.
Oh, absolutely. I think that this final game is about to be such an entertaining final. Either one who wins, whether it's Fabian or Diana, both have been in finals before in competition. but Cecilia is ready to go. I do think that it is unfortunate for Raquel because she went undefeated up until this point, and she should be so proud of herself.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Cecilia just giving away a foul here, but unfortunately there is only 20 seconds left in the game. Can Raquel get one back, though? Potentially holds it with R9, but no. Brazil are your first finalists for the Fifae FameHerGame Bootcamp. A massive 4-0 win in that semi-final, just hugging her brother and Tata. I mean, massive, massive moment for her.
I mean, she's been so impressive to watch. And congratulations to Cecilia. She's going to Australia and New Zealand. And unfortunate for Raquel, her journey does end here today. But I know that she's learned so much, and she does support Cecilia at the end of the day. So she's going to want her to win in this final.
Definitely, you know, and this is the hard thing. You know, Raquel's an incredible player, but FIFA's just one of those games where anything can happen. But we are now going to jump over to Inter to interview the players.
Right. And with the first finalist here, I should speak to you, and you'll translate to her, right? Okay. I see the feelings, I just want her to express it.
O que você está sentindo agora? O que você quer expressar?
Estou muito feliz com mais essa conquista na temporada. O Campeonato de Londres foi incrível e a gente poder disputar outra final é algo muito bom. Sei que é uma grande adversária por vir aí, mas vamos nos divertir e vai dar Brasil.
I heard the last bit.
Yeah. I'm very happy to be here after London to dispute another final, and I'm gonna friend a tough adversary in the next phase. But I'm very glad to be here right now.
Who would you like to be your final opponent, or doesn't really matter?
Quem você quer que seja seu próximo adversário ou não importa?
Quem é a semifinal?
A Fabienne
E a Diana.
com a Diana.
Eu gosto muito de jogar contra a Fabienne, né? Foi minha primeira final contra ela, então eu gostaria de enfrentar ela novamente.
I played my first final against Fabian, and I like to play another time.
I think that's great to hear. Very much congratulations to you. You are going to be in Australia. That's one thing for sure, because you got to the finals. Yeah. So if you can tell her, I think she'll be very, very happy. But congratulations. There's winners, but obviously there's also losers. Unfortunately, we've spoken to Raquel before, and we're going to her again. And I'm very curious on Raquel's opinion about the semi-final. Obviously, Raquel, I'm going to sit down right here. You've been incredible throughout this whole tournament. How are you feeling right now? Obviously, you got it, but just explain a little bit.
Yes, I'm a little bit gutted, but honestly, I'm proud of my performance. I think I did great against an exceptional player that is Cecilia, a young talent. I think also she's the future of FIFA at young age, at 18 years old. She battles against the best pros in Brazil, and yeah, I did lose, but I'm very proud of myself and what I did, and hopefully I will continue my journey playing, because I was listening to you guys debating over there. I will continue playing, working and playing, because it's not only a game for me, it's something that I really like to do, and I will keep doing for me and for the other girls that want to come play.
Well, that's a brilliant answer. It's very difficult to comprehend, of course, for you right now that you're out. But I think if I say for everybody, you've been a massive sport. You've done so well yesterday and today. You should be really, really proud of yourself. Is there one thing specifically, or maybe two things, that you will take from this semi-final to the next tournaments you might participate in?
Honestly, I think my mental this year was a little bit down, but with this tournament, and especially with yesterday, the pep talk that we had with Matt, the mental coach, helped me a lot. Today, I've messaged him saying thank you, because it really helps me. Because you have to have talent to play FIFA, but the mental capability is very important. And the one thing that I take from here is my mental. It got better, and it's why I made top 4. And I'm very proud of it.
I think that's a good way to kick it off. Again, you've done so well. Sincerely, you've done really well, and I'm really looking forward to see you in the upcoming tournaments. Maybe we will play each other again. That will be really fun.
I hope you don't stop playing. You commented, but don't stop playing.
I will never stop playing. Don't worry. I think we're going back to the girls right there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much, Inter. Well, I really hope Raquel doesn't stop playing anytime soon either. I know she's at a bit of a crossroads in her life to what she does next, but let's hope she continues playing the beautiful virtual game. Well, there you have it. Cecilia is your first grand finalist, booked herself a seat on that plane to Australia and New Zealand in just a few weeks' time as well. We're still waiting to find out who will join her out of Fabian and Diana. That's our second semi-final coming up in a few moments' time. Fabian is already ready. She's already in her seat. We're still waiting for Diana to enter the arena at the moment. Obviously, if you are just joining us, you missed a pretty dramatic quarterfinal a few moments ago. Fabian went up against Lisa Manley from the UK. It went to extra time and penalties, and Fabian obviously booked her seat behind us in quite some fashion. I'm joined now by Sam from the commentary booth and Miss Lola as well. Lola, I mean, let's just quickly go back to how Fabian made it here. You were watching in the arena. How was it to watch her go through in that such dramatic way?
Oh my gosh, as a fan just watching, you know, we love to see penalties. So I know for them it must have been so nerve-wracking, but for us it's just so exciting. I was definitely on the edge of my seat the whole time.
Yeah, as were Sam and myself, I'm sure. Let's just talk a little bit about our first finalist then. Cecilia, going through, we predicted she would go far in this competition, and she's doing exactly what she did in London a few weeks ago. I had a little look at some facts. 58 goals she has scored in this competition. She's only conceded 3. How much do you read into that, Sam?
It means that she's obviously a very attacking FIFA player. You can see she's a confidence builder. As soon as she gets the first, she capitalises on it and scores more. She's not going to be very defensive when she can't stop scoring, and she's got a phenomenal record, and I think she's going to want to keep rolling with that.
Yeah. Lola, have you played against either of Cecilia or Raquel, who we just saw playing there? And if so, how was it?
No, I haven't played either
But you've watched
of them.
a lot of their games.
Yeah, I watched them, and honestly, it's such an awe. You know, it's just so nice to see women that are so fabulous at the game and being able to showcase their talents on a stage like this. It's just been incredible.
And Cecilia is just relentless as well, doesn't she? She doesn't give up. She's got that amazing team behind her. That's a gamer. Obviously, her fellow countrywoman is so supportive of what she's trying to do. Do you just love seeing women trying to empower other women?
Oh, I love it. I'm all for women. Empowering women with each other. I stand for that. It's what I love to do. Even after like the tough games, I'm over here going out in the back, like making sure, you know what, you did great. You know, just know, be proud of yourself, and you're here because you are amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned, didn't we, that Cecilia is now going to the World Cup as well. Sam, I wanted to ask you about that. Obviously, Brazil are going as well. I'm guessing she'll want to watch them when she goes out to the other side of the world to watch the World Cup.
Definitely. Well, Brazil were a very creative attacking team, a bit like her FIFA style, so I'm sure she'll relish the opportunity to watch them. They're a brilliant team, so they could go far in the competition. They recently played the Lionesses in the Finalisma, came so close to winning. It ended in a penalty shootout. They just lost, and they've got players like Rafa, who actually plays for Arsenal in the Women's Super League, who's one of the most incredible ball-playing centre-backs I've seen. So definitely she'll want to keep an eye out on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is our second semi-final. That's Diana. You actually did play against Diana in the groups yesterday. How was she as a competitor to play against?
Honestly, she's amazing. She is so good. You know, obviously she scored 8 goals on me. It was really rough, but also, I mean, I went up to her afterwards, we hugged it out, and I was just telling her, oh, you are incredible, and I really do hope to see her move on.
And it's great to actually see her showing her emotion.
Yeah.
Not many of them do. They kind of keep it under wraps a bit, almost that it's a sign of weakness. I feel it's the complete opposite. I feel it shows passion and how much this game means to them, Sam.
Completely agree. I think we're seeing a real character here on the FIFA esports scene, and I love it. She really shows that emotion and how much it means to her, and I think it's almost helping her because she's letting it out, she's showing us how she feels, and she's been able to overcome obstacles, and I'm really excited for this match to see how she performs now.
Yeah, Fabian had to go through quite a lot. Diana obviously beat Vanessa 4-3. Didn't have quite the match that we saw from them. Maybe it didn't bring about as many emotions. How do you think Fabian will cope with what she had to go through with extra time and penalties, opposed to Diana, who had a bit more of an easier route, I'm going to say?
I think she's very composed, and I think that she's going to remain that way in this round as well. And Fabian is just incredible. They're both such great FIFA players, and it's going to be really exciting to watch them battle it out.
Miss Lola, I want to talk to you a bit more about your journey. As Boosie just goes in as well, she's great. Just to go and wish Fabian the best of luck in, again, what is a very important match. The winner of this books their spot, not only in the final, but themselves a seat on the plane to Australia and New Zealand. I want to talk to you a bit about your journey into FIFA as well, because you've come to it quite late, only a couple of months ago. Just tell me about why you started playing FIFA.
Honestly, I was looking for a new game to play. I play a lot of different games, and one of my friends, Rick, he suggested trying FIFA, and I was like, all right, I'm down to learn a new game and a new sport completely. So I just jumped in, and I've been playing it for about 2.5 months now. And I mean, I've played it almost 550 to 600 hours in the last 2 months. It's been a really, really heavy grind, but I've been loving it. I fell in love the first day I even turned the game on, and I'm excited to see where my journey goes with it.
Who's the must in your FIFA team then right now? Or who does everyone... I know you stream a lot as well. Your chat probably goes, you've got to have X player, you've got to have Y player. Who do they all tell you to put in your team?
Oh, yeah, definitely Ronaldo is number one, that he needs to be on my team. But my favorite player to play with has been Garrincha from the start.
And I've got to ask, because Miss Lola was telling me a story, actually, a couple of days ago. She said, I haven't always loved football. Obviously, as a North American, you know, there's a lot of other sports over there, and she calls it soccer anyway. And she said, yeah, I fell in love with football after when? Tell me about the story that you told me. I'm not going to tell it because it's a great story.
My family was over at my house, and they were watching the World Cup. I was not. I would pass by, and they were like, oh, come watch with us. And I was like, I'm okay. I'm going to go to my room. And they're like, no, just sit for a little bit. You know, I was like, okay, fine. I sat down. I believe it was France versus, I don't even remember
I hope
who.
it wasn't France-England, because that was a game I don't want to remember.
It was France versus, I don't remember who. And Olivier Giroud popped up on the screen, and he had scored a goal. And I was like, maybe I should start playing football.
So do you have Olivier Giroud in your team?
I do not.
Oh, you have to pack him,
His
surely.
pace is atrocious.
His pace is atrocious, yeah, right. So I'm hoping it wasn't that England-France game, Sam, that we remember from Qatar. I was in the stands of that one. It wasn't great to be an England fan that day. Remember the Harry Kane missed penalty. Okay, well, I'm looking over my shoulder, and Fabian is sitting by with Inter, ready before her semis. Inter, what's she going to say?
What is she going to say? That's the question. Fabian, how are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling good. I'm still a little bit down from the other game, but I'm trying to focus and win my game.
That's a great answer, obviously. It's been a really, really tight game. Can you, let that go and then focus on this game?
I have to. I try my best. I never played against her, I think. So we will see what happens.
Yeah, I get that. But especially because it's been... Yeah, I wouldn't be able to let it go because, I know myself as a player, obviously. It was something in the end of the game that turned it around for you. That's your quality as well. Do you practice mentally as well? Because this is really, really mental to be able to get back and then win penalties.
I didn't practice any mental things. I think it's just my personality. I'm a very calm person, and I think it's my benefit.
I think it's your benefit as well. Is there anything special? You might have seen a few peaks of Diana's game. Have you thought about any tactics, or are you just going to do your own thing?
I'm just doing my own thing. I'm trying to do my best, and Playing a good game, and as I said before, Lisa's game, the better player wins.
The better player wins. I think it's good to edit on that one. I think we'll go back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Inter. I like the fact that she said she'd never played Diana before. That makes things quite interesting, Sam.
Definitely. I think as a FIFA player as well in football, as soon as you know your opponents, you try and capitalise on their weaknesses and you are more confident in playing them. You know how to play against them. I think when you haven't played each other before, it's so fresh. Obviously, coaches would have done their analysis, but sometimes it takes you a while to get into the game when you're playing someone new, so we could potentially see that now.
And Miss Lola, they're quite contrasting personalities as well. Fabian there, she just says she's really calm, she doesn't let the pressure get to her. Diana, she shouts. She shows all the emotion.
Oh, yeah. Diana is very, very passionate, and she has no problem even showing it. It's funny because she even came up to me before and she was like, I'm going to scream if I score a goal. Don't take any offense. It has nothing to do with you. So she's so sweet and so passionate, and you can tell Fabian is just calm, cool, collected. It's going to be an amazing game.
It is going to be an amazing game, and Inter is behind me ready to chat to Diana ahead of this one.
Yeah, I am ready to chat. They're just changing up some things with the console right here, so I got a great opportunity to talk with Diana right next to me. First word that pops into my mind when I talk to you is "Vamos!"
Yeah, I'm getting a little famous because of that. Well, like I said a little earlier, it's just my passion. It's just the way I feel the game, and I love the game. So it just comes out during games, and also is a way to relieve the stress that I may be feeling. So yeah, vamos is probably my favorite word at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to hear a lot of vamos in the upcoming games. We've seen so many great games, and I'm sure the game between you two will be incredible. We've actually talked in the corridors as well, and you're feeling quite okay right now, right?
Yeah, you have to be confident, because if you're not confident, then it's not going to show in your game. It's going to show weakness, and you don't want that, because the opponent will see that, and it will take advantage of it. I've never played Fabian, like she said, so it's going to be an interesting game, and it's going to also be a clash of personalities, because we're really different. But I'm excited to see as well.
I think we're all excited to see that one. One more thing. Fabian says she's really going to focus on her own game and her own tactics. Do you have anything from how you know Fabian from the past game? You've been here in Zurich with her and the other girls, obviously. So you might have seen something that could help you against her, perhaps?
Yeah, some skills. I was watching her games, obviously. Some skills, some corners as well. I have to keep that in mind. But I mean, when the ball starts rolling, you just focus on the game. You're not thinking, oh, she did this in the past game. No, I'm thinking of what she's gonna do now and what I have to do to stop her.
All right. I think that's a great way to end up. I'm really looking forward to this game, and I think we should head back to the studio.
Thanks, Inter. Well, I just grabbed Raquel, who was walking around. Obviously, unfortunately, she's been eliminated from the competition. But as a fellow countrywoman of Diana, I want a little bit more of an insight. We know that she's very expressive in how she plays. She's relaxed. She's confident. What is she like, though, outside of FIFA?
Actually, she's a little bit more reserved, yeah. A little bit like me. She's a bit more reserved, and she stays on her own place. But when it comes to FIFA, she's very passionate about it. One thing that I've told her just right now, it's her mental this year. It's been very strong, and she has been getting great results nationally and internationally. So I think it's gonna be what she's going to be showing us today.
Yeah, I read into that as well, that FIFA does a lot for Diana as a person, if that kind of brings her out of her shell a bit, which is kind of done to you as well. You've found your passion for it. Miss Lola streams for like 8 to 10 hours a day. And how many days consecutively now have you been streaming? It was off the record.
Oh, yeah, 2 months.
Constant grind.
Yeah.
Constant grind. If you were in Diana's position right now, obviously you've been here, you've been on that stage, what would you say to her? Because this is a high pressure situation. She's on the big stage. She's playing Fabian. What would you tell her?
I'm going to be with her in the seats. I'm going just be confident. Fabian is a player, a good player, one of the best female players in the world, but it's 2 games. I think we saw the game against Lisa. Fabian won in penalties, so she has to be confident with her strong mental that she's been showing this year, and let's see if she wins.
And Diana has got a strong mental resolve. Obviously, we saw her go down not once but twice against Vanessa, and she came back 4-3. So if she can keep that mental strength alive in this semi-final, who knows what we'll be able to see. I was just going to see if Francisco is there. I'm just going to grab you over here quickly. You know. He was just on his phone, whatever. He's just probably texting Diana. A quick word. Obviously, we just saw Diana come back against Vanessa to book a slot here. She's now going up against Fabian, who we know exactly what can do. She went through against Lisa, extra times and penalties. Does she change anything going into this one that she did against Vanessa, or is it pretty much as she did before, she's going to do again now?
She's very confident. I think she wants to keep his gameplay because the gameplay brought her here, so I would say that she must remain the same. We studied a little bit of Fabian, but as she said, when the ball starts rolling, it's all different.
Yeah, and during the match as well, Francisco, can you give her any advice? Is she the kind of player that will turn to you and ask a couple of questions, or once she's in the match, is it tunnel vision?
Actually, when I met Diana, we spoke a little bit. I didn't practice, I didn't coach her all the season, so I was with her and I said to her, I'm here to help. If you need anything from me, I will be here to help. So I tried to speak a little bit further the tournament as we go. So in the beginning I was speaking less, now I feel more confident to give her the best advices that I could give.
And you're the main man for the job, of course. And congratulations this week as well for getting inducted into the FIFA Hall of Fame here at the museum. Have you been around and seen a little bit of it? And yeah, what an honour. I guess Aggie was chatting to you earlier. Tell me how it feels to have your name now in the history books.
I just can say it's an honor because we are having the same level of protagonism, I would say, than the real football players. So it's good to see that the FIFA Museum likes the same about the real football and esports. So we are very proud. I can talk by Alfonso as well.
Maybe we'll get to chat to Alfonso a little bit later as well. And just moving on to the FIFA E World Cup a little bit later, are Portugal going to be world champions once again?
We hope so. First of all, we have our playoffs. We have 3 players, Darkley, De Fernandes and Tuga. We want to have all 3 on 1v1 World Cup. Then we will think about the E-Club, which we have Movistar Riders with Tuga that are the current world champions. Then we will think about E-Nation. So we have a lot to go. First, let's put Diana on the final.
Let's get her on the map as well. Well, thank you very much, Francisco. I'll let you go and sit behind Diana as well. Raquel, I'll let you go up there as well. She's got a lot of support behind her in that pod. And Fabian's is a little less congested, but Germany have so many players as well, don't they? Obviously, they had Jenny and Letitia, and I love that they are siblings and they get to do this journey together.
Oh yeah, it's honestly fabulous. I wish my sisters would play some video games with me, but having your sister here to support you, it's just, it's incredible. It really is incredible. And the fact that Jenny is, so young and getting into this at this age, it really is inspiring for girls and females getting into esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you've found this pathway as well. But we are ready for our second semi-final. Who will join Cecilia? Will it be Diana or will it be Fabian? We're about to find out. Inter, Sam, take it away.
Thank you, Rachel. Really looking forward to this one. As you mentioned, these two haven't faced each other yet, so I feel like it might be a bit of a cagey start. Both will be wanting to get that early goal. Inter, what do you think we can expect from this game?
Well, to be honest, we've had so much luck with the rest of the games. So I think it's going to be a game full of goals. That's what I wanted to say. And hopefully maybe some emotion, mental games, like stuff like that. Skill moves, I love skill moves. So definitely with that Ronaldinho that Fabian has, I think we'll be treated.
Well, these two are very contrasting characters. We see here Fabian is very calm, collective, composed, doesn't show too much emotion, so we never know what she's thinking. Whereas I feel like with Diana, we know exactly what she's thinking. She's not afraid to express herself. And I think if Diana scored, we might see a couple of celebrations. I'm not sure we'll see that with Fabian. So a very intriguing game coming up for you. Both of them just setting up their teams. How would you say these two differ in terms of maybe a formation they might play or style of play?
Well, to be honest, Fabian really loves the 4-3-2-1, but I don't know if she's going to use that at this point in the tournament. So we'll really have to see how they set up the teams, which we're going to see in a few minutes. But Diana on the other side, yeah, I really don't know. She plays 4-4-2, which would be like very defensive. But again, they had like these master classes yesterday, so they had info about a 5-4-1, which she might use as well, like against Fabian, who is really good at attacking. I personally stick to 5-4-1 and not play my own formation.
Well, I do know that Fabian was practicing with 5 at the back today, a formation she doesn't usually play, but she wanted to give it a go just to keep possession and frustrate the opponents. So we'll see if she does bring that out. I think it was a bit of just an adaptation that maybe she wants to have there in case. But we are about to kick things off. Fabian versus Diana. Diana, the home team. And Diana has kicked things off, just keeping that possession, but it's been lost already early on.
I see a Dino there for Portugal, which is very interesting because I'm sure Fabian is using Ronaldinho, and here we are talking about him on the ball right now, looking for the through pass, couldn't get it there. Frimpong, I believe, was in the way there. Yeah, it was Frimpong, and I see a Delict a lot, which is very yeah. I like De Ligt. He's my fellow Dutchie yet again. So with Bellingham on the ball and Musiala, I think we have a very diverse but very fun team we're looking at from both Portugal and Germany. And it's Diana who is going to search for the first attack here with possession. Hullet at the ball on midfield, just passing it around and getting a feeling in this game.
You can already see that both players are disrupting each other's play. Hasn't been too much consistency in the opening stages of this first half of the first leg. Both players cancelling each other out so far, which is what I would have expected having not played each other before. You can see there that Germany have possession once again. They've given it away a few times. Both have tried the through ball. They've not been able to break through each other's defence. It's probably a tactical adaptation they're going to have to work on. Musiala into Ronaldo, who gets intercepted again.
Yeah, like I said, it was a bit predictable, to be honest, that she would pass that back to R9 right there. But again, you don't know who you're playing because you've never played against that person before. Of course, you've spent a lot of days here in Zurich with each other. But like, if you haven't played a certain opponent, it's really difficult to like focus on their traits. And then again, it was Fabian looking for that attack, and it ended in a goal kick.
Well, it was a lovely skill move there from Fabian with Ronaldinho. She does like to get creative. We know she loves a step over. Will we see her bring it out much? We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Diana is on the ball, trying to look for a forward pass. It's not been on yet, just passing it backwards in possession with Bellingham in the midfield, looking to get wide as much as possible. And again, the ball's gone out of play. Neither of these players so far are able to hold on for it for long.
No, exactly. And like in the Netherlands, we say "kat uit de boom kijken," which literally means watching a cat out of the tree. So not helping it, but just waiting for it to come out. And this expression, hang on, let me wait for this attack. There we go. This expression means that both players are really just looking what their opponent is doing. They're not really focusing on their own game. They're like trying out what they can do, what they can't do. And these through balls haven't been proven to be effective. So I think they're going to try and find the space on the width, perhaps, which is very difficult with a 5-4-1 against a 5-4-1. There is a chance, though. Good defending by Diana, and we're still looking at a 0-0.
Quick counter-attack now from Diana, knowing, and again, lost possession. Back.
Oh, great through ball. R9 Travella. Great defending there.
Hullet in possession, switches it out wide. Again, with Fabian now. Ronaldinho into Ronaldo.
Oh, what a skill! What a goal! This L1 heel to heel is so effective around that area, and she did it perfectly. It was, wow, this was impressive. Like the way and the timing she did that, that really needs nerve as well as trusting yourself.
Game on, 1-0 to Fabian. A fantastic finish there with Mbappe. Bit of a trademark goal there from Fabian. She'll be really pleased that she's broken the deadlock. It was a bit of a nervy start from Fabian, I would say. We know that she is a calm character, so she's managed to maintain her focus and finally find that goal. We'll have to see if Diana can find a way back from this. Still plenty of time, but at the moment it is Fabian with Mbappe, the goal scorer. And now it'll be Diana's turn to try and attack.
Oh, definitely, and she's trying to find a space, but she's having a lot of trouble like finding her attackers from the midfield. She's tried a lot of really easy passes that just went in the feet of Fabian's players. So it's really interesting to see how she's going to find the space here on the width. She's passing it back to Hullet, who's passing it back to Bellingham. Is he going to open up the play? He is not. He's keeping possession. Hullet round through. R9 in possession right there. Great defending again by Fabian, who will keep possession and try to build up another attack play.
Was it just one pass too many there, or just brilliant defending in the end?
Well, I would say both, perhaps. Wait, I'm waiting for a through ball here. It's not coming. Good defending by Diana. I would say both, but it's really difficult to find the space if you're up against 5 defenders with like 3 or 4 maybe attackers. It's hard to get through. So trying to pass around from the left to the right side all the time would open up space, but the timing has to be perfect.
Well, you could see there that Diana was trying to play the ball around the back, invite the pressure to look for the opening pass. In the end, she's given it away, and it's Ronaldinho for Fabian. In the end, defended crucially there by Diana. It will be a corner for Fabian right now. Can she make use of this corner? Hullet into the box, a lovely cross gathered in the end there by Diana. It's quite an end-to-end game so far.
Yeah, it's a game so far. That's what you're saying. I saw a little Yashin in goal, so I didn't see it. And Edwin van der Sar, who's been proven to be really good throughout this tournament. So I'm really interested in why she chose for Yashin. However, we are waiting for either an equalizer from Diana. She hasn't really gotten any chances yet, so I'm really curious on how she is going to tactically change to make sure to attack this 5-4-1 formation that's really difficult to break through. They've had a lot of tips and tricks, of course, by professional esport coaches, and yeah, great defending again by Fabian, who's just really relaxed at this point, I must say. There was a mistake in the past, but it's half-time anyway, and it's a 1-0 lead to Fabian.
Fabian will feel... I feel like once you get the 1-0 head start going into the second half, you feel a bit more comfortable. But you want to cushion that lead, so it's important for Fabian that she tries to get a second as quickly as possible. But Diana, she's come back from so many different score lines throughout this competition so far, including the group stages yesterday. She had a brilliant finish to her group, topping it. And I think she'll feel confident that she can turn things around in this second half.
Yeah, she will feel confident, but I spoke to her like with the interview, and I was like, will you take this last game like against Lisa with you to this semi-final? Of course, it's very hard to let go of this because she was about to get knocked out of the tournament, and then she managed to get the goal because of a mistake by Lisa. It was an amazing game, but there was this moment of, oh, I could have been out right there. So it either could really motivate her, or, in this case, if I know Fabian a bit now, it will motivate her. Yeah. But you can't, it would be mental if you could let that go so easily.
Well, Fabian has such a winning mentality. I even heard that she was practicing formations, thinking about how she's going to play in the final against Cecilia. So she already had that in mind already, which just shows how strong her mentality is, that she has full belief in herself. She's always thought about the final rather than the quarters or the semis.
Yeah.
She wasn't even thinking about those. She was just thinking about the final. And we have kicked off this second half underway. We're going to see a goal.
And it's 2-0 to Fabian. This kickoff we've been seeing a lot in international tournaments, but again, it's so difficult to defend. There is a way, but it's really, really difficult. Execution perfectly. She did that perfectly. The timing was great. And R9, you just know he's the man you can trust of that position. And he put it back in the net. And it's 2-0 for Fabian. And I am wondering, is she going to push through? Because there is a second leg to be played. And you don't want to take risk at this time. But on the other hand, a total different game with a new login and a new everything, it could be a totally different feel to the game. So if you're feeling so good like Fabian is right now, I'd say push through for more goals. And of course, Diana is looking for a response there.
Well, this will give Diana some motivation to try and get a goal back. 2-0, a difficult scoreline, but you can still, if you then score that goal and you know that you've got one more to equalise, it completely changes the dynamics of the match. But we know that Diana will just keep trying, keep going. She's relentless. But right now, Ronaldinho for Fabian. And I have to say, it was from an acute angle that she scored that goal with R9. It was an absolutely fantastic finish. Will she score a third? She's looking for it. Ronaldo outside of the box tries to play the through ball, doesn't work, which gives Diana the chance to counter-attack now with Ronaldinho. Needs to do this counter as quickly as possible.
Oh, the striker right there. Oh, she didn't see it. There was an opportunity to pass it to a striker, but she's still in possession at the right wing, trying to find space in this very, very tight box full of opponents everywhere. It's really difficult, but she managed to pass it to a left winger, but Frimpong, yet again, is Fabian's saver.
Some lovely skills before the chance to get a shot off. And I have to say, we don't know Fabian as being a defensive player, but she has defended really, really well. It shows her versatility in terms of attacking and defending. Both these players are very attacking, which always makes an interesting game when you have two attacking players playing against each other.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, like I said, I'm very curious how Fabian is going to play the rest of this game, because it's only the 62nd minute, but you don't want to take risks. In this case, if she's feeling so well, she's defending so well, I'm sure we're going to see more goals.
Well, right now it is Diana that is searching for that all-important goal to give her a chance to get back in the game. There's still a second leg. She has every chance going, but it will give her that boost she needs if she can find the back of the net. She's not had many clear-cut chances at all, actually, in this first leg. She's looking for the opening. Could this be it? Into Mbappe, but so close there.
This Hullet, in defense for Fabian, has been working out perfectly. He's been doing everything right for her, and in this case, he is very, very strong with his head, and he's very, very physical, which is great to use. And I'm looking forward to the final minutes of this game, because if Diana gets this 2-1, it will be a totally different leg. It will, yeah, of course, everyone knows that, but in this case, it will be mental. It will be crucial for her to score this game. Otherwise, I think we've already seen the finalist.
It's Ronaldinho for Fabian. Can she find that
there we
pass?
go.
Yes,
what
she
a
can.
goal!
Slotted into the bottom corner. Fabian gives herself the 3-0 lead. Fabulous play there from Fabian, and she will be full of joy after scoring a third now.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we see the 4-2-2 by Diana, but there's something she's not liking about what's going on here. Of course, besides the score, it was very, very easy for Fabian to go through the wing and then pass it back to a striker. There's something defensively going wrong, and she is trying to fix it right now, but she has to take risks now. She has to score at least one goal to be able to make it a bit more difficult for Fabian.
You could just see Diana's emotions there. She needs to be able to control them, find a way to turn things around. You mentioned she's changing up her formation, looking for a solution, and the best FIFA players, they're able to adapt, find a solution and change a game around. We're waiting to see if Diana is capable of doing that in this match. We know that Fabian is a very tough contender to face in FIFA. Lisa mentioned earlier that she in her opinion, is the best player on the scene at the moment. Fabian doesn't like that spotlight or that pressure. She likes to just be calm and go under the radar, but it's difficult when everyone's talking about you. And I mentioned it before, but actually everyone's talking about Cecilia being a real contender to win the whole thing rather than Fabian. And if Fabian does face Cecilia in the final, we've already played each other in a final before, but right now it's Fabian going for it again, and she does!
What an elastico! This was perfect. How she like turned back. Like Diana was expecting her to turn around to his right foot, but instead Ronaldo went to his left foot with an elastico. Perfectly done. It's insane. It's 4-0, and I think we're not going to have a very, very tight second leg. I think it's done.
You think it's done? Well, we'll have to wait and see. If Diana could come back with, it would be a very dramatic comeback, which we love to see in FIFA. It's always exciting. But right now, will Diana get a goal? She's struggling to find ways to break through Fabian's defence. And she's still trying to find out how to do it. But right now,
wow, what a pass.
Ball over the top, offside. That would have been amazing.
That would have been, yeah, definitely. But I feel like Diana could have a bit more help from a bit more dynamic players, because she's got these strong physical players in her attack. But like the things she does, a lot of skills and a lot of everything. Oh, with a chance here as well, as I'm speaking. But like she likes to turn, she likes to be unpredictable. And like with R9 and Ronaldo up front, it's very, very difficult to like have these quick turns.
Well, it's Mbappe now. Diana's still searching for a goal, can't get past Fabian's solid defence. Fabian is playing with a very compact defence, and Diana just keeps going, but still can't find a way through them.
Yeah, definitely. It's. I think we should give credits to Fabian for how she's defending. It's been really, really well, and yeah, I think her defending has to be mastered if she's actually going through to the finals. Cecilia has been scoring goals a lot this tournament, and in this case that's where the defensive skills of Fabian will actually be shown.
Right now Fabian has possession in the midfield with Bellingham, sprays a lovely through ball out wide. Will she get another goal?
Wow.
She's cut it back, and yes,
Wow.
she will. Another
Wow.
clinical finish into the corner. CR7 once again with his trademark celebration, and Fabian will certainly be celebrating as she scores her 5th of the game.
Yeah, CR7 being the one to hurt our Portuguese player Diana is maybe even more painful than it would like if perhaps R9 scored or something like that. It's mental. The first game, 5-0, Fabian against Diana, and I think right now on your screen you're looking at the finalist, the second finalist of this tournament, or there should be magic by Diana. We've called her the comeback queen quite often, and she will have to prove herself in order to fight back and be able to have a chance for the finals.
Well, we'd have to see a major comeback if Diana was able to turn things around. It's still a whole game. Fabian was able to score 5 in this game, so Diana, we can't rule her out. There's still a chance, but it's obviously a slim chance with the form that Fabian's in. That's what's impressed me so much. Fabian, she scored 1, and then she just kept scoring and finding ways to be creative, change up her tactics. And Diana's struggled to deal with that because Fabian is so composed. But also Fabian is very experienced in competitions. And I think it's great that Fabian has her dad here to give her that moral support. And he knows her better than anyone. He's able to guide her, help her, as well as the addition of her coach. And Fabian, she just looks so chilled, and she's just scored 5 goals. I'd be jumping up and down and celebrating, but not Fabian.
No, not Fabian indeed. Although I did see a bit of emotion coming from Fabian with the 4th and 5th goals. So that was really cool. So let's get a look at these same goals we were talking about. Mbappe straight to Ronaldinho, R9, Mbappe again with this lovely heel to ball roll skill, or ball to, I don't really even know. It's just what a great goal that is. And here again, R9 winning this physical battle there for the 2nd goal. Ronaldinho, her favorite player, passes it to the other Brazilian legend, R9, with the 3-0. And the 77th minute, we even get the 4-0 with with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring and even a fifth one to put Fabian in the final with at least one leg already.
I have to say, looking back on those goals, some of them were pretty similar. The same corner, from the same side, the cutback. How was Diana maybe could have been a bit more switched on to it and alert to that type of goal, considering it came quite a few times in the same manner?
Yeah, it's difficult to adapt like during the final. I think it's about nerves as well. And of course, if she scores that time like that once, it's okay, that could happen. But if she does it twice, it's very hard to adapt to this during the game because she's focusing on scoring and she's focusing on, okay, if I get the ball here, I can pass it straight to my right winger, left winger, and I have to get this goal in. I think she's more focused on the attacking part because she's forced to. So yeah, it is really difficult, especially when you mention corners. You've got so many different variants on how you can do that. So, and in this case, Fabian has a lot of variants on how she can do that. Because she could either look for the trivela, she can either pass it short like she did, running on the sideline and then passing it back to R9 in the box has been very, very effective. But I think the crucial part here is that Diana is playing with 4 defenders instead of 5. I think that's how Fabian gets a lot of room there. And she might switch to 5-4-1 because she was playing 4-2-2. She might switch to 5-4-1 although she has to score goals. So it's going to be an all or nothing either way. And I'm very curious to see what we're going to experience.
Well, Fabian doesn't usually play with 5 at the back. And it's interesting that her coach doesn't obviously want her to be predictable. So he's asking her to try the 5 at the back, see how it works against opponents. It means that you can keep possession a bit better. She didn't at the start keep it well, but throughout the game, the way it's progressed, she's then managed to maintain that progression. We can't say that Diana hasn't had her chances. She's had numerous attacking counter-attacks, but just not been able to capitalise and do much with them. But right now it's Fabian with the lovely bit of skill there. Again, going to the byline, waiting for something to open up.
Skill she was doing there was insane. Sorry to interrupt you right there, but she's like throwing skills one after another, and it's really nice. You have like this thing in FIFA that if you skill chain, like after a few skills, your player will just drastically execute some skills. So you can't do like 4 or 5 skills at the very top level that you're doing right now. But the way she's playing with passing and skills, I love to see this play, and it's very, very entertaining for me at least.
Well, Hakimi found Bellingham, but it was intercepted by Bellingham for Fabian. As she goes forward now with Ronaldinho, again looking for the byline. Nice bit of skill. Passes it back to Bellingham once again. Just playing the ball around nicely at the moment. There's not too much urgency having such a high lead with the 5-0 in the first leg. Still looking for the opening goal in this second leg. Mbappe goes into Musiala, into Bellingham. And it's just that extra pass there.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to see a lot of counter-attack from Fabian because Diana's going to take risks. Oh, there is a mistake that she just in time could correct with Davies. Gullit on the ball. She's taking a lot of risks, like doing these skills on midfield, not passing around, just trying to find Fabian's midfielders right there. And she is taking a lot of risks, especially because Fabian is a really, really good counter-attack player. But like you saw with the chance with Ronaldinho, she passed it through to that same Ronaldinho, and there was so much space open. It's because Diana is looking for at least a goal. She has to score, and she might find her attack right here. Gullit on the midfield, passing it back to Bellingham, looking for this space. Great defending yet again. 5 defenders is just really, really difficult to go through.
Seems to be that extra pass every time. And we know that that is the hardest formation to get through. A lot of people don't like playing against 5 at the back just because you have to find ways of getting through. And they're so compact that sometimes you just can't find a way, which we're seeing in this game today with Diana. She's probably hoping that Fabian didn't play with that formation. And Fabian, I have to say, has been absolutely outstanding against Diana. And I think Diana maybe feels like she's got nothing to lose being down 5-0 and is just trying anything she can at the moment.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think she's going to find a strike and a great defending again. I think it was from Ruud Gullit, who's doing a perfect job in the defense for Fabian. And yeah, she's just using Musiala like Lisa did as well. It's two great players. Here's Mbappe. He is onside. He's going to the short. No, it's the long part of the goal. And great save by, I think it's Yashin she was using, right?
Well, I have to say, I think Fabian is at her best when she cuts it back rather than taking shots from distance in this game so far. Right now, it's Diana with Bellingham in the midfield. Goes out to Ronaldinho. Hakimi finds Ronaldinho again into Gullit. Gullit sprays the play to the left into Davies. Will Diana find an opening for a goal in this second leg? 0-0 so far in the second leg, but 5-0 on aggregate. And it's Ronaldo for Fabian.
Wow, great save again. And indeed, it is Yashin. R9 is doing so much work for Fabian this game. It's insane. She's like sending him all the time. And there's a header. Oh, a save again. I was going to say R9 is just making so many miles just to work for her, and I think it's great. There could be an opportunity for a Trivela. She chose to do the roulette, and she's going to pass it back. Of course she does, and what a finish! What a finish, and this reaction, I was expecting a bit of emotion. I hope she can hear me, Fabian. This goal you scored is insane. Like, she did the skill with Ronaldinho, her favorite player, and it's, I don't know, to do that in the semi-final, I think that deserves a lot. It deserves a prize at least.
It does, and that could be a contention for goal of the tournament. It was a lovely bit of skill. It was fabulous to watch from up here in the commentary position, and you could see it had so much flair and confidence to it, and to score a goal like that, she must be proud. We didn't see too much emotion, but I know that deep down she'll be very happy with that. Probably watching it back, maybe clipping it up for some content, but unbelievable goal.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see that one back on socials, 100%. There has to be. And yeah, I feel really bad for Diana as well, because she's been really, really good throughout this tournament. I think Fabian is just, making it really, really difficult for her with this 5-back formation. And yeah, of course, she is enlightened to do so, because well, everyone wants to win in this case, and 5-4-1 is one of the meta formations at this point of the game. Fabian looking for another attack. R9 dancing around the box. It's Davies looking for the pass back. Great defending by Lucio, and Diana has to counter. But look on the mini-map, you can see so many players for Fabian already back in position. Really difficult to find your team players. It's just, they're all over the place. Like, these Portuguese players, they're not really tight. I think maybe it's something to do with the width tactics as well, because it's a lot of space between all these players, and it's really, really difficult to get through these these defenses of a very, very, there we go. With defense with a lot of very good players. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, that was probably the closest Diana has come to scoring a goal. But I have to say, what's impressed me about Fabian is, like you said, she gets all the players back to defend and then gets them up so quickly to attack when she's scoring goals. She's got a lot of support around her, but it's Diana right now that's looking for support. Ronaldinho into Hakimi. Plays the ball into the middle for Bellingham, and there it is, the first half whistle. It's a lower score than the first leg, but Diana still, you can see how desperate she is to score a goal. And Fabian is just growing in confidence as the game goes on.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Fabian doesn't need to go forward. So, if I were her coach, I would definitely advise her to stay back, which is what she's doing perfectly right now. She's like very consistent in defending, giving Diana a very, very hard time depending on attacking. And like I said, there's so much space between the attackers of Diana. They're not close to each other, which makes it even more difficult to find her way through the attack and through the defense of Fabian, as I must say. And we're seeing attacking. We're not seeing ultra attacking by Diana on another screen. However, that really confuses me. Like, you should constant pressure, maybe just at least go for the goal of the tournament then at this point.
Do you think that the formation Fabian's playing with has almost surprised Diana and she wasn't quite ready for it?
Well, to be honest, it would be really bad if it was a surprise, because she's been using this formation against Lisa as well, and I think they've got a lesson yesterday about the 5-4-1 by my great colleague Renzo, of course. Well, I'm going to pause what I'm saying because there is another attack by Fabian. Ronaldinho with the same skill. It's unbelievable, this heel to ball roll. She's loving it. The little dance by Ronaldinho, and it is 7 in overall, I believe.
Incredible goal once again, scoring some absolute worldy goals out here with Ronaldinho, the Brazilian. So much creativity we're seeing from Fabian. And Diana, it's not looking good with not long to go. How do you think Diana will be feeling right now? Is there anything she can try?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think at this point she should be really, really proud of what she's achieved so far. Of course, Fabian is noted to be... Oh, a Trivella! Great save by Yashin there. I was saying Fabian has been, one of the best female players, if not the best, the past years, with, of course, Cecilia winning some tournaments as well. So I think, regarding the final, I think we're going to have two... I think the most deserved players, if I'm being really, really honest. And in this case, Diana should be really proud of what she's achieved. She didn't feel well this morning, as she's put up a lot of great things throughout this tournament. And she might get a goal here. And again, this is a 5 defending formation. There's always defender there, and Diana likes to find the extra pass. And with a 5 back, you really, really can't. She has to have it from either counters or trivellas. And in this case, it's not looking good.
I know that Fabian's dad, when he is watching Fabian stream from home downstairs while she's upstairs, he said that his heart rate sometimes goes through the roof. But I have a feeling he might be quite calm watching this game with Fabian having such a strong lead. So it'll probably be nice for him to watch without his heart rate going up so much. It'll be interesting to see in the final. It's looking like she's potentially going to get there with not long left to go, how her dad will feel. But I know he felt an immense pride, actually, when he was going around Zurich and these venues, these incredible venues, and seeing her face everywhere for FameHerGame. And he said there was a really proud moment, and he was quite blown away by it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, we've seen so many awesome locations here in Zurich. We've seen... Yeah, great posters everywhere. Like, I was absolutely mind blown by how everything looks. The venue looks incredible. So major shout out to Fifa for that. It's like so overwhelming for me, and I can't imagine how it's gonna be to see your face everywhere and performing on this big of a stage.
Well, Fabian doesn't seem to be feeling the pressure at the moment, being one of the favourites in the tournament. She's taking this match in her stride. She's scoring goals galore at the moment. And you can see how composed she's been throughout these 2 legs so far. She's not long away from getting to the final. And the finalists do get a ticket to the Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. We know that Fabian would be supporting Germany. And Germany, here they go again. Will they score another? Still in possession with Fabian. Mbappe forced backwards. Fabian again. Musiala with Bellingham looking for yet another goal. Doesn't find it.
Yeah, it's just basically dancing around. It's the Fabian show today, and I'm quite enjoying it, to be honest. It's so nice to see like the dynamics she has in her play, but also like the unpredictability. That's what I really like. It's really important because especially when you look at other tournaments, everyone can play, but the unpredictability is something that can extinguish you from another player, and as well as defending, which Fabian is doing very well in this tournament.
Well, Diana's in possession now, still trying to find a goal in this match. Hasn't scored yet within these 2 legs. She hasn't given up though. She's kept trying to find solutions to get a goal. And right now it is Fabian with Musiala, intercepted by Bellingham. And Fabian has had attack after attack in this game, but Diana has still had her fair share of chances, just been unable to break through the defensive line. That 5 at the back proving to be really difficult and crucial in Fabian cruising through this match. Diana now with Hullet. Bellingham will try and it looked like she was going to look for that through ball.
Yeah.
Tried it on multiple occasions, hasn't worked. I think a through ball's
There we go, what a great
now.
pass. Let's move back to Hullet, who's been extraordinary for Fabian today. It's a lovely through ball. I think it could be offside. What's going on here?
I think she realised she was offside, so she left it. Didn't want to touch the ball for the whistle to blow. So instead, let Diana get it with the defence, so she could probably try and put pressure on. And right
really
now,
interesting.
Keeps being intercepted. Fabian again with very quick passing, extremely quick actually. Such a forward thinker.
There we go.
Into the box. Not enough power behind that execution. Nearly another goal for Fabian. And Fabian has been so consistent in these two legs.
Yeah, this consistency might get her even to the title. But of course, Cecilia is waiting for her in this final. And yeah, it's been a ride, to be honest. I can't even express my emotions right now, but I'm trying to, because it's been a great game. And I think, again, Diana, you can hear me. You should be really, really proud of what you've achieved so far. Fabian, your consistency is admiring. And I hope we might get one goal from Diana. That would be great. But yeah, I think we should set our focus to the final already, as Fabian will be playing Cecilia and will be insanely great. And there we go, a red time shot. We almost had the goal from Diana in these legs. 90th minute already. There's a corner. We might still get a goal, so she can end it on a high. And it is not a throw-in. Okay, that's very interesting. Then Kvaratskhelia running through. 5-star, 5-star. What a legend he is for Napoli this year. And there it is. We've got our second finalist in Fabian. The public is all clapping, as they should, because we've seen an amazing performance and someone we can be really, really proud of.
Great sportsmanship there as well from Diana, even giving an applause and now a hug exchanging, because she just recognises that Fabian is such an experienced FIFA player in the scene. Everyone knows her. She's a big streamer as well, loves some content. But as a FIFA player, she's exceptional, and she's really setting the bar for other FIFA players in the game. And I think they recognise that, and it's really nice to see how many friendships have been formed throughout the tournament. But over those two legs, Fabian was utterly outstanding, and she was so quick with her gameplay, with her decision making. She was clinical in front of goal. But we have to say, Diana has been a great sport throughout the competition. She's brought the character that she is, the passion, and I think they can both be extremely proud of themselves. But it will be Fabian against Cecilia in the final. That's going to be a great matchup. But let's throw to Rachel now, as she will be able to speak to the players themselves.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'll just quickly jump in here when Fab's had a quick debrief with her coach. Fabian, halfway there. One more match to go. That was a prolific match there against Diana. There was no holding back for you. Just talk us through how you feel it went.
It went amazing for me. Everything worked out. I did. So, yeah, the score is a bit high. But yeah, she played really well the whole tournament, so GG's to her.
I know you were nervous coming into this. Have the nerves settled down a little bit more now?
Yeah, of course.
One more match to go, but you have now booked your seat on the plane to the Women's World Cup later this summer. I mean, that's a massive occasion. Everybody here wanted that. You know, how excited are you to actually go and see these women in real life play at a World Cup?
I'm very excited. I've never been to Australia or New Zealand, so yeah, I'm very excited and I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah, awesome. Obviously, one more game to go. Cecilia, are you going to change anything up? What are we going to see from Fabian in this one?
I'm just trying to do my best. I played the final against her like 2 weeks ago, so we still have revenge to go. So yeah, I try my best.
Revenge and a rematch on the cards. I'm just going to quickly come over to the coach as well. Coach, awesome job. Yeah. Absolutely awesome. Will you look now to just reset her for the final? What words of advice will you give her? She just said she's out for revenge.
Yeah, she's out for revenge, and she played against her today in practice, and I think she is confident. She can be. She did amazing now in the semi-final, and now we will hopefully get the revenge for the final loss 2 weeks ago.
What's it been like to coach Fabian as well, such a superstar in the women's game?
It's amazing. I know back then, I think 2020, when she came to us to focus, and her development and improvement is very nice. She's a role model for the FIFA scene, for the female gaming scene, and it's a pleasure for me to work with her.
Absolute role model. Let's see how she gets on in this final. Thank you very much. Good luck, Fabian. One more match to go. I'm going to come and speak to Diana. She's an absolute superstar as well. Obviously didn't go to plan, but I'm going to come and sit next to you because you have been brilliant throughout this whole week. Didn't go to plan there, but rather than dwelling on that, can you just sum up the entire experience that you've had this week?
Well, no words for it. Actually, it's been a lifetime experience for me. Just being here, knowing all these beautiful and talented players, being able to play against them. Fabian as well, she's one of the best of the world, if not the best. It was a tough result, but I mean, you have to recognize when the opponent is good, is better, and she was definitely better. So I'm leaving here with good feelings, with good moments as well. And I'm really proud of what I've achieved here today. Couldn't get the win, obviously, but top 4 of the world seems also really nice to me. I can't complain. But yeah, this has been a lifetime experience. I'm really, really happy. I'm really glad I got to be here, and I couldn't be more proud.
Yeah, semi-finalists, like you just said, brilliant words. If any young girls are watching at home and they think, should I take FIFA more seriously? What would you say to them?
I would say definitely go for it. I mean, I think we all started by playing for fun, and here we are. So there's a long path to go, but it's been a great journey. And if you are thinking about doing this, try it at least, please, because you can get really far. There are opportunities. FIFA just gave us an awesome opportunity. So yeah, try it.
Well said. Please continue in the game as well. You're awesome. Can't wait to see how you get on in the years that go by. Thank you very much, Diana. I'm sure we'll see much more of her in the future. Right, I'm going to come down to these 2 superstars as well. From, I'm going to say it makes you old, but from yesteryear, Alfonso Ramos and August Rosemeyer, of course, both now inductees into the Hall of Fame here. Obviously, Aggie, yours was last year in Copenhagen. Peter Schmeichel came and gave you that award, and it was an amazing moment. Alfonso, you kind of received yours today. Obviously, 2 World Cups from 2008. I remember it was Berlin and Dubai as well, back to back.
That's right.
I mean, incredible. But what do you make of what's going on here and what these women are now being able to do?
I was talking with Aggie an hour ago, and we were, I think we were saying that they are putting a really good show. They have lots of FIFA skills that, in fact, we were talking about probably some of them can win us. I think so. Probably. I think you are right. So I think this is important for there. They have to step up to show in the scene, and FIFA is providing a good opportunity.
Yeah, Aggie, just coming to you as well. Obviously, you don't play as much as you used to, but still very much in the scene. Who's really impressed you? Obviously, you've got 2 finalists there, Cecilia and Fabian, who's just made her way through. But what have you made about the level that you've seen on show today?
I think the level's been very high. I didn't know, to be honest, what to expect, but I really think that, yeah, as Alfonso also said, that there's really a lot of potential here, and this is why it's such a nice way that we have these events here, and we have a lot of experts coming all around from the world to help giving those last details that can make the difference, and I think we can see that the potential is very high, and they all really impressed me, but I'm really looking forward for the final. I think it's 2 players who've done incredibly well.
Yeah, and obviously a little bit of depth in the Spanish side as well. We had 3 women represented this time out. You know, is that a role that you may look towards in the future, helping the next generation of women in this game?
I hope so. As I was talking with Aggie, I think they need to step up. Don't be afraid to show their skills. I think Spain will be one of the countries that we are looking for, but I think everyone, because Portugal has a really good names, also German or Brazil, so I think the future will be bright for them.
You're both world champions. You've both performed at your top level. This is basically their world championship right now. They're on the center stage. We're talking about them. The media's here. The spotlight's on them. Aggie, a word of advice. What would you say? You've been in this position. How did you deal with the pressure?
I think, as cliche as it sounds, that you have this feeling when you're coming into the final. You got to use that confidence that you build it up throughout the competition. And both of the players are coming in with a lot of confidence. I mean, big wins and showcase their skills so well. So my advice would be, don't change anything that brought you to the final and believe in your style and your abilities.
Yeah, tell me about your first title in 2008. Can you remember?
I remember everything.
Tell me about the emotions. Did you really kind of draw on the nervousness to kind of help you through?
I was very nervous, but I knew that I was going to win because my two biggest rivals that were Buffo and Danny Taylor, but then they were not in the final, so I think I was better. The hard moment was in Dubai back in 2012 because I faced Bruce, and then it was about who was going to win the first two titles, and of course everyone saw that dramatic shootout. So that was the moment when I was very nervous. Also, I think it was theirs in that final. It was really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in these high-pressure situations. They just need to continue what they're doing. Obviously, we've seen how good Cecilia was. She won as well only 2 weeks ago at an event in London. If you're coming in with that record, does that give you the advantage over Fabian? And we also heard that it was the final, the same again. Fabian lost, Cecilia won.
Don't think so.
No, I think it's very close, especially since it was a close game last time they played. Maybe if they come out to a penalty shootout or something, there will be some mind games. I don't know how their individual record is between each other, because we heard them say before that they actually practiced together today as well and warmed up. So maybe there are some small information that they can use to their advantage coming up in the final.
But on the opposite side, Cecilia will be using that to her advantage, that she's done it only 2 weeks ago. She got the better. She's got that head-to-head record at LAN. Do you look at that, Alfonso?
Yes, but I think there's a problem when you win, that you sometimes feel relaxed, and you can. She needs to be nervous. I think a little bit nervous. That is a thing that you are focused in the game. So when you're nervous, at least when I'm nervous, just a little bit, is that I'm ready to play. You are overconfident, you can make some mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see Fabian, they're just sorting out the game at the moment. Obviously, there was 3 Germans as well, so depth in Germany there. Jenny's just behind her, and then obviously we had her sister as well. So it's great to see siblings also taking part on the big stage. Can you remember how many siblings you've ever seen in FIFA? I remember Zizinho had a brother before, back at the playoffs in Manchester. I remember his brother didn't quite qualify.
Yeah, I think there's been some twins as well back in the days.
Back then in Germany, there were the Hiro and Stila, the twins. Also Nicolas back in 2019 with his brother by his side. So I think I can remember more. But well, Peixoto brothers also.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are amazing.
They are really good.
And how long do you think it will be until we see one of these women on the, I'm going to say it, big stage? Because obviously Fabian, she has been the first qualifier for an FGS online, didn't get through to the main event. You know, how much more work do you think they need to do to be where we want them to be?
I think we will need to show them that they can participate, that they can do it with everyone, because that's the main point. And nowadays there are more men than women, and these events, I hope that they promote that women can come along with the idea of playing esports.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're aiming to do with this event. Of course, FameHerGame Bootcamp. We're almost time to get ready for the final. They're just going out. Guys, I'll say thank you very much for your time. I'd like you to take a seat and watch this finale, this spectacle, which is about to unfold. Here we go. They're in the tunnel, and they're getting ready for this grand final. Alfonso Ramos and Aggie, of course. Cecilia, she knows how to do this. She's done it before, only a couple of weeks ago. I'm just bringing in Alia, who's obviously had the opportunity to cast a lot of these women so far today. It must be nerve-wracking. She's about to be welcomed out by the two of us onto this centre stage. Can she draw on that experience of a couple of weeks ago?
I mean, I think we did notice with Cecilia in the ECL tournament, she actually lost to Fabi in the group stages, and then in the final, she did end up beating Fabian. So this is sort of another chance for Cecilia to double up on Fabi, but like Fabi said as well, she wants revenge in this tournament.
It looks like Fabia's almost grown into the competition. She was really nervous. Yesterday, she maybe doesn't play her best, I feel, in the group stages as well. She doesn't really like to show her hand as much, and then she almost just turns up the gears, doesn't she, as she gets here on the big stage. Do you feel that as well?
Yeah, I think Fabi's always been like that. You know, in the multiple tournaments we've seen her compete in, it's always Fabi being in the group stages, doesn't really show anything, and then when it gets to knockouts, then she does. But I think you could say the same for Cecilia. She's been very unemotional throughout the entire group stages, and then we got into the quarters and then the semis, and that's when she started showing herself more.
In terms of their styles of play, are we going to see them change anything up a little bit, do you feel? Or pretty much what we've seen from both competitors throughout the 2 days?
I don't think they're going to really change much, to be honest. I think Fabi's got a very certain type of play style. The same with Cecilia. They both know how the other person plays, so I don't really think they're going to change much. It's pretty level in the skill experience.
And I'm going to say, if Cecilia was to take her second title in as many weeks, this would really cement herself as one of the best, if not the best, women's FIFA player on the planet right now. How does she push on from there? She gets a trip to the World Cup, like we mentioned, Australia and New Zealand. Surely her world is going to change a little bit.
Just a little bit, but I think Fabi, we've always said she's the queen of FIFA, and I think if Cecilia does win today, I would say that Cecilia takes that title and she would become the queen of FIFA, because it's only her second ever final, so if she goes back to back, then Fabi gets knocked down, I think.
Well, of course, we know that in FIFA, we've got a current German world champion in the form of Umit, and we know what the Brazilians did as well in Copenhagen last year. They came out dancing with their sunglasses on. They had such fun there. We don't see as many emotions, do we, from the women? Do you think as they get more confident in this spotlight, they'll grow in terms of personality too?
Yeah, I think it's very nerve-wracking, you know, playing at home compared to playing at LAN. There's lights everywhere. You can hear the commentators, you can hear the hosts. It's a very, very big deal. So I think we're starting to see it a little bit more. Cecilia showing her personality more. Diana's been yelling "Vamos" pretty much the whole time. So I think the more events they do and the more opportunities women get, the more comfortable they'll get, and we'll just start seeing their personalities come out more.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously you can see behind me, this is where they're going to play. We have Cecilia. She's already got her Brazilian flag out there behind us as well, which almost for me shows that she's quite confident. So we want to lift that up if she takes the title later. So this is how they got here. Of course, we've been playing since 1 o'clock this afternoon. We had our quarterfinals, then our semi-finals. So it was Cecilia against Raquel in semi-final 1. 4-0 was the result there. And then Fabian took on Diana. It was 7-0 the result there. So the final, of course, Cecilia taking on Fabian. What a result this will be. Cecilia, remember, has only conceded 3 goals as well in the entire tournament. And she scored a very cool 58 as well. Fabian in her last matchup also didn't manage to concede a single goal. It's going to go right down to the wire. Who's going to prevail in this? Our FameHerGame Bootcamp here at the FIFA Museum in Zurich. Cecilia representing Brazil, is your first grand finalist. From Germany, representing Focus Clan, is Fabian. Well, the time is now. We are ready for our grand final here at the FameHerGame Bootcamp. It is Cecilia from Brazil taking on Fabian from Germany. Who will prevail? We are about to find out with Alia and Casey.
Welcome back to the Casters Desk for the final time today. We have reached the finals of the Fifae FameHerGame Bootcamp. Cecilia versus Fabian. Casey, talk us through that matchup.
I mean, I am so excited to see this matchup. We saw it in London at the ECL Global LAN event. Cecilia did beat Fabian 5-1, but Fabian has beaten her in the group stage, so it has been done before, but I anticipate that this game might be a bit closer because Fabian is coming off of a massive, massive win. And so I imagine this game will be a lot closer, and I think that it's going to be very, very end-to-end.
Definitely, and you know, we were just speaking about this before the final. Between these two girls in this tournament, they have scored 87 goals across 4 games each. That is just a crazy, crazy number.
I mean, it's as expected because they are two of the best women FIFA players in the world and very attacking FIFA players as well. But honestly, when they go against each other, I don't think we'll see as many goals this time because they kind of do cancel each other out in terms of skill level. They're both very, very good at defending as well. But honestly, I just anticipate a very, very good game here. And it's honestly exciting because we look at Brazil, right? We've had so many amazing FIFA players coming out of Brazil. We got Crepaldi, Pie Jin, Paulo Neto, Young, Rezende. Now we have Cecilia. Then we look at Germany. We have Dylan Mike coming out of Germany, Umut, now we have Fabian. And so it's just exciting to add these women to these countries' rosters and honestly just proving themselves at an international level.
Yeah, you know, I think this is going to be the final. I know they played a couple weeks ago, but this is a rematch, like Fabi said earlier. It's revenge for her. Cecilia, you know, like I was saying to Rachel, I was like, if she wins this, she is the queen of FIFA, and Fabi's held that title for so long. Do you think that's playing in the back of her mind that she might lose her title?
I mean, potentially, right? She's been the face of this entire campaign, and it's well-deserved because she's competed so well the past couple of years. But Cecilia comes in, 18-year-old Cecilia. We haven't really heard much of her before the last month or so, absolutely taking the competition by storm. So we are about to have an amazing matchup on our hands.
Definitely. The games are just kicking off now, but Fabi has already paused for a break. I don't know if that was intentional or whether she just needed to make a change, but Cecilia is playing the same 5-4-1. Fabi is playing 5-4-1 as well. So two very defensive formations coming up against each other. Cecilia potentially making it 1-0 very early on, but landed in the hands of Van der Sar.
No, I'm actually very, very interested to see how they break through because I feel like to date, each of their opponents has struggled to break through either of their defense. And so they're going to have to obviously defend their opponent. But honestly, they're so creative on the attack that they're going to have to keep on their game on either side of the pitch in order to win this match.
I think we're going to see more power shots. I think we're going to see more Trivelas because with this formation, we saw it in the last game with Cecilia. She started doing it a little bit more. Potentially going to make it 1-0 here. Just goes wide. It is still 0-0, and there's that pause for Fabi. She is just changing her camera angle, so the pause was intentional. But so far, Cecilia's the only ones that had the chances.
Yeah, I do think that oftentimes when maybe your camera angle is not in the right setting, it can throw you off a bit. So hopefully she can get back into her game and play what she's comfortable with and go back on her end and do exactly what Cecilia is doing.
Definitely. You know, I think this is going to be a game that really puts us on the edge of our seats because Cecilia's so young, and Fabi is young as well, but I feel like with FIFA, sometimes age does make a difference. The younger you are, I think the more reactive you are to things that are happening in the game.
And I will say that last match we were talking about how calm Cecilia was, but looking before this one, we did see a bit of nerves going into this one. She was, rubbing her hands together, taking in some deep breaths, and a final is way different than any other stage of the competition, and there's a lot of added pressure. Although they both locked in their ticket to Australia, so at least they have that, but they do want to become the champion at the end of the day.
Definitely, this is the first Fifae FameHerGame bootcamp. You want to have bragging rights. Fabi tried to make it 1-0 with R9, blocked very, very well by Cecilia. But as we were saying, it's bragging rights in a sense. First ever tournament, you want to be known as the one that won it all. We've both got trips to Australia and New Zealand, like you said, but I think they're both very, very nervous. There's a lot of pressure on both of them. Fabi again with R9 trying to make it 1-0, but well blocked by Kobel. Fabi does manage to get that possession back. Running down the wing with Mbappe. Is she going on the byline? No. Borrow scoop back to Frimpong and back into the midfield again to Delit. Hullet here just passing back and forth with Bellingham. Frimpong tries to through ball it, but unfortunately does get pushed out by Brazil. But Fabi does manage to keep possession with a throw-in back into Bellingham. Tries to do the Trivela shot, but blocked very, very well by Cecilia's defense. She goes on the byline with Mbappe, tries to drive it in, which we've seen a lot today, those type of goals, but very well blocked by Cecilia. And I think we're at the stage where both these girls, like you said earlier, are so well matched on skill level. It's going to be a very, very tight game, but both of them sort of know how the other person plays.
Right, and then we have to remember that both of them are playing 5-back as well. So in order to break through that and against their amazing defensive skills, it's going to be difficult. So I do think that this might be a low-scoring game, but eventually someone will break through and hopefully shift the momentum either way.
Just see Hakimi down here by the wing, chips it through, trying to get to Nkunku, but does go out back to Fabi's possession again. I mean, I think we're seeing from both of these girls, they're being more risky, I think. Neither of them are really playing it safe. They are still holding back in terms of making sure they don't lose possession, but they're just trying everything to try and get that first goal and have the upper hand here. Fabi just dribbling with Mbappe at the edge of the box, passes it back out to Musella, tries to Trivela again, but again blocked very well by Cecilia. Through ball into R9. She is free. Is she going to cross in the box like she did earlier? No, blocked by Davis. Vinny with the corner into R9. Passes it through back to Vinny. Into Nkunku at the edge of the box. Is she going to far post? Yes, she does. Hullet! 1-0 to Cecilia for Brazil. Wow, I mean, she's just being risky. We've seen that loads with her today, and it's paying off.
She is, and it was a bit of a rebound shot there. If the first time you don't succeed, you do try again, and Hullet, he did it right there, and I mean, that's a great start there for Cecilia. But we do need to know that Fabian has been down in competitions, and she's very calm and collected, and she easily can come back from this.
Yeah, I think Fabi's shown us throughout this entire tournament that going down 1 goal, 2 goals doesn't really mean much to her because she trusts herself and she backs herself knowing that she can come back from it. Cecilia is on the attack again here. Nkunku into Mbappe. Is she going into the byline? Yes, she does. Tries to drive it back in nearly. Again, potentially getting the rebound goal, but Fabi does manage to block it again.
Cecilia is really putting on the pressure here and really all-out attacking. And if I'm in Fabian's shoes, I'm feeling a bit nervous. I'm honestly sweating a bit because in the box there's a couple risky situations that easily could have turned into goal chances.
Definitely Fabi here trying to through ball to Ronaldo. She does get it through, but Cecilia again, just so tight in the defense. I mean, this is going to be very, very end-to-end, but I do think Fabi will manage to break through. It's just a matter of time. Cecilia again manages to win back that possession. Bellingham into Nkunku. Out to Mbappe. Is she going to go on the wing? No, she doesn't. She passes it back into the midfield and defended very well. Ronaldinho, Fabi's favorite player, managing to win back possession. It is on to Fabi's attack. Again, Bellingham into R9. Is she going to get through? Yes, she does. Manages to keep possession. Davis going down the wing. Borrow twisting and turning back to Ronaldinho, but well defended with Cecilia for Bellingham. I mean, I think this is what we expect with the 5-4-1 possession and the formation, isn't it? It's you try and break through, but because it's so tight and compact in the back, it's really, you just need to have that one chance to just go through, and it's 1-0 at half-time, but I do think still either way, I mean, the expected goals is 0.4 to 0.6.
Yeah, it's interesting because watching Cecilia, I try to anticipate where she's going to go, and she always goes the opposite of what I think. And that's really important in this final because they've watched each other through the quarterfinals, through the semifinal. And so in some idea, they know what to expect. They're going to have to switch it up because both players are very, very smart, very, very adaptive, and they're able to learn from what they've seen in the previous competition.
Definitely, but I think also this is where Fabi's experience from her game against Lisa is really going to come through, because that probably, and I would say, is her most high-pressured game that she's had. It was very, very intense. She was very, very close to not making it to this final. So I think Fabi has a little bit of advantage already experiencing such a roller coaster of emotions. And, you know, age does come into play as well with the experience that Fabi has competing at the top levels, practicing with some of the best players in the world in Germany. But, you know, I think it's just a matter of time. Potentially, we might see an equalizer here. Back into Hullet, Musiela, but passes it straight through and back to Cecilia's defense. I mean, do you think Fabi is playing a little bit nervous?
I wouldn't say nervous. I'd just say she can't really crack the code with Cecilia. It's a difficult thing to do. It's difficult to get through her defense because she's just so strong on the defense. But at the end of the day, Fabian is one of the most creative players that I've seen in this competition. And so she will put something together at some point.
Cecilia just again with that overthrow ball that we've seen throughout the competition, but blocked by Fabi. You know, these girls, both of them, are equally good defenders, I would say, and Fabi's there trying to do what Cecilia just did to her. But I'm surprised we haven't seen Cecilia do more of those over-the-top through balls, because she was doing it loads in the semi-final.
I am as well, and it might just be a situation of how Fabian is defending, and she maybe just anticipates that due to her formation and due to how well she is on the defense side, that it's probably not the best idea. But who knows? Now that we say it, she's probably going to do it.
Probably. I mean, we saw it happen earlier. Cecilia makes it 2-0, just like that. Commentators curse from us. R9. Brazilian legend as well. I mean, Cecilia, we just see the emotion coming from her. Fabi looks a little bit frustrated, but still very, very calm.
It's almost as if I spoke that into existence. She did exactly what we were saying that she hasn't done yet. But again, she is so skilled with all of her crosses and clinical finishing as well. And I think we'll probably see that again in this match.
Probably. We're probably going to jinx it again. But that's the thing with this 5-4-1 formation is you keep trying to break through and it doesn't work. And in a way, when you least expect it, that's when you break through and you manage to score a goal. Fabi here just trying to keep possession and dribble to try and get one goal back. But Cecilia, again, just so on point today with her defending. She does lose it and give it back to Fabi. Bellingham into Davis, twisting and turning. Hullet passes it back to Bellingham for Cecilia. It does seem like Fabi is rushing a little bit. She's done that a few times now where she's passed it straight back to Cecilia.
Yeah, it's a bit out of character as well, because normally she's pretty patient in terms of her passing. But yeah, it does seem like she might be rushing it a bit, which is it's a bit expected. You're down by 2 goals. You want to get another goal as soon as possible against arguably one of the best players in the world. So I'm not surprised that it's happening, but she might need to fine-tune that a bit as she goes into this second leg soon.
Do you think part of that as well is she was sort of in this position with Lisa and she's panicking and a little bit worried that the same thing's going to happen where she's going to lose this final, just it could slip away from her?
Yeah, I mean, she was in this position with Lisa, but she was also in the same position in the last tournament as well against Cecilia. So she's probably having a bit of nightmares remembering that 5-1 scoreline in the final of the ECL Global LAN, and she's hoping that it turns out differently.
Fabi here managing to win back possession with a roulette, but straight back to Cecilia again. Hulle into Bellingham, that partnership we've seen, tries to power shot it, fails unfortunately, but that's what, you know, I think is setting Cecilia apart in this final. She's just taking risks. I think Fabi's just being extra cautious, and I think we're going to see the same thing that happened with Raquel in the second leg, where Fabi will start to take more risk. Neymar just running down the byline there, but passes it back out. Lucio currently with the ball. Cecilia just taking her time, making sure she doesn't lose possession, but unfortunately she does. Manages to keep it though, because it goes out for a throw-in. Neymar just on the wing there, keeping the ball and dribbling. She's really just taking her time here. Do you think that might go against her because it allows Fabi? Never mind, I might have jinxed it. Commentator's curse tries to make it 3-0, nearly again with the commentator's curse there, but I mean, do you think she's holding the ball a little too long to allow Fabi to pull her players back?
I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of time left in the game, so she doesn't need to rush it. And historically, she has continued to push forward.
Fabi is through here, potentially trying to pull one back with that green time, but saved very, very well by Kobo. And Kobo's, you know, we mentioned it earlier, you don't really see many pro players use him. It's normally Van der Sar, Courtois. Are you surprised that she's using him?
I mean, they did have a lot of great coaching sessions, so maybe part of those sessions they were told that he's a good goalkeeper to use in this competition, because we've seen it a few times, and so it must be a trend.
Definitely. You know, Cecilia there nearly again making it 3-0, but Fabi again with her incredible defending manages to win back possession. It's only 6 minutes left to this first leg. I think Fabi, to put herself in a stronger position for that second leg, really needs to score at least one goal here. Could it come from Davis down that wing, just outside of the box? Hulle into Musiela, back to Bellingham, just at the edge of the box, passes it back out to Davis. Again to Hulle. Is he going to go to Bellingham? No, blocked by Cecilia's Bellingham. I mean, do you think Cecilia's going to make an extra goal from this last attack?
I mean, potentially. I think that momentum could shift her way. She's going to have to work the ball up the pitch quickly, but it looks like she does have a good through ball in this opportunity.
Last attack of the game, Mbappe at the byline, but blocked by Fabi, saved by Van der Sar. He did drop the ball, but Van der Sar managed to pick it back up. As we come to the end of the first leg of the Fifae FameHerGame final, Cecilia goes into the second leg, currently 2-0 up against Fabian. I think very, very close game, but did we expect Fabian to maybe have more chances and be a little bit more risky?
I think I expected at least one goal from Fabian, but again, I think from the beginning of the first time that I've seen Cecilia play, her defense has improved so much, and I think she's also learned from every time that she's played her, because this is the third time that she's played her now, and so she knows a bit more what to expect. And the thing about Cecilia is that she's the most unpredictable player in this entire tournament, and it really does work to her advantage. And so I think that that's kind of what Fabian needs to do going into the second leg, is maybe shift up how she's currently playing and be a bit more unpredictable like Cecilia.
Definitely. And, you know, we know Fabian is a very unpredictable player. We've seen her play so many times. She's just being a little bit more reserved. That could be down to the nerves. There's a lot of pressure on her. She's the face of this entire tournament, you know. But she does have her family in the crowd. Her dad's watching her, and I think that's going to help keep her calm. She doesn't really look that stressed. She's just talking to her coach, being like, what do I need to do to make the comeback?
Yeah, the thing with Fabian is she never really does look stressed, but you never know, because on the inside, there's a lot of pressure in this competition, and this final does mean a lot for these women and their countries and their esports organizations. So I can imagine, if I had to guess, on the inside, there are a bit of nerves there.
I think so as well. But what I do love from Cecilia is throughout the last week, and I think the last 2 weeks from the ECL LAN, we're seeing her come out of her shell a lot more. You know, I think it probably could have been very overwhelming for her being in these situations, whereas now we're seeing her smiling more. She's going up to other players and talking to them, asking them what their social media is to follow. And I think that's one of the great things that's come out from this tournament, is just seeing players get more comfortable and have more confidence.
Yeah, the one really awesome thing about this entire opportunity is that it's an amazing group of women that have been able to come together and just bond off the fact that we all love FIFA, we all love football, and even just gaining more confidence from the beginning of this trip. I mean, although a lot of us don't speak the same language, we could still bond on the fact that we love this game and it's so fun.
Definitely, and you know, that's the beauty of these things. We play esports predominantly online. A lot of the times we don't really get to see each other and actually meet each other in person. Like, we've known each other for probably 2+ years, but we only met at the end of last year, like a year and a half later. So these events, and the more we have of them, and the more they actually get to meet people, I think it will just help their confidence. And it's nice to actually put a face to the name and just bond with them in person, like you said.
Absolutely, and I do think that the more that we have these events, and I hope there's more and more, I hope that we have multiple a year, because it's just going to advance the women's FIFA scene more and more as we see it. We're going to have more women from even more countries, because we had dozens of countries in this competition, in addition to the ECL competition that we had. People coming from all over the world, taking flights that take 12 hours to get here. But at the end of the day, it brings us together, and it's really improving everyone's mindset. It's improving their FIFA game and making friends as well, which is very important.
Yeah, and playing at LAN is very different to playing at home. You see some players who are incredible playing at home, but they come to LAN and the situation just sorts of overwhelms them, really. And I think that's why these events are so important, like you said, because you need that experience of playing at LAN. And for these goals as well, you always see it in the FIFA scene in general. The men get all these events, and the women can qualify for them. And I think we will see a woman qualify in the next few months, in the next year. But I think it's so important for the girls just to have this platform to showcase their talents, because they have been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, up until this point, as of 2 years ago, there hadn't been a woman that qualified for FGS. Fabian has qualified for an FGS qualifier in Europe, and also Cecilia has qualified for South America as well. So we're taking the steps in the right direction. I mean, the next step is someone qualifies for a LAN event, and then one day, maybe we could see a woman hold up the World Cup as well. So that's the goal at the end of the day.
I think it will happen, and you know, I think for these girls as well, it's a lot of them are starting to stream more. We know Fabi streams. Fabi's got nearly 200,000 followers across all her platforms online. She has that presence. And I remember when we first started streaming 2+ years ago, there wasn't really any other female streaming. Like, I remember I was trying to find someone to raid, and I saw Leah, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's another girl. And it's over the last year, you've just seen so many more girls come through. You've got Sarah, you've got Anna in Europe, in Asia. It's just incredible how much has changed in the last 2 years.
Absolutely, it's advanced so much, and it's great to see FIFA really invest and give the resources needed to put these players at a higher level, because without this, I mean, they're playing at home. Connection is an issue as well. They're only playing against people within their own region, but being able to cross-region play, South American playing EU player, really does increase all of their skills all around, because each region really does play differently, both in the men's pro FIFA scene and in the women's, and so they're able to learn, adapt. And after this tournament, they're going to be better FIFA players than they were before.
Definitely, and it's just going to boost their overall confidence. You know, I think from this tournament, this is more than just them competing. This is them being able to gain overall confidence, meet more people, improve their mental skills. A lot of the girls have never traveled before outside of their country and been on planes, and stuff like that is just so important. And they're going to remember this of the first time I flew on a plane, I competed and represented my country.
I mean, that's quite possibly the coolest story to tell everyone, that they competed. And then 2 people are also qualifying for another trip to go to a country that they've never been to as well, Australia and New Zealand. But it does look like we are about to get on in the second leg here of the final.
Germany kicking off the first kick of the game. I really hope we start to see Fabi just showcase what she really has, because she was being very reserved in that first leg, but I definitely would not write her off, because we know what she has in the tank. She is a very aggressive player if she wants to be. I mean, if you were Fabi and if you were Cecilia, what would you do?
I mean, if I'm Cecilia, I'm not changing anything. Obviously, it's working very, very well for her. If I am Fabian, I wouldn't necessarily tweak everything, because to this point, what she's been doing has been working very, very well for her. She's scored a lot of goals, but maybe she just needs that little bit of momentum shift. One goal could be the difference maker.
Definitely, and we might see it come here with Mbappe, but blocked very, very well again by Cecilia. But it's like you were saying, one goal changes everything in FIFA. It just boosts your confidence. It gives you that self-belief again that, right, I've got one back. I only need one more. I can do this. I've got more than enough time to do it.
It's almost as if your players start playing better once you score that one goal. The momentum is everything in this game.
It is Cecilia through ball through to R9, but blocked and defended well. She gets it back. Trivella blocked by Van der Sar. I mean, I think we're going to see a goal come from Cecilia outside of the box because she is just trying over and over again to just score using a Trivella, that volley from outside the box from the semi-final. I mean, that's what Fabi needs, and Fabi can do it. We've seen it in this tournament. She just needs to be more confident and try and relax a little bit. We might see it here from R9 into Mbappe. Skill moves, hill to hill, roulette back into Hullet. Passes it through to Musiela, but again, Hullet, she is being very, very careful. Is Mbappe going to get through? Passes it to Bellingham. Is he through? Yes, he is, but goes wide. Very, very close for Fabi, but it's going to be great for her confidence so early on, nearly getting a goal.
It is. It's great for her confidence, but also a bit frustrating because at the end of the day, the setup there was amazing and very, very clinical. Not finishing that shot, if I were in her shoes, I would be a bit frustrated.
Definitely. You know, do you think if she had green timed it, potentially she would have scored?
Yeah, I mean, green timing does automatically increase your chances of scoring, but at the end of the day, it is FIFA, and you never really know.
No, you genuinely don't. But we are seeing Cecilia here again on the attack with Nkuku. Bellingham back into Mbappe. Is she going to score here? Yes, she. Oh no, she doesn't. Green times it, but from that angle, it looked like it was going in.
You mentioned the green timing. Yeah. Does it automatically go in? It doesn't.
I think Cecilia's got her headphones in, but I think she is listening to us because the number of times we've said something, she does it. Fabi does get the position back here again and tries to go on the attack. Bellingham out wide into Davis. Is she going to through ball it? Yes, she does. Ronaldinho running down the wing. Back in to Hullet in the midfield. Bellingham into Ronaldo. Back to R9. Mbappe. She loses the possession. I mean, that's that 5-4-1 and Cecilia's incredible defending coming into play. She's managed to get in the right positions, but it's always that last final bit where Cecilia just manages to get the possession back.
Yeah, Cecilia does a really good job at holding until the perfect moment to attack. She's never really overstepping with her center backs, and she's always in the right position, never really pulling them out of position. And I mean, that is a major, major skill to win at this level.
It's the patience and just making that right decision, like you said, of is this really the right time to do it? And you have to make that decision in a split second. You have to be so quick and reactive in FIFA. But we do see Cecilia here on the attack again, passes it back into R9. Is she going to lose possession? No, back in front of goal for Cecilia. 3-0 on aggregate, again with R9. I mean, this is frustrating for Fabi, isn't it? She's had so many chances over and over again, but Cecilia's just countering and scoring, and we've seen that so many times before. A lot of her goals have come from counter-attacks.
Yeah, on Fabian's end, that is a bit frustrating, right? She got the tackle, but she didn't keep possession, and then Cecilia gets it back. Easy goal right there. I don't know. It's not as if Fabian's playing bad because she's creating chances, but at the end of the day, Cecilia is taking all opportunities to score, whether it's from far away. She's literally shooting at any opportunity that she gets, and power to her for that because she's absolutely dominating this match.
Yeah, I think that's the one point that Cecilia has an upper hand on Fabi. Cecilia's not reserved. She's just going for it, like you said, with every opportunity, whereas Fabi still seems to be very reserved in the way she's playing. She's trying to force it into the box, and we know she can score Trivella's power shots, all these amazing long shots, but she's just not doing it for some reason.
I do think that it can be shown that Cecilia's defense, it is almost impenetrable. It is almost impossible to do. Not many people have done it. She's conceded 0 goals throughout this entirety of the knockout stage. That's kind of unheard of. No one has scored on Cecilia in this competition. So it just goes to show that even players like Fabian, who is one of the best, will struggle against a player that is just so defensive.
Do we think, you know, Cecilia only being 18, the younger you are, I feel like the more riskier you are. You're willing to take more risk. Cecilia doesn't really have much pressure on her. Yes, she won 2 weeks ago, but it's not like all eyes are on her. In this matchup, people are looking at Fabi, expecting Fabi to win.
Absolutely. I mean, pressure, it does a lot, right? It could either be a negative thing where you get nervous and it holds you back, or it could propel you forward and motivate you. And at the end of the day, it does seem like the pressure may be getting to Fabian a bit, but we do have time left. It is only the 33rd minute, and she could put back a goal and maybe shift that momentum.
Definitely. We nearly saw it there again, but Cecilia is just so on point with her defending, not only today, but yesterday as well, just watching her play. And I think the fact that she's more relaxed, I think is making her a better player. She does miss pass there, however, nearly lost the possession, but Fabi manages to get it back, but then just loses it again. I mean, I think Cecilia is just being so aggressive in her attack. Through balls it there to Mbappe with the borrow, but Fabi does read that very, very well to get it back. And it's back to Fabi again. I think she is being slightly more aggressive. Overhead through ball into Musiala, but Cecilia reads it very, very well to win possession back. I mean, I think now we're going to see the fire in Fabi come, and she's going to go for it.
I mean, that's what's needed at this term of the game. It is the second leg in the final. In order to win this game and be the champion, the international champion, you have to switch up what you're doing and kind of light a fire, because you're going to have to take risks and push forward as much as possible.
Definitely, and we are seeing Cecilia on the attack here again, but Fabi is getting slightly more aggressive with her defending as well. And Kuku through balls into Mbappe. Is she going to keep it? No. Possession lands back into Fabian's hand as she tries to create a chance here on this counter-attack. Frimpong into Mbappe. Is she going to throw it? She tries to, but is successfully blocked by Cecilia. Then doing the through ball herself. Is she going to score? Ball rolls. Van der Sar blocked very well by the lit. Last save of the game. Cecilia with that quick corner, but goes straight out. I mean, wow, I thought that was number 4.
As did I, because she has ball rolled the keeper so many times in this game, and she did that this time. But Fabian's quick player switching was able to put her in the position to Hail Mary that out of the pitch.
Definitely, and that goes to show how important right stick switching is in this game, because manual switching is great, but I don't know if it's the same for you. Sometimes I can read where they're going to pass next, but because I'm not the best at right stick switching, I lose the ball, I don't get it, and then I can see the goal. Is that the same for you?
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be so on top of it and so quick to move the trigger in order to read that situation, actually do it, and then click the tackle. So the fact that they're able to do that, I mean, it just proves why they're in this position. Even though she's down in this game, you could just see how clinical of a FIFA player she is, defender she is, and we've seen in previous games that she can be good on the attack. We just haven't seen it in this game, unfortunately.
No, and that's really unfortunate, because she's been amazing this entire tournament. She hasn't lost a single game. She's won every single game that she's playing, and it's come down to this last one. And Cecilia hasn't lost either, but she's drawn 1. And I think we are just seeing Cecilia just knowing, I've got nothing to lose. I'm just going to go for it. And I think that last slight tackle from Fabi is going to help her confidence, because she could have made it 4, didn't. But I feel like Fabi, we're going to see constant pressure and all-out attack now.
Yeah, it's interesting, because when she turns on the constant press, I'm a bit worried, because Cecilia is so clinical on the counterattack as well. And so putting on the pressure there can be a bit dangerous against an opponent like Cecilia.
Definitely. We do see the final half of this final of the Fifae FameHerGame Bootcamp. Brazil for Cecilia is currently leading 3-0 on aggregate. Last 45 minutes of the game, unless it somehow goes to extra time, which would be an amazing story, to be honest.
I would love to see a comeback like that. I think that it wouldn't be unheard of, because Fabian's done it, but it is a very big uphill battle at this point.
Definitely, and she nearly did it just then, but unfortunately just goes straight back to Cecilia. Again, Fabi does manage to win back the possession, attacking up the wing with Musiala. Pull it into stand to Bellingham, not Ronaldinho. Tries to one-pass it, but unfortunately goes straight back to Cecilia. I mean, it's looking a little bit messy now, I think. We're seeing possession being lost very easily. Passes are a little bit more flimsy. Do you think Cecilia's also panicking a little bit now as to what Fabi might do?
I mean, at the end of the day, Fabian has to go all-out attack in order to hopefully put a couple goals back. And so in Cecilia's situation, she doesn't know what to expect because she is going to be taking those risks and hopefully creating a few more chances in a way that she hasn't before. And so I could see both players being on the edge of their seats.
Cecilia here just at the byline with Mbappe trying to make it 4, but passes it straight back to Fabian on the quick counter-attack with Musiala. Straight back into Haller in the midfield, back out to Musiala. Is she going to go on the wing? No, Cecilia manages to win it back into Haller. Fabian with that slight tackle, being more aggressive with her defending. Through ball into Mbappe. Is she going to get through? Yes, she does. Are we going to see a goal? Fabian 3-1 on aggregate. She manages to pull a goal back. 30 minutes left in this game. Casey, I mean, extra time might be on the cards here.
It could happen. It very well could happen. And again, we don't see much of a reaction here from Fabian, but we haven't throughout the entirety of the competition. But I still think that she is staying calm in this situation. 2 goals, there's plenty of time left. Literally, we could go into extra time and maybe penalties here as well. But I don't know, Cecilia might have something else to say about that.
She might do. I mean, we've seen Cecilia, even though she's 2-3 goals up, she's still attacked. She doesn't sit back. She doesn't risk anything at all. But Fabi has so much experience, and she's been in this situation so many different times that I don't think she's worried, like maybe a little bit, but not that much. I think she's pretty confident that she can bring this one back to 3-3 or potentially 4-3 and just win it now.
Agreed. And I do know that some people would suggest probably sitting back if they're in Cecilia's position, try to stretch out the possession as much as possible, not give Fabian those chances. But knowing Cecilia, she probably won't do that.
No, and I think in a way that's a good thing for Fabi. She knows that Cecilia isn't going to sit back. She's not going to play possession-based. Fabi, that just increases her chances of actually winning the ball back and scoring more goals. There again being more aggressive, but Cecilia manages to keep the possession. Fabi manages to take it right back from her. Is she going for through ball? No, she doesn't. She keeps charging forward with Musiala. Is she going to get her second goal here? No! Back into Lucio. You know what, Case? I think it's coming, you know.
I think so too. And it's interesting because sometimes all you have to do is run straight forward. You don't need crazy skill set, and you don't need all the tiki-taka passing. She just ran through her entire defense in a straight line, and sometimes that works.
Pretty much, it's crazy. Like sometimes the more simple you play, the better it is for the game. But we do see Theo Hernandez here down the wing for Fabian into the byline for Bellingham. Does she get a second? No, she doesn't. Keeps possession, no. Frimpong at the edge of the box. Back into Bellingham, but Cecilia manages to get back that possession. I mean, I think Cecilia is panicking a little bit because Fabi, when she is constant pressure and aggressive, she is very, very aggressive.
Agreed. I think it's a mixture of her feeling the pressure a bit and also Fabian kind of getting back into her normal play style, the normal confidence that she's had in the previous parts of this competition.
Definitely, but you know, Cecilia's still going for it, and I think she has to. She's done it all competition, but especially now with how aggressive Fabi's being, she has to play more attacking. Tries to go on the byline. Does she have a pen? Penalty to Brazil. The chance for Cecilia to make it 4-1 and take a 3-goal lead. Will she score here? Yes, she does. Straight down the middle. Cecilia for Brazil, one step closer to being crowned the queen of FIFA. And I mean, just having bragging rights.
I mean, absolutely. I will not say that's the nail in the coffin because anything could possibly happen at this point in the competition. But if I'm Cecilia, I'm feeling good. Being up by 3 goals, 4-1, Fabian would have to do something crazy in order to bring this back.
No, I don't think it's impossible. Like you said, 20 minutes is a lot of time to score 3 goals. Is it unfortunate that she conceded a pen so late in the game? Yes, and I think part of that is her nerves. She's panic defending a little bit. Cecilia probably might have scored from that, so can score either way with the pen. But I mean, if I were Cecilia, like you said, I'm feeling good, and I think she is getting way more defensive now just to sit back a little bit and make sure she doesn't concede 3 goals.
Yeah, she needs to put herself in any type of position to just sit back, hold possession, and not concede anything. And she needs to just hold the ball as much as possible because if Fabian does get it, she can create the chances. We've seen it before. And so if Cecilia has the ball, she cannot turn it over.
And if Cecilia wins this, this is a big moment for her. She's got her brother behind her, who's a professional player. She's got her mum in the crowd. I think if she wins, this is going to be quite an emotional one for her, but it's going to be very well deserving because she's been incredible this whole tournament. So young, but we do see Fabi here, still on the attack. Still plenty of time to score 3 goals. Is she going to get a second now? Nearly! Very, very close. I mean, that's just unlucky.
Unlucky. Also a dangerous tackle. That could have been an interesting situation there for Fabian. But I think at this point, Fabian just needs to go all-out attack and utilize any possession that she gets.
Definitely Fabi here maximizing every opportunity she gets. Borrows, tries to pass it into the box, but Cecilia, right stick switching. She was there. Vinicius just running down that wing. The speed he's got in-game and in real life. Is she going to cross it in? No, she doesn't. She keeps the ball. Fabi manages to win it back and attempts to counter. Fabian still needs 3 goals to send this to extra time. Will we see the second goal from her here? Keeps the possession. Bellingham twisting and turning out to Frimpong on that wing. Is she going to go to the byline? No, she doesn't. Tries to pass it into the box again, but fails. Cecilia on the counter-attack again. I mean, the game has just sped up massively these last couple of minutes.
Absolutely. The stakes are so high at this point of the game that both players want this so bad. And they are trying to... Honestly, it's a lot of rush passes on both sides, to be honest. And it's not a surprise because at this point of the game, we have Fabian, who's on all-out attack. We have Cecilia, who's sitting back a bit. And it is to be expected.
Yeah, and I think from Fabi's perspective, she's probably thinking, I should have just been more risky in the first leg because going 2-0 down and coming into this leg, having to chase 2 goals, it's just nerve-wracking. And making a mistake there, passes it straight through Mbappe. Is Cecilia going to get a 5th here? No, she does not. Straight into Fabi's possession again, but just 3 minutes left in this game. Casey, do you think it's done?
I do think it's done. I think that Cecilia's performance has been amazing throughout this entire competition. She's gone undefeated through the group stage, obviously through the knockouts, and it's just been such a pleasure to watch.
Definitely, and we are just seeing this game out now. Probably only going to get a minute of extra time since there hasn't been many fouls. Yes, 1 minute left. Cecilia, you are 30 seconds away from being the champion of the Fifae FameHerGame Bootcamp. Cecilia, you are the champion and the new queen of FIFA. Congratulations and well done to Fabi and every goal. All 24 of you that competed in this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a pleasure to see every single woman compete in this tournament. But Cecilia is our champion and well-deserved as well. She's representing Brazil, her family, her friend Data Gamer behind her, and every single step of the way, she has been impeccable.
Definitely. And, this is a big moment for her. You're 18. You've won 2 championships in the space of 2 weeks from 2 finals. I mean, it's a 100% win record pretty much on a final spate. But you guys, I mean, this has just been an incredible tournament. It's been great being your commentators alongside Sam Miller, Casey, and Inter. It's been a great tournament, and hopefully we see more to come. But we are going to send you guys back to Inter.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much for the cue. I am here with the FameHerGame champion, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause. There we go, there we go. I will talk to you first, and then you can translate, obviously, to our champion, Cecilia. I just want to have her thoughts about the final.
O que você achou da final?
Foi um jogo muito bom. Eu queria enfrentar a Fabiane porque é uma grande adversária. Então, estou sempre torcendo para ela estar jogando no mais alto nível para também me instigar a vencer cada vez mais. Então, melhorar o nível. Foi uma grande final, um grande jogo. Estou muito feliz.
I really want to play against Fabian because she's a great player, and I like so much how he's training and upgrading himself in any championship, and this inspired me.
It is definitely inspiring. You are going to the Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. How are you feeling about that?
Você vai assistir a Copa do Mundo na Austrália, como é que você está se sentindo?
Estou muito feliz, eu amo futebol desde sempre, então essa oportunidade para mim é muito especial, porque sempre foi uma paixão para mim o futebol.
I always been loved with football, with soccer. I play since I was a kid, and I'm very happy to can watch the games and be there.
Yeah, I just mentioned you're going there, and this is this symbol that you're going there. It's the trophy. You should be really, really happy with that. One more question. Brazilians are well known for being so proud and being like nationalistic and like being really. How proud are you to represent Brazil and actually winning this tournament?
O brasileiro normalmente tem muito orgulho da sua nação e muito orgulho de vencer. Como é que você se sente vencendo e representando o Brasil mais uma vez?
É inexplicável a sensação de poder representar o Brasil. Todo mundo estava torcendo lá por mim, então tô muito animada com essa participação dos meninos, das meninas na torcida. Então não tem como explicar essa sensação.
Right now I'm very happy and excited. I have no words to express, but I'm just very happy to represent my nation.
Guys, again, a round of applause for our champion right here. There we go, proud brother as well. We're going straight to the second place. We're going straight to Fabian. She can be really proud. We've talked to you a lot today, and we will talk to you, even though, yeah, it might be a tough interview this time. Okay, that's great that you're standing up. I'll just kneel down a little bit. How are you feeling? Unfortunately, yeah, you didn't get the first prize, but you're still going to the Women's World Cup.
Yeah, I'm proud of my performance. I did my best, and yeah, I'm sad I lost the final, but she played really good, so it's okay. So GG's to her.
And where do you think? Yeah, exactly. That's a great one, guys. Applause to you. You did so well this tournament. You should be really, really proud of your performance. What do you think, like game-wise? What do you think there was a difference between you and Cecilia today?
She scored her chances. I had the chance to score the first goal. I didn't because she moved the goalkeeper, and I just yeah, she scored the first goal, and then yeah, she did, and she could watch what I do.
Yeah, of course. But the second leg, I feel that you had like a bit of momentum, especially at the beginning of the game. You were really pressing high. You got a lot of chances. It's unfortunate that you didn't get the goal in them. But is there a reason for her being so good defensively today?
Yeah, of course. She did great in defense. I had high pressure and I didn't score a goal. So yeah, it speaks a lot for her and her gameplay. So she definitely deserves to win.
Yeah, one more thing, to keep it up at a high, we're all very proud of you. You've been one of the amazing women that could compete in this tournament, and you're getting this symbol, show it to the camera right there, this symbol that you're going to the Women's World Cup, Australia and New Zealand. You can be very proud. One more round of applause for both our finalists, please. And I think we should head back to the studio right now.
Thanks so much, Inter. Yeah, I mean, what a grand final, and absolute proof that those two players, Cecilia and Fabian, are the best in the world right now. I mean, Sam, that they're able to do that 2 weeks ago and then go and repeat it again this week. I mean, what did you make of it?
Absolutely sensational, and each time we're seeing a star is born, we're seeing the raising levels of the game and the FIFA players coming through. They're just outstanding talents. I thought we saw some great matchups today, and yeah, I've been very proud to be a part of this tournament. It's been amazing.
How does Cecilia keep performing at that level, Case?
I mean, she is actually one of the best FIFA players that I've ever seen. And also, she wanted to be a pro footballer growing up. She had a knee injury, but now she is a professional FIFA player, winning at the highest level. She is playing for her country, and honestly, it's just been a pleasure to see every step of the way.
We always say that, don't we? If you have a knowledge of the game, you have an even better knowledge of the virtual game. What's next for these two players, do you think? Let's just put beside that they're going to the World Cup. But in terms of FIFA, what do you think we could see them do next, Sam?
They're just going to want to compete for more tournaments now, win more trophies, play for their name, really. They are rising stars of the game. They've really proved themselves time and time again. And I just think they're just going to want to have that winning feeling now and go on to win more and more. They're professional esports players, which is incredible in itself. And I think they're just going to want to get better and better at the game. We're seeing now such a fast-paced game. Their creativity, their skill level, but the pace of the game is just improving time after time. And who knows what's next, but I think big things are in store for sure.
And Casey, I spoke about this with Diana. I said, we hope that this event will inspire more youngsters, especially women, to take up the game. Do you think it's doing just that, or will do just that?
Absolutely. I mean, we are giving a platform for these amazing women, and I think that any girl, woman watching this right now, pick up a controller, because there is a place for you to be, and you could be a champion as well. All you have to do is pick up the controller. And both these women are also competing in FGS as well. They're going to keep moving on, hopefully win more trophies, even with the men.
Yeah, we'd like to see them, wouldn't we, at a LAN event in person, competing against those men. Well, once again, for the final time, you can see her behind us. Cecilia is our champion for our FameHerGame Bootcamp here in Zurich. It has been such an honor to bring this entire event to you guys at home this week. And I want to say thanks to Casey, Sam, Inter and Alia, and of course to FIFA for putting this on. But most of all, I want to say a massive heartfelt thank you to all the 24 players that made the trip to come here. Win or lose, you are all absolute champions. And I promise this is just the start of a wonderful journey for you in the beautiful game. I promise we'll have more events like this in the future. Thank you for you guys watching at home. Thank you again for joining us here in Switzerland. And I assure you, we'll see you very soon. Goodbye.